Right. So, hey, on, ready for this question there?
Right. The expression x minus 3 is a factor of.
Okay, so we had to use factor theorem here, right?
Let me explain how to do it.
All right. Let me hear.
Right. So we say x minus 3 is equal to 0. So we have x is equal to 3,
Right.
right? And then we substitute the 3 into the equations to find out which one is a factor of. And whatever is a factor of, it will be equal to 0.
Right, because factors have a remainder of.
0.
Right. Excellent, Higon. Okay, okay. I see ya. I see ya. So let me show you what Higon talking about. Yeah, whatever your linear factor is, you put it equal to 0. And so x is equal to 3. You're gonna plug that in into the options. I want to hear somebody pick an option. Let me see how good all these are gambling. Pick an option.
So let me pick C. C still. C.
I know why you say C is the answer, you know. Oh god, boy, you're boring, you're boring. All right, we're going to use C. So anyway you see x, you just go and write 3. So we have x cubed minus 3x squared minus 5x plus 15. So watch. I'm going to say 3 cubed, 3 cubed, right, minus 3, and that is 3 squared, minus 5 by 3 plus 15. Do we get 0?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So once you plug in a factor or any dividend into the options, you're supposed to get 0. But if you do get 0, that means it has a remainder, right? So clearly you can see over here that when you plug in 3 into C, you're getting 0. If you were to plug it into A, B, or D, you will not get 0. You will not get 0. So the answer is C. Everybody understand how to do that? Like, do for that question? Let me know. Yes or no? Okay, I'm going to move on. Right? Question 2. 1 over x plus 3 over x squared minus 9 expressed as a single fraction is? Keegan, what's the answer?
So hold on, sir. All right, so the answer, I think I what the math, right?
You can do this in your head. But I'm already full working here. Let me run through the full working. So you have two different denominators, so you need to find LCM. Now I want to let you realize something, that x squared minus 9 is an example of difference of two squares. You're not seeing it, but I could write x squared minus 9 as x squared minus 3 squared. Yes or no, guys? And I can do that? Because 9 is,
Yes, sir.
and this is
Yes, sir.
difference of two squares form, so I could write that as x plus 3 by x minus 3. So when I see x squared minus 9, I want to let it think in all head is actually x plus 3 by x minus 3. You will see why I'm saying that. So we're going to have 1 over x plus 3 plus 3. And I'm going to put x plus 3 by x minus 3 for a reason. But I'll understand that x plus 3 by x minus 3 is x squared minus 9 in disguise, right? It's the same thing. So I need to find the LCM. What is the LCM there, guys? So we want to get a number here that x plus 3 could go into, and x plus 3 by x minus 3 could go into. So the LCM here is going to be x plus 3 by x minus 3. Because, hey, Gun, tell me something. Could x plus 3 go into this?
Yes, sir, it could.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
watch. If I were to divide, wouldn't the
Yeah,
x cancel off?
yeah, it would cancel off.
Right. And if I have x plus 3 by x minus 3 all over x plus 3, x minus 3, and this would be able to go into this one time?
Yes, correct.
Right. Everything making sense here. So the first one, x plus 3 into x plus 3 by x minus 3, the x plus 3s would cancel off, and I would leave you with x minus 3, yes or no?
Yes.
And 1 by x minus 3 is x minus 3, bam. Over here now we're going to put back down the plus sign, and this into this is 1, because it's the same thing. And then you would say 1
Right.
3 is 3. So x minus 3 plus 3, you see in minus 3 plus 3 is minus 3 plus 3?
0.
0. So on top, you're just going to get x, right?
Right.
Because you have minus 3 and plus 3. That's going to cancel off.
Yes.
And in the bottom, remember, I had replaced x squared minus 9 for x plus 3 by x minus 3. So that's
The
really,
answer would be B.
yeah, my answer is B. Cool. Hope everybody understand that. Gonna move on, all right? Okay. Question 3. The minimum value of the function for x squared minus 8x minus 5 is, so what do they mean by minimum value? They're talking about how low your graph going. So we're looking at completing the square here. And what we're looking at specifically, h, okay. So my guys, what are we looking at? Minimum value. Are we looking at the h value or the k value? Looking at the k value, right? So first things first, I need to figure out the coefficients. So looking at this equation, it's in the form ax squared plus bx plus c because it's a quadratic. And so a is going to be 4, b is going to be minus 8, and c is going to be equal to minus 5. So if I want to find for k is the minimum value, right? And so k would be equal to c minus b squared over 4a. That's the formula you would use to find for the minimum or the maximum value. And so that would be equal to minus 5 minus 8 squared all over 4 by 4. So for those of you all having trouble putting that in into the calculator, this is where you're going to put in. So minus 5, right? Minus, then you're going to get your fraction up, open up your brackets, put the minus 8 inside the brackets. If you don't put the minus 8 inside the brackets, you're going to get it wrong. And you're going to have 4 by 4 here. So when you work that out, you should get minus 9. Yes or no? Are they getting minus 9?
Yes, sir.
Right. For those who have a sharp, because I'm not excluding anybody, if you have a sharp, this is how you will work it, right? So leave the minus 5 here. Don't worry about the minus 5. Let me work this out first. So we're going to work that portion out first. So look how we're going to do that. I would say minus 8 squared. Then I would say divide. And I would say 4 by 4. Okay. So what I just now did, I took this whole portion and I plugged it into my sharp. So this whole portion is 4. So that's going to be minus 5 minus 4. And we know that as minus 9. That's what you do. Yeah. So anything you didn't catch, you will be able to catch it in the recording when I post it on YouTube. So minus 9 is the answer. Everybody okay with that? I'm going to take it. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Question 4. Tell me fast. What is A, B, and C? Let's run through what's A, B, and C.
A is 1, B is -6, and C is 13.
Right. You're not seeing it, but x squared means you have 1 x squared. And so the coefficient is 1. You're not seeing it, but it's 1 x squared we have there. So 1.
Right.
Is minus 6. C is 13. And so if you want to find for H and K, we use the formulas, but tell me, but which answer is wrong one time? Which answer is wrong one time? Just by looking at that.
B.
D is wrong. The number for A is 1, so this is wrong immediately. So here what? What I want to find for H, okay, you only had to find for 1.
H, you have to find H. It have a formula for that.
Yes, B over 2A, right?
B over 2A. Yes, sir.
And so that would be, well, B is minus 6 and A is 1, so that's going to be 2 by 1. So 2 into minus 6 is minus 3. So where's the only option with A is 1 and H is minus 3?
A, sir.
E. Easy answer. Cool. Question 5. The roots of the equation 3x squared minus 7x plus 3 equals 0 are. So there are two ways you could work this. You could plug it in into your calculator and solve the quadratic and see where your answers are. Or you could use the discriminant. So I'm going to show you the discriminant first. The discriminant is b squared minus 4ac. And where does it come from? The discriminant comes from the quadratic formula, right? I'm just going to get a quick recap. Yeah. So the discriminant, it comes from the quadratic formula and it's inside the square root sign. Why is that important? Well, I'm asking you a question. If we get a negative number for inside the square root, what I mean my solutions is, could I find the square root of a negative number? Yeah or no?
No.
No. If I end up with a square root of a negative number, we're looking at imaginary / complex numbers, right? So just a couple things to keep in mind. If your discriminant is more than 0, that means you're going to have real and distinct solutions. If your discriminant is equal to 0, that means you're going to have real and equal solutions. If your discriminant is less than 0, guys, if it's less than 0, that means what? That means again, what kind of number? Less than 0 means what? Positive, negative, always less than 0.
Negative.
Right, and
Negative.
if it's a negative number, so if you end up with a negative number inside the square root sign, your answer is going to be not real, and distinct. So let me find the discriminant first. So to find the discriminant, we need to know what A, B, and C is. So A is equal to 3, B is equal to -7, and C is equal to 3. So my discriminant would be equal to -7 squared minus 4 by 3 by 3. Now, guys, please be careful when you're plugging this into your calculator. Please, you need to put the brackets. If you don't, your calculator is going to output -49 instead of 49. It's -7 squared. So -7 squared is -7 by -7. And so plug that into your calculator and let me know what all you're getting. What are you guys getting?
13.
Right? And it's 13. Tell me, Keegan, is 13 more than 0, equal to 0, less than 0?
It's more than 0, sir.
So my answer
So
is,
we read this thing.
right, C. Cool. Question 6. What values of y simultaneously satisfy the equations of y is that and y is that? You gotta be real careful with this question. Some of you might think, well, I have a trick, right? I could plug 1 as x and y as 3 and see which one satisfies the equation. You can't do that in this particular question. Because all the options they give you is not x and y values or no, it's just y values. So they're asking you what values of y. So all these options here are just y values. So we actually have to solve it. Let me show you how we're going to solve it. So we need to come up with a third equation. In maths, you have to use substitution. So to come up with a third equation, which one I think I should use, Hagan? Which one looking simpler?
The second one looks simpler.
Right. So okay, from the second one, I can make y the subject of the formula. So Hagan, if I do that, I would have to do what with the minus x?
You have to add it. You have to say 1 plus x.
Right. I would add x on both sides, or you could think about it like I move across the minus x. The sign would change. So that's what equation 3 is. And so, Hagan, if this is what y is equal to, and this is what y is equal to, and I can equate them.
Yes, you could equate
So
them.
I can say 1 plus x is equal to x squared minus 3x plus 4. Why? Because this is equal to y, and this is equal to y. So this had to be equal to this, because both of them equal to y. And we want to put it in the form of a quadratic. So to put it in the form of a quadratic, I'm going to move across everything to the other side. If I move across the plus x, it's going to become minus x. I'm going to put it by the minus 3x one time. And if I move across the positive 1, it's going to become -1 on the right-hand side. So I end up with a quadratic that looks like minus 3x minus x is minus 4x, plus 4 minus 1 is plus 3. So that's the quadratic I end up with. And so if I want to find for x, I would just factorize real fast. So to get x squared, that's x by x. To get positive 3, that's, I could say -1 minus 3. The reason why I'm saying that is because I had to get -4 in the middle. So -1 by minus 3 is plus 3, but -1 plus minus 3 gives me back -4. So cool. That being said, we could find for x, right? So Hagan, what do you think the values for x are?
+1 and +3.
Okay, are you going to put the answer as A?
Yes, sir.
No, you're not. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that.
Wait, hold on. So, hold on.
You really shouldn't do that. Why? Read the question. Read that question from me carefully. Read the question from me.
My microphone was off. What values of y simultaneously satisfy the equations?
What values of y? Did they say anything about x?
Y.
Did they say
No,
anything?
it didn't say that.
Oh, finally, we don't have to worry about the x. Right? So Hagan, I have the values for x. How would I find the value for y? Which equation is telling me what y is equal to?
We have the second equation, y equals 1 plus x. So you substitute y there. So you substitute both versions. So you say y is equal to 2 and y is equal to 4. D.
Right? So what Hagan just explained is that we found the values for x. Remember, we made an equation telling us what y would be equal to. And so if x is 1, I'll plug in x for 1, and so y is
I
equal.
will show.
Somebody said something? Okay, look, let me see if I can remember it. Let me see if I can say your name properly. Um, Kamaria. I think I said it wrong. I butchered that.
No, say sorry, correct. Mike was accidentally unmuted because I just joined.
Oh, okay. All right. So my answers are y is equal to 2 and y is equal to 4. So which is my answer? Hagan?
Answer is D, sir.
Yeah, answer is B. So I know we're moving slow now, but as we keep doing papers and it's hard to repeat, we'll speed up. I don't want to skip over any details. The values of x for which 3x minus 2 over 2x plus 1 is less than or equal to 0 are, so we have a rational inequality. First things first, you should probably notice that if x is equal to minus a half, this function is going to break. Yeah, because since it's a rational inequality, it's a fraction and it can't divide by 0. So any option where you're seeing equal to minus a half is wrong. So this is wrong. Yeah, as you know, it could immediately cancel off. So Hagan, this is what I mean. For any rational function, the denominator cannot be equal to 0. So when x is equal to minus a half, my denominator is going to become 0. So x cannot be equal to minus a half. Just keep that in mind. Let me actually solve it now. Anytime you want to solve a question like this, I just going to show you a quick trick. This is what you're going to do. So any question like this, you could write it in this form. So that's going to be 3x minus 2 by 2x plus 1 is less than or equal to 0. All right. And then we have to find the critical values. So to find the critical values, you're going to put it equal to 0. So 3x minus 2 by 2x plus 1, that's going to be equal to 0. So Hagan, what are the values for x?
We will have we have 2/3, minus, yeah, 2/3 and, wait, so that's 2x plus what there? That is 1?
Yeah, 2x plus 1.
All right, and we have a half.
That'll be negative a half. Why? Because
Negative half, because you flip it over to the other side.
right. And then you divide by 2, so that'll be minus a half. All right.
Minus half.
So here what? Now we're going to sketch the quadratic, right? Now, if I were to expand this out, wouldn't I get 6x squared? And since the coefficient of x squared is positive, you're going to have a minimum graph. So we have a minimum graph here. All right. And the root is going to be minus a half here, and it's going to be 2/3 over here. And so the y-axis will be in the middle. So Hagan, let's see how the graph is behaving. So Hagan, if I pick a value between minus a half and 2/3, am I going to get a positive value or a negative value for y? What it look like? What it looking like? If I pick a value in between this range, let me just say I pick this value over here. I give him a positive read-off or a negative read-off,
That is a negative read-off, so
right? What about over here? Positive or negative read-off?
that's still negative.
Right. And in the question, we wanted to figure out where it would be.
Either less than or equal to 0.
And what would less than 0 be? Wouldn't it be negative?
Yes, sir.
So wouldn't this define my solution set?
Yes, sir, it will.
Because anytime you take a value in between minus a half and 2/3, you're getting a negative read-off. It don't matter where you do it, so long as once it's inside, you're going to draw a vertical line. Wherever it cuts the graph, then you take a read-off, a horizontal read-off, and you see it's negative. So my solution would be in between minus a half and 2/3. Now, Hagan, watch this. Anytime your answer is in between two values, you would use this notation. So I would say, I will write the answer and then I will explain it. So my answer is going to be negative a half less than x less than or equal to 2/3. Hagan, in the question, it was less than or equal to, right? Why didn't I put less than or equal by minus a half?
Because it can't be less than a minus a half, so it had to be because it had to be less than or equal to 2/3, but it can't be less than a minus half, so
That's not quite what I want to hear. What I want to hear is, if we put an equal sign here, then I would be including minus a half in my solution. But when x is
yeah,
not,
it would.
what happens to the function? What happens to the
Wait,
denominator?
say that.
If x is minus a half,
Or
what does the denominator become?
that means it will be negative.
No, it will become 0.
Yeah, zero.
And can we divide by 0?
No, we can't. That is undefined.
That's undefined. So I hope you understand why I did not put the equal to sign over here. Because if I did that,
Yes, I understand.
minus a half is part of my answer. And when x is minus a half, it makes the denominator 0, and that would be invalid. So that's why I had to put less than here, right? Over here, though, I could put the less than or equal to, because the function is just fine when x is 2/3. So the answer is C. Understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, word. Amy, Kiara, Aliyah, all in class? Can I hear them?
Yes, so one of them had to answer something.
Yeah, that's why I see my students had an answer. Okay, so let me do question 8. The set of values of x for which 3x squared plus 5x is more than 2 is? All right, so for this particular question, this is what you're going to do. You want to put it in the form of a quadratic. So you have to move across that 2 on the left-hand side. Yeah, no, you understand what I do? Hey, you understand what I do?
Oh, yes, I understand.
Right, so this is our quadratic, so we had to find the critical values to sketch. That's what I had to do. So I'm going to factorize this and put it equal to 0 to find the critical values. To get 3x squared, I would take 3x by x. And to get minus 2, I could say 1 by 2. And I should probably put the negative sign over here and put the positive sign over there. Why? You want to get negative 2, right? So negative 1 by 2 is negative 2. And you want to get plus 5x. Now the 3x would multiply by the 2, and you will get 6x. And the minus 1 would multiply by the x, and you get minus 1x. Hagan, where's 6x minus 1x?
5x.
Right, so this is correct. So Hagan, tell me the values for x real quick. X will be equal to, I'll move across the minus 1, so it'll become positive.
Yeah, our Microsoft. X is equal to 1/3, and x would also be equal to -2.
Right, I want to figure out where this graph is what?
Is more than 0.
More than 0. More than 0 means positive, right?
Yeah, more than 0.
Right, more than 0 means positive. That's what more than 0 means, positive. So here,
Yes.
we're going to do a quick sketch. Now, if I multiply out this, I'm going to get 3x squared. The coefficient of x squared is positive, so it's our minimum. This graph is our minimum. Minimum graph. The root is going to be here, -2, and it's going to be a third. And my y-axis would be in the middle. And so here, we're going to be trying to figure out where is more than 0, right? More than 0 means, tell me again, more than 0 means? Right.
Positive.
If I take a value from in between -2 and a third, am I getting a positive value?
That's a negative value, so.
Right, so I can't shade over there. What if I take a value that's less than -2? Again, a positive read-off?
Well, no, that's still negative there.
No, that positive, watch. This is 0. Wouldn't this be like 1, 2, 3? And this would be like -1, -2, -3.
Oh, yeah, I understand what you mean there. I thought you mean like if you go like past minus to -3 and then I like, no, I understand what you mean.
You understand now? So watch. No matter what value you take, once it's less than -2, it's gonna be positive. So that's part of my
Yeah,
answer. That's part of my answer, right? So I had to shade this side. And what if I take a value that's more than a third? What happened in there?
positive.
Positive, right? So we had to shade that. So Hagan, my answer is going to be such that x had to be what? Look at the direction we're going in. That is more than -2 or less than -2.
That is less than -2.
Right, because we're going to the left, right? And these and
Yeah,
these
negatives is over.
and these would be values like -3, -4, -5, and all of them smaller than -2.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so x is less than -2, or over. If you look over here, what direction are going in?
The right hand direction.
So would that
So
be values more than,
more than a third.
and any of you that don't understand it, watch this, right? If I draw arrow, I'm gonna blow some of your mind here, right? Watch. Isn't this less than? Isn't this more than? So if you draw arrow any direction, you go figure out the sign you how to use. Like real fast. Watch. Yeah. So here gone over here, it's going to be x is more than a third. So where's my answer?
X will be more than -2, or X will be less than -2 or more than a third,
So the
which
answer
is
is
D.
D. Cool. Let's move on. Question 9, we had to rationalize here. Now, if you have a Casio, you get the answer immediately. All you have to do is plug that into your Casio, right? If you plug it in, you're supposed to get 4. You get root 6. So when all you plug this into all your Casio, all you should get 2 root 6 plus 4. Somebody with a Casio, just confirm that. When you put 4 over root 6 minus 2. All again, now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, same thing.
So what I want all you to do now is factor out the 2. If we factor out the 2, that's what I'm going to end up with. So where's my answer, guys? Where's my answer? Without doing any working, where's my answer?
B.
B, right? Now, for those who have a sharp, we'll have to rationalize it. And to rationalize it, we will have to, actually, you don't need to do that. I can show you another way. Let me show you what you could do, right? Let me show you fast. This is a real go-to trick. So here what? If you plug 4 over the square root of 6 minus 2 into your calculator, any value you're going to get is 8.89, which is like 8.90. Yes or no? And again, 8.90, those who have a sharp, or somebody with a sharp to come up. Somebody with a sharp calculator. I want it to unmute. All again, 8.90. When you plug this in. Okay, and I hear anybody with a sharp, so I feel like best I should just do the long method. I'll just do the long method faster. So, if we want to rationalize this, you have to multiply by the conjugate on the top and bottom. So we have 4 over root 6 minus 2. So the conjugate of root 6 minus 2 is root 6 plus 2. So all the conjugate is the exact same thing. It's just changing the sign in the middle. So here again, let me expand this fast, right? So if I multiply the top and bottom by root 6 plus 2 on top, the forward multiply by each term inside, and that will be what? What that will be here again? Quick movements.
So you can't send off the two top things there.
No. When you're rationalizing, you have to actually multiply by the conjugate on the top and bottom. Yeah.
Oh.
So when I expand this out, that's going to be 4 root 6 plus 8. Yes or no? All I do was I multiply each term by 4.
Yeah.
And in the denominator, I want to recognize that this isn't a difference of 2 squares form. That's why we multiply by the conjugate. And so anytime you have something in the difference of 2 squares form, it's just a squared minus b squared. So a in this case is root 6. So that's going to be root 6 squared. Wait, I'm not sure why the screen blank. As soon as I see the screen, I'll let me know, right? As soon as I see in the screen. I'll see in the screen.
I think you're back now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're seeing it.
Okay, wait. So when you're rationalizing, you're multiplying by the conjugate on the top and bottom. All the conjugate is just the denominator, but you're changing the sign in the middle, right? So I end up with 4 root 6 plus 8. And square root 6 squared is just 6. And 2 squared is just 4. So you're going to end up with 4 root 6 plus 8 all over 2. And if you separate the fractions, you're going to get 4 root 6 over 2 plus 8 over 2. And you're going to get 2 root 6 plus 4. And finally, if you factor out the 2, you're going to get the answer. So the answer is B. I mean, what's in A? It's B, right? It's B. That's how you would do it if you don't have a Casio. Yeah. Or you could just store the value and see which option giving you the same value. Right. So everybody okay with this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll move on, right? Number 10. The nth root of 3 by 27m is equal to. Here what? The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to write 27 as the base 3, right? That's what is the first thing I'm going to do. So somebody tell me this. if I want to write 27 in base 3, that would be 3 to what power? 27 is the same thing as 3 to what power?
3.
3, right? So look how I'm going to do. I'm going to rewrite it. So it's going to be the nth root of 3. And 27 is 3 to the power 3. And we're raising that to the power m. All right. Now, anytime you have a surd, that just means a fractional root. For instance, if I have the square root of x, and that would just be x to the power half, yes or no? Yeah or no, guys? If I have the square root of x, and that's just half. So if I have nth root, the nth root is just going to be what I have on the inside to the power 1 over n. So 3 by, I'm raising a power to a power here, so that's going to turn to 3m, and I'm raising this whole thing to the power 1 over n. Okay, and guys, anytime we have the same base and then multiplying, what do you do with the powers? You're not seeing it here, but this is 3 to the power 1. So we're going to do the powers there.
Add it.
Right, so that's going to become 3m plus 1 to the power 1 over n. And I'm raising a power to a power, so I'll multiply. So that's 3m plus 1 multiplied by 1 over n. And so the final answer is going to be 3m plus 1 all over n. Yeah or no? So what's the answer?
Answer is B.
The answer is D, right? Cool. Just simple rules for indices. Okay, I love this question. Question 11. Given that log base px is 6 and log base py is 4, the value of log base p x over y is? So somebody tell me, this is an example of which rule? There are 3 rules when you're dealing with logs. Which rule is that? This is what? Tell the Q.
Quotient rule.
Right. It's the quotient rule. And so how could I write that? If I have log p x over y, what's another way I could write that?
Log p x minus log py.
Right. I'm going to ask that question. Do we know what log px is? What is log px equal to? Chelsea, what is log px equal to?
6.
Right, so we're just going to make that substitution. And what is log base py equal to?
4.
So the answer is?
2.
Yeah. Nice question. You just had to apply the quotient rule. And yeah, recall where you had above, because they give you what log px and log py is. Just plug that in and you get your answer. 2. Higan, you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right. Kiara, Alia, Kirsten, anybody? Javon. I heard nobody at all with. I only hear it outside Sharon. That's embarrassing. Hey, Keegan, question 12. Read question 12 from there.
The value of x for which 3 to the power of x plus 2 plus 3 to the power of x equals 90 is?
Right, so we have a indice question here. So we have to apply the rules for indices, but just in reverse. So here on, if you're adding powers, that would have meant that you multiplied 2 things with the same base, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
write that as 3 to the power x multiplied by 3 to what power?
2.
Yeah, because if I had the same base and I'm multiplying, it would add. So this is equivalent to this. And here what? I should now keep the 90 on that side. Keep the 90 on that side. Right, so here on. What do you feel I should do next?
Well, I think you should solve this side. You should combine these sides and then solve for the 90.
Okay, well, what I would do is I would say let 3 of x be equal to y. You don't have to, but it makes it look simpler. And so here on, if I do that, that's now going to become y by 3 squared. 3 squared is 9 plus y is equal to 90. And so 9y plus 9, so this could be 9y. So that's going to be 10y. So 10y is equal to 90. And so here, what would y be equal to?
9, sir.
Yeah, so you divide by 10 on both sides. Remember, we had said that y was equal to 3 to the x. So we're going to recall that now. So 3 to the x is equal to 9. So my question is, guys, we're trying to figure out what we had to raise 3 to get 9. What's the answer for x? 3 to what power is 9?
3 squared, sir. 2 power 2.
Right. So I'm going to do the full working. So I can write 9 as 3 to the power 2. And so we have the same base, so you can just equate. So x is equal to 2. Where's my answer?
B,
B.
sir.
Now let me show you. I'll cheat here. In any question in maths, you're trying to figure out what value will satisfy the equation. So if my answer is correct, when I plug it in, it's supposed to be equal to 90. So let's check if that's true. So I want everybody to go over to their calculator, and we're going to plug that. We're going to plug this into the calculator, and we're supposed to get 90 if we are correct. So I want you to put 3 to the power. We said that x was 2, so that's going to be 2 plus 2 plus 3 to the power 2. And do we get 90?
Yes, sir, we get 90.
Right, so we not get right. If you forget how to do this, you could just simply do that trick. So you can take the options and you can plug it in and see which ones satisfy the equation. That's what you could do, in case you forget it. So just plug in the options into the equation and see which one giving you 90. That's our trick. Question 13. Which of the following is not an arithmetic sequence? If something is an arithmetic sequence, it has a what? A common what?
Like you're adding the numbers, sir.
Yeah.
A common numeric pattern.
I really wanted to hear common difference. Common difference.
Well, sir,
But that's okay. If we have an arithmetic sequence, that means, like Kamaria said, we just had to add, or we just add in repeatedly, or we minus in repeatedly. That's what we're doing. So I could tell you already that A is the answer, right? A is not an arithmetic sequence. Why am I saying that? Let me show you. If something is an arithmetic sequence, it has a common difference. So what that means is, to get the next term, you just add any same number over and over. Like look at question B. And to get the next term, until you just add in 1 4. Yeah or no?
Yes, sir.
Right. But A, we can't do that. I'm going to show you why. If I want to find the common difference, it's the next term minus the previous term. So this is the first term, T1, T2, T3, T4. So if I wanted to find the common difference, I can say T2 minus T1. Okay, we're going to get minus 9. To check if it's a common difference, I will take another pair. So minus 8 minus 2. What is minus 8 minus 2? Minus 10, right? So because we don't have a common difference, this means that this is not AP. Simply, it's not AP. Because we don't have a common difference. For it to be a common difference, no matter which pairs I take, I'm supposed to get the same common difference. And for all the other options, watch. To go from 51 to 45, we would have to subtract. Somebody tell me fast. 51 to 45, you would subtract what?
6.
Right? So it's just repeated minusing. And so this is our AP. And for this one, we minus in 2 repeatedly. So A is not arithmetic sequence. It could be a geometric sequence or neither. Okay, question.
So what year is this paper, by the way?
This is 2024.
Okay.
So after 2024, we're going to do 2023 all the way to 2020. Because I think once you do 6 years, you'll be excellent. Like you're gonna get full marks. CXC really easy, especially in hard maths.
Yes, sir. That's how it was with physics.
Hey, yesterday I was teaching some pure maths. I was doing a pure maths marathon for paper 1, right? And would all believe that they're repeating hard maths questions in pure maths? Like no joke. They're doing that. You can believe that? It literally have hard maths questions, the exact same question in pure maths paper 1. Ridiculous. I was sure the question I'm talking about, but let me answer this question. So the sum of the first n terms of a geometric series is S of n is equal to 4 to the power n minus 1. For this series, the common ratio is minus 1 as wrong. I'll show you why. So guys, let me just say I had this series here. Actually, no, let me just give you a sequence, right? You say 1, 2, 3, 4. So Kamaria, watch this, right? If I wanted to figure out, so like the formula they gave us is S of n, right? So that's the sum formula. So if waiting the sum of the first term is, if I ask you what the sum of the first term is, you can tell me.
The formula would be
No, just like
four.
that's it. if we just have the first term, can you add anything in the first term? Yes.
Say it over if I could add anything.
If we're dealing with the first term,
Right.
what do you think for S of 1 would be? If we just had the first term, you think you'd have anything to add to the first term?
No.
No. So what I'm trying to say is that anytime you are given the S of n formula, if you want to find the first term, it's going to be S of 1. Why is that? Well, because you don't have to add anything. With the first term, it's just the first term. Let me show you something. What would S of 2 be? This is an example here. What would S of 2 be? So I'm adding the first and the second term, S of 2.
2 plus 1.
3. So here what? If I wanted to figure out what my second term was, wouldn't I just subtract 1 from 3 to get 2? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And let's proceed, right? I need you to understand this concept. If we have S of 3, wouldn't that just be 1 plus 2 plus 3, which is 6?
Yes, sir.
And so if I wanted to figure out what my third term was using S of 3, I would subtract what from 6?
Yeah, subtract 3 from 6.
Right. So anytime you want to get the term, so to get T of n, you are just going to subtract. So it's going to be S of n minus S of n minus 1. That's how you get the term. That's how you generate the terms. Hopefully you understand that. So let me actually apply it to the question now. So, Kamara, help me with this question. So they gave us the S of n formula. So if I wanted to generate the first term, that'll be S of 1, right? Yeah or no?
Yes, sir.
And so that'll be 4 to the power 1 minus 1. 4 to the power 1 is just 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. So S of 1 is 3. But we know that automatically that's my what term? That's my what term?
Your first term.
Right. This is technically my first term. When I find S2, would that give me my second term or would that give me the sum of the first value and the second value?
So say it over.
When you find S of 2, right, are you finding for the second or are you finding for the first term plus the second term?
I'll find it for the second term.
No, when you find S of 2, you're finding the sum. S of n is the sum. So you'd be finding for the first term.
Oh, right.
Second term. So let me see how you go and find the second term then. So 4 squared is 16 and 16 minus 1 is 15. But is this the second term?
No, okay, I don't minus it from the 3.
Right. So you would say 15 minus 3, and that's 12. So 12 is my second term. This option looking valid so far. They're saying that the first 3 terms is 3, 12, and 48.
Yeah.
Let me do the last one. So let me find S of 3 quickly. S of 3 would just be 4 cubed, which is 64. And so 64
minus 12. And they get 48.
Right. Minus 15, you mean?
So, oh, right, okay, minus it from the first term, I forget.
Yeah. Okay, so 2 is correct. 2 is correct. And with that, we could check for 1 as well, right? Since we have 3 terms. So since these 3 terms are correct, if I want to check for a common ratio, I would have to take the next term and divide it by the previous term. Or just simply look to see what I had to multiply to get my next term. So, Kamaria, just by looking at this, what had to do to 3 to get 12? 3 by what is 12?
4.
What by 12 is 48?
4.
So you think that the common ratio could ever be minus 1?
No.
No, so that confirms that the first one is wrong. Okay, S of 2. I kind of need to show you this one. So S of 2n. If I want to find for S of 2n, all I'm doing is I'm replacing n with 2n. So
right.
see n, you're going to replace that with 2n. Right, so
okay.
Just looking at it, you might be tempted to say, well, this is wrong because there's not any exact form. But stay with me. If we, instead of writing 4 to the power 2n, and I could possibly change that to base 2. Tell me, 4 is what? Is 2 to what power? What is 4?
2 to the second power.
Okay, And so what does this become? Power to power, what we do?
Say that over.
A power to power is what? So look, we have 2 squared to the power 2n. And that's going to be what?
2 to the power 4.
2 to the power 4n, right? 2 to the power 4n.
Yeah.
So tell me something. Is 3 correct?
Yeah.
No, 3 is correct. That's how you handle a question like this. So my answer is 2 and 3. 14C.
So how I would view it is that once I realize the common ratio is not -1, I just know everything that have 1 in it wrong.
So you would say 3 is wrong.
No, as you see how it say the common ratio is -1. You see how it have answers 1, 2, or 3. So
Yeah.
you see how in A, B, C, D, right? So anything that have
Oh,
like the number 1 in it, I just gonna exit out.
yeah. I see what you're
So
talking.
that's how I get my answer.
I see what you're talking about. But I really just doing this to show you the full works. The full works. But yes,
Yeah.
that's very smart. So watch. This is what Kamaria is saying. We understand that 1 is wrong, right? So any option with 1 is wrong. And that kind of leaves us with C. Yeah, because I don't think CXC will be expecting all to know this. But it's not hard. It's to n. Okay, so then we have this question. Now, everybody with a Casio, rejoice. You could just plug the scene into your calculator and get the answer. So let me do that. So don't worry, sharp people, I will surely able to get the answer. But everybody with a Casio do the same thing as me. So this calculator I have on the screen supposed to look just like a Casio. And so right above the log base button, you should be seeing the summation sign. So to get it, you're going to press shift summation sign. All you get in the log button. All you get in the summation sign? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So here what I want you to do. Open up a pair of brackets and you're going to put -1 inside. You're going to close the brackets. Then you're going to raise it to a power. And to get R or to get a variable, you are going to press alpha, close bracket, and you'll get the X. Then you're going to press the arrow to the right. You're going to put 3 in brackets, close brackets, and you're going to raise that to the power. And again, to get the variable, you're going to press alpha, close bracket, +1. So does everybody have what I have, what I'm seeing on the screen? Does everybody have that?
It's an now read back. So how to do this?
So here gone. You have a Casio, right?
Yes, sir.
All you're going to do, you're going to press shift, log base button, and you should get the summation symbol on the screen.
So my summation is on top of our X.
Yeah, that's what I just realized.
Okay, like this. Like this, and?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So guys, I wanted to tell me, most people in this class, they have the FX991ES plus or the FX991EX. Because this is the
I
EX.
have the
Yeah.
EX.
Drop in the chat or unmute. Or I have the EX or the ES. EX or the ES. I have the ES.
I have the X, sir.
Yes. Okay, well, it shouldn't be that hard to see, right? It shouldn't be that hard to see. You're just looking for a button with the summation sign on top. No matter which one it is,
Yes, sir.
you gotta press shift.
So you could explain how you got the power one more time?
Okay, watch. I'm gonna start over from scratch for Hagan's sake, on anybody that didn't see it.
Okay.
Last time I'm gonna go it over. So Hagan, you have this,
Okay.
you have the summation sign, Hagan?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Right. So for people who have the EX model, you'll have to press shift X. Cool. Or it's like real simple for all you. If all you want to get X, all you don't have to press alpha, open bracket. Okay. Well, here gonna should be easy for you then. Watch. You're gonna open up a pair of brackets, open up a pair.
Yes, sir. Work it out.
Then you're gonna raise it to X. So Kamaria, it should be real simple for you. You have an EX, the X right there. And
So just raise it to X one time.
yeah, and then we're gonna open up another pair of brackets, and that's gonna be 3.
Wait, hold on, sir. I'm not seeing how to. Hold on, raise it to X assumptions.
So you're looking your calculator, you'll be seeing X star power.
Okay, I think
X star,
Yeah,
instead
I
of
think I got it.
saying that, you go see X star power, right?
Yeah, seen it, yeah.
Going to be minus 1 to the power X. Then it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
3, close the bracket,
Wait,
raise.
so if I have a bracket, if the summation already open up its own bracket, I still have to put a bracket inside of that bracket?
Yes, you need to. You need to. Trust me, you need to. You need.
Okay, well,
So exactly what you're seeing here is exactly what you're supposed to have. Minus 1 to the power X. You're going to open up another pair of brackets, put the 3 in that brackets, then raise that to the power X plus 1. For those of you all that have the ES like myself, if you want to get X, you'd have to press alpha close bracket. Alpha close bracket to get the X. Okay, and the next step, you're going to define the lower limit. So the lower limit is 1, and the upper limit, we're going up to 5. Right, so we're going up to 5. And you're going to press equal, and you should get the answer one time. No working.
I get minus 1089.
Wait, what? So was it get minus
Yeah,
49?
I get minus 1089.
So I get what you see on the screen.
Come on, yeah, send a picture where you plug in. Send a picture.
Yes.
You know, concern.
That's not sad. That's not.
Right. Those who have the ES plus model and the EX, are they getting true? Are they getting minus 549? Let me know.
Yes, sir, I got this.
Oh, hey, gonna hearing you all the time. Let me hear somebody else.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well.
So I sent it on the chat, sir.
Where my students, they boy?
Hi,
Ali,
sir.
oh, Akida. Well, Akida is technically an outside child, right? Technically. Talking about like natural children, you know? But
Right.
always still, okay, Kaya, the mistake that you are making, you are, well, you see, look at the difference. Over here, I have the minus 1 raised to the power x. The minus 1 is in brackets. You did not do that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so I thought I did. Hold on. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
So,
So, yeah, minus 549 is the answer they're supposed to get. So, if you
oh my God.
if you don't have a Casio, let me show you how to do it fast. This is why you should get a Casio. Why are you using a Sharp in big 2025?
Sir, we've been over this multiple times.
Hey,
It cannot be helped right now. Move on.
if I could, I would have buy a calculator. Like if you was a student in my class, like in my lessons, and I know you're working hard, I'll buy a Casio. I've done that before. I've bought some of my students Casio because I can't handle seeing them with a Sharp. I genuinely can't. Yeah. All right. So if you do have a Casio, this is how I gotta work it out. So you gotta generate terms. So to generate the first term, you're going to, by the way, you see this over here? That tells you the general term. So to get my first term, I'm going
All
to,
right, sir, I get the answer.
okay, nice. So we're going to plug in R as 1, and that will give you the first term. So this is the first term. So that will be minus 1 by, so that's going to be minus 1. 1 plus 1 is 2, so that'll be 3 squared, and you'll get 9. So my first term is minus 9. That's what my first term is, right? Right. If I want to get a second term, I'm just going to replace R for 1 with 2. And so that's going to be minus 1 squared, 3, and that's going to be 2 plus 1. Minus 1 squared is 1. 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 to the power 3 is 27. So my second term is 27. Let me just generate another term. That'll be minus 1 cube. 3 to the power 3 plus 1. Minus 1 cube is minus 1. 3 plus 1 is 4. 3 to the power 4, I think, is 81. So that'll be equal to minus 81. And if you wanted, you could just keep on going up until 5. So I feel like that's the easiest way all you understand, right? So all we're doing, we're just plugging in 1 into the general formula up until 5, and then we just add in the answers we get. That's all. That's literally all we're doing. Or you could have realized as a GP and use the S7 formula for a GP. Right? So when you work that out, I think you're supposed to get 243. I do mental maths here. Or they will just correct me if I do the mental maths wrong. Minus 1 to the power of 5. I think that will be 729 minus 729. Somebody just confirm that the maths I do wasn't bogus. Just check that for me. And so if I want to find the sum, I'm just going to add up all of that. So that'll be minus 9 plus 27 minus 81 plus 243 minus 729. So those who have a sharp, plug that into a calculator and just verify that again minus 549. If I do the maths correct. Yeah, all again minus 549 when they plug this in. Yeah or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So sharp users, all I could see, and I'm not bashing sharp because it's a sharp. I'm bashing it because of what you could do. And you can't really do much. You really can't do much. Question 16. The line through the points Q, H2, and R, 4, 8 is parallel to the line with equation 2x plus y minus 10 is equal to 0. Okay, so they are saying that a line through these points is parallel to a line with this equation. Anytime we have lines that are parallel lines have the same one. What we know about parallel lines, guys?
They have the same gradient.
Right, but this is not in the form where I could figure out the gradients. I'm going to put it in the form y is equal to mx plus c to figure out what the gradient is. So to do that, I would move across everything that is not y. So, Chelsea, if I do that, y would be equal to what?
Y would be equal to minus 2x plus 10.
Right, so in this form, you can see my gradient is?
Minus 2.
Right, so then you're gonna find the gradient of those points for the line. So we could call this one x1, y1, and we could call this x2, y2, and we know what the gradient is supposed to be in Chelsea. And because the line's parallel, we know that the gradient is supposed to be minus 2.
Yeah.
Right? And remember the formula for gradient, m is equal to y2 minus y1 all over x2 minus x1. So I'm going to go directly one time. So that's going to be minus 2. That's supposed to be my gradient. And that's going to be y2. y2 is 8 minus y1 is 2 all over x2 minus x1. x2 is 4. x1 is h. Cool. Let's simplify this. So what is 8 minus 2, Chelsea?
6.
Right, 6. And we have 4 minus h. So you're going to cross multiply. To cross multiply, you're going to end up with minus 2 by 4 minus h is equal to 1 by 6, which is 6. Expand, you're going to get minus 8 minus 2 by minus h is plus 2h. That's going to be equal to 6. And we take that minus 8 and move it across because we want to find for h. So 6 plus 8 is 14. So 2h is equal to 14. And I want to find for 1h, so I would have to divide both sides by 2. So h is equal to 7. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right? 16b.
So, to me, how I would watch this, the fact that they have two values for 7, I don't know that it can be B or C. So then I just go and try to figure out which one it is, if it's minus 7 or 7.
Ah. But then, okay, they didn't really give you enough information to like hack it. They didn't really give you much information. I feel like for this particular question, kind of be forced to either guess between A or B. I mean, A or D, or work it out like this. Yeah. All right. Question 17. They give you the standard form here. Everybody should know that the standard form of a circle says x plus f squared plus y plus g squared is equal to 36. Well, in this case, it's r squared, right? Yeah. All right. So here what we're going to do, guys. We're going to compare this form to this form. That's what we're going to do. Because it's in the standard form. So somebody tell me, what is f equal to in this equation? Well, let's see, this is minus 1. Can you all see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and g. What would g be in the equation that was given? G would be what?
3.
3. They didn't ask us about the radius, so we really care for that. All we care about is the minus 1 on the 3. Because we want to find the center. Remember, the center of a circle is given by minus f, comma, minus g. And so f would be equal to minus 1, and g would be equal to 3. So minus f would be equal to positive 1, and minus g would be equal to minus 3. So my center is 1, comma, minus 3. Where's my answer? C, right? C is the answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Question 18. The line x plus y is equal to 1 and the circle x squared plus y squared is equal to 5 intersect at the points. I could show you the full working for this, but I just can't show you the hack. What I prefer, like the hack or the full working?
Surely
We go.
hacks, sir.
The hack.
Okay, so here what? Anytime two lines intersect, that means at the point, that point will satisfy both equations. That's what it means. That is what it means, right? So we're looking to see which answer, when I plug it in, it satisfies both equations. So I want to pick one to try. Pick one to try. Somebody say B. I hear B, so I'll go with B. Somebody say in C now. Which one?
B.
B.
Okay, let me try B. So here what I'm saying, right? Anytime you have two graphs intersecting at the point of intersection, it should satisfy both equations. Should satisfy both. So we're picking B. So Akira, what is X and what is Y for this point here? X is what?
So why are you picking me? X is -1 and Y is 2.
Okay, I just pick. You can pick anyone. We're gonna see if it's correct, right? We're gonna see. So guys, if the point is correct, it will satisfy both equations. And so let me try plugging in x is -1 and y is 2 and see if it's satisfying this one at least. So x is -1 plus y is 2. What would -1 plus 2 be equal to? Is it equal to the 1? -1 plus 2 is equal to 1?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's satisfying this equation. Let me check to see if it's satisfying this equation. So Akira, x is -1, so that'll be -1 squared. Y is 2, so 2 squared. Tell me would that be equal to 5? If it's equal to 5, then we're looking at a possible correct answer.
It is equal to 5.
Ah, so then B is the answer. So Akira, what I'm saying is, if you have an intersection, at the point of intersection, that point will satisfy both equations. So you see how -1, 2, when I plug it in here, it was equal to 1. And when I plug it in here, it was equal to 5. That's what I mean. If you try the other options, you wouldn't get 1 and you wouldn't get 5. So it would be false. So everybody understand the trick? Yes or no?
So
Yes,
I
sir.
have a question.
Yeah, tell me.
So I understand what you're saying, but how come you only use one of the points and not the
2 minus 1?
2 minus 1? Yeah.
Okay, well, watch this, right? This is the only option. Okay, this option works for sure. It works for both equations, yes or no?
Yeah.
Right. And none of the other options have -1, 2. And so how to be this? But here, well, let me just double check, right? Let me try the 2 minus 1. So this would be, so x is 2 plus -1. What is 2 plus -1? If it's 1, you're correct. Yeah or no? 2 plus -1 is 1, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, so that's correct there. Let's check if it satisfies this one as well. So in this case, x is 2. It's going to be 2 squared plus y. Y is -1. Do I get back 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that had to be correct. But you understand my elimination, right? This is the
Yeah, I understand.
with -1, 2. So then the others had to be wrong.
Okay.
So guys, anytime when they have an intersection questions, anytime when they have an intersection question and they give all the points, all they could use this trick indefinitely. Like this is our go-to trick. Just look to see which points satisfying the equation. Right. I see that they have error over here, but let me see if it's actual error. All right. So the triangle OAB has vertices given by 0, 0. All 0, 0 means 0, 0 is the origin. This is the origin. AO would be vector O to A, and 0 minus 4 would be vector O to B. So this is the situation we have. We have 0, 0 here, right? Then we have O to A. O to A could probably be over here. I really don't know why this screen keeps flickering, boy. That's real annoying. Okay, hopefully that would solve the issue. Right. So I just doing a sketch of what I think is going on here. This is just a sketch. Because I think I'll go understand it better from a sketch. So this is O. This is B. Right. Okay, so this is what's going on. We have our origin 0, 0. We have O to A, which is A0. And then we have O to B, which is 0 minus 4. Why do you think I draw it like that? We continue reading the question. They said, given that angle AOB is pi over 2. Somebody tell me, what is pi? Pi is how much degrees? How much degrees is pi? Somebody tell me fast. Pi.
180.
180. So, this pi over 2 really means what? What does it mean?
90 degrees.
90. And so that would suggest that the two vectors OA and OB are what?
Perpendicular.
Right, they are perpendicular. And do you understand why I drew the diagram like this now? Yeah or no?
Yes, sir. But how come you draw it in that way instead of like flipped
Yes,
the
sir.
next way?
Okay, watch this, right?
Yes, sir.
O to B is 0 minus 4.
Right, so me how to go down.
Wait, if it's 0 minus, I'm gonna just fix my diagram real quick. I gotta fix my diagram. It's a sketch, but I want to draw it accurately, right? So if it's 0 minus 4, that would suggest that is minus 4 going down. Because minus 4 would correspond to a vertical movement. Understand?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Whenever it's in column vector form, x is first, y is the bottom. So let me just draw this correctly. So it's really supposed to be minus 4 downwards, but it don't matter. It's just a little sketch for explanation's sake. But if that is, guys, we know it's perpendicular, right? So if that is OB, then we know that O to A could either be in this direction or it could either be in this direction. We don't know, but we're saying it could be. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's 90 degrees to each other. And so it could be here or it could be here. In both instances, it would be perpendicular. So let me just say over here. We don't know where it is. So anytime two vectors are perpendicular, what does it say about the dot product? Anytime two vectors are perpendicular, the dot product is?
0.
Right, dot product is equal to 0. So look at what I could do, right? I could find the dot product of OA and OB. So when you're doing the dot product, you're multiplying the x components and you're adding it to the product of the y components. So I'm going to multiply A by 0. And I'm going to multiply that by, and I'm going to multiply 0 by minus 4. Let's see what happens. But are they going to see the error happen fast? Are they going to see the error happening real fast? Like real fast. What's going to happen, right? When you find the dot product, you're going to multiply the horizontal components and you're going to add it to the vertical. So I'm going to say A by 0. I'm going to say A by 0. The error is right there. I'm not sure if I've seen it, but that's the error. This, if I want to find for A, and it's being multiplied by 0, what's A by 0, guys? A by 0 is what?
0.
0.
Yeah, and if I trying to find for A, how are I going to help me find for A? It won't. If it was a valid question, it would have been A multiplied by something else. So I could have find for A. But since it's A by 0, that defeats any purpose of the question. So this is an invalid question. Because if you're trying to find for A, it's supposed to end up with A, like 2A or something, and they would be able to reciprocate and find for A. But A by 0 means that the A term would be lost. And so that's why it's invalid. Do you understand what I'm saying is invalid?
Yes, sir. So in a case like this, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean that the question, like they wouldn't use that question?
And they wouldn't use the question. They wouldn't use it. Yeah, they wouldn't use it. So that's an invalid question. Let me show you a case where it would be valid. So like, let me just say, I have I have, okay, I have A2, all right, and I have, so that- okay, this is a case where it would be valid. This is a case where it would be valid, I think. Yeah. So if these two vectors are perpendicular, the dot product will be equal to 0, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
If I wanted to find the dot product, I would multiply the x component, so that would be 2 by a, so that's 2a, and then I would add that by the product of the y components, which will be 2 by minus 2, and it's supposed to be equal to 0. Notice what happens here. Did the a term get cancelled off, or we still have our a term to find for?
Still have an 8 sir.
Yeah, so this is valid. This is a valid question. CXC just dotish. Right? And so a will be equal to 2. And so watch. Well, I can see it, right? If I multiply 2 and 2, that'll be 4. And if I multiply 2 by minus 2, that's minus 4. So any dot product will be 0. Have you seen it, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is a valid situation. Let's move on. Well, let's count how much invalid questions it have. Right. So question 20. The vector A is given as 5i plus 12j. A unit vector parallel to A is, right. Let me show you a hack here. What is the magnitude of our unit vector? Does anybody know? Is any name a unit? What's the magnitude for a unit vector?
1.
Right. So any option that gives me a magnitude of 1 is my answer. If I forget to find magnitude, it's going to be the square root of the horizontal component plus the y component, and you're squaring each. So let me ask a question fast. I think this will be the answer. Oh, I should probably explain this too, right? When it's in this form, the I plus j form, the first value tells you the x value, and the coefficient of j tells you the y value. So if I want to find the magnitude, let me just say I want to find the magnitude for this one, it'll be the square root of 15 squared plus 36 squared. Any other in class here think that if I find the square root of this, it'll be equal to 1? Yes or no? No. Because 15 squared is like, okay, basically 15 squared and 36 squared is big numbers. That wouldn't give you 1. What do you think about option B? Or do you think if you find the magnitude of, watch, or let's think 195 squared plus 468 squared would give me 1? Yeah or no?
No, sir.
And that can make sense. So my answer had to be between C or D, right? Actually, my answer is C. And I'll show you why. I have another hack too using the formula. So let me show you something. If I expand that out, that's going to be 5 over 13i plus 12 over 13j. And if it's correct, its magnitude supposed to be equal to 1. So let's verify that with the calculator. So if I want to find the magnitude, it's going to be 5 over 13 squared plus 12 over 13 squared. So I want somebody to plug that into the calculator. And if it's the correct answer, its magnitude should be 1 because the magnitude of all unit vectors is 1.
Yes, sir, is 1.
So that's the answer. Let me show you the other hack. So b squared, I'm just doing it here for proof. Yeah, wait. What? Oh, I'm supposed to be 13 over here. What do you? Yeah. This will be 13. Right, so you see, it has a magnitude of 1, so that's the correct answer. Why? Because they ask us to find a unit vector. A unit vector has a magnitude of 1. Now, if you want to find the unit vector of something, it's given by this formula. So the unit vector is a top hat, and it's given by 1 over the magnitude of the vector multiplied by the vector. So by vector A. So if we find the magnitude of vector A, it's going to be the square root of 5 squared plus 12 squared. And when you find the square root of that, what are you getting? When you find the square root of 5 squared plus 12 squared, you should get 13, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I got that.
Yeah, so this is the other method. This is like the full working method. But even still, right? If all you remember the formula for unit vector, you would see it's 1 over the magnitude. So 1 over, which is the only option that has 1 over? C, right? So C has to be the answer. And no matter how you do it, C would be the answer. Are you okay with this? I take it that everybody okay. And if you forget, just find the magnitude of all the options. You don't need a calculator to see that the magnitude here wouldn't be 1. It's either between C or D. So, Kamaria, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand.
All right, here on. I stop hearing from you. What's going on?
Yes, sir. Just giving everybody a chance to answer.
I see. Question 21. The position vector of the point P relative to an origin O is given as P5i plus 2j, and the position vector of Q relative to an origin O is given as Q is equal to minus 4i plus 10j. If it's a position vector, it starts at the origin. That's why they're talking about the origin so much. So they want me to figure out if it's parallel, perpendicular. Here what, guys? For most of these questions, the answer will be perpendicular. But all they know how to prove that, right? If something is perpendicular, the dot product will be equal to what? If something is perpendicular, what is the dot product equal to?
0.
0. And to do the dot product, you're going to multiply the horizontal component. We're going to multiply that, and then you're going to add it to the product of the vertical component. So to find the dot product, I'm just going to say minus 4 by 5, and I'm going to add that to 10 by 2. What is minus 4 by 5?
So where you get 10 from? Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Right, because we're trying to find the angle between vector P and vector Q. So we're looking at P and Q. So the horizontal component for the vectors is 5 for P and minus 4 for Q. And the vertical components, is the Y, is 2 and 10. 2 and 10. So you understand everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so minus 4 by 5 is minus 20, and 10 by 2 is plus 20. What is minus 20 plus 20?
0.
So since the dot product is 0, it's perpendicular. Right. 22.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Okay, this is a nice question. I'm not even gonna lie. This was a nice question. If cos 2x is equal to 1 minus 2s squared, then sin x would be equal to, guys, if all you're feeling cooked, if all you don't have no, let me hear, any of you know how to answer this question without using ChatGPT or anything? Like, all you know how to answer this? Or all you feeling cooked? Let me know.
Nah.
Okay, let me show you, right? So, anytime all you see double angles, all you should probably write what the double angle is. So, cos 2x, if I recall, isn't cos 2x sine squared x minus cos squared x? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so all I did was I replaced the cos 2x for sine squared x minus cos squared x. And that's going to be equal to 1 minus 2s squared. Okay. So here's the next step. We want to find for sine x. So do you think we should have cos in our equation? Should cos be there?
No, sir.
So no, we should probably recall. So we're going to recall that, remember, from the main identity, sine squared x plus cos squared x is equal to 1. So what would cos squared x be equal to? Cos squared x is what? Oh,
1 minus sine squared.
yeah, 1 minus
1
sine.
minus sine squared.
Cool. And so I'm going to make that substitution here. You have to put it in brackets because it's a binomial term. Right? Cos squared x is 1 minus sine squared x was a binomial term. I need to put it in brackets. Sine squared x, and I'm going to put that equal to 1 minus 2s squared. Okay. Let's move on. So I'm going to expand now. Minus by 1 is minus 1. Minus by minus sine squared x is plus sine squared x. And that's going to be equal to 1 minus 2s squared. Don't worry, guys, you get the answer. On the left-hand side, you are seeing sine squared x 2 times. So I could write that as 2 sine squared x minus 1 is equal to 1 minus 2s squared. I want to find for sine x, so I need to make sine x the subject of the formula. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to move across the minus 1. Right, so, and that's going to be 2 minus 2s squared. Wait, let me just check something real quick. Sine squared x minus cos squared x is equal to 1 minus 2s squared, right? Okay, that looking correct. Yeah, that looking correct. Wait, I don't know if anybody spots it, right? But I make a mistake here. What is the double angle for cos 2x? It's not sine squared x minus cos squared x, you know. It's actually cos squared x minus sine squared x. Anybody see that? Oh, you know what I'm talking about? The double angle for cos 2x?
Nah.
No, sir.
You don't know the double angle for cos 2x?
No.
Nah.
Nah, okay, well. Yeah, I make a mistake. Let me just fix it. Yeah, the double angle identity for cos 2x is actually supposed to be cos squared x minus sine squared x. My bad, guys. I apologize. And that'll be equal to 1 minus 2s squared, right? Yeah, let me continue. So it's the same process. I just mix up the sine and the cos. So cos squared x is 1 minus sine squared x. So I'm going to write 1 minus sine squared x minus sine squared x. And that is equal to 1 minus 2s squared. Okay. We have 2 negative sine squared x's. So that's going to be 1 minus 2 sine squared x. And that's going to be equal to 1 minus 2s squared. So, come on, Maria, let's find for sine. If I want to find for sine, what do you think is the next step?
So you could move the 1.
Yeah. If I do that, minus 2 sine squared x, that's going to be equal. So, and that 1, when I move it across, and I go on to minus 1.
Yeah.
So, we had a positive 1 on the right-hand side. So, what's negative 1 plus 1?
0.
Yeah, so where's the only thing we end up with on the right-hand side?
Minus 2s squared.
So, I have negative 2 sine squared x. I want to find for 1 sine squared x first. So, I would have to
So you will carry over the minus 2.
I would divide both sides by minus 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if I do that, I would end up with sine squared x is equal to what?
Minus 2 over the minus 2, which will just give you the s squared.
Yeah. And so I think I could see it now. And if I want to find for sine x, I would have to do what on both sides? Since I have sine squared x.
Square rooted.
Right. So I would find the square root on both sides. And so the square root of sine squared x is just sine x. And what is the square root of s squared?
Just s.
So what's my answer?
A.
Is my answer. Tricky question. Yeah. Sorry for mixing
So
up.
it's long for multiple choice.
No, it's only long because I I don't know why I say cos 2x was sine squared x minus cos squared x. But I get through it like instantly. Yeah, I don't know why I do that. Sorry about that. Are you understand how we do it though?
Yes, sir.
Okay, word. Hey, gun. You ever see this question in your life?
Something so.
All right. So for those who are good in hard maths, or I feel like I could have figure this out if they bring it in our paper too. Let me know, guys.
No.
For those who are good in hard maths, I get through this. This would have come in trigonometry section as a proof or something.
So I think it's a little manageable.
I think so too, right? I think so too. Once you remember what a double angle identity is. Cool. Let's continue. Oh, again, everybody with a Casio, or they could figure this out without doing any working. Without doing any working at all. If you don't have a Casio, I can show that trick still. But yeah. So in our Casio, I want to make sure our calculator is in radians. Is in radians, right? Or if you wanted, you could convert the radians to degrees. What I want to do, I want to convert our calculator to radians, or just convert the radians to degrees.
So you can just pay it in radians.
Okay. If I wanted to convert it to degrees, I could have just say 5 by 180 over 12, which is 75 degrees, and could I just put cos 75? But that's fine. So make sure your calculator is in radians mode, please. And you're going to put in cos 5 pi all over 12. And you should get, okay, this is now again on my calculator. When I plug it in my Casio, I'm getting root 6 minus root 2 over 4. Are you all getting that? When you plug it into your Casio, are you all getting root 6 minus root 2 over 4?
Yes, sir.
So which answer is that? Basically,
That'll be A.
that'll be A, right? Because you just basically taking the fraction and pulling it out.
So how are you getting that by chance?
You have a Casio, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Your calculator on radians mode.
Yeah.
Right. You put in cos 5 pi over 12.
Mm-hmm.
Again, as the answer.
Again, a very long decimal.
Press S to D. Press the S to D button.
Yeah, I'm clicking it, but literally not switching.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, Cassie, you're not so reliable after all. Send me a picture where you plug in the calculator. Well, here what Akira and everybody cover sharp. I didn't even have any glimpse of hope. Because, yeah. I mean, actually, you do. I'm going to show you a trick. I'm going to show you a trick, don't worry. I'm going to show you a trick. Have plenty of tricks for hard maths. Yeah, guys, so just send a picture fast. So if I'm not getting root 6 minus root 2 over 4, send a picture of what I'm plugging in on the paper one chat. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. It seems like you do everything correct. You're just not getting it. Eh, Sorry, guys. Well, I was sure really long working, right? I was sure really long with it. But yeah, for those who have the cash, so you want to working out, that's good. That's great. That's great. So I just leave this to the side. Now here what? I don't like working in radians. So I would much rather put this thing here in degrees. So 5 pi over 12. If I want to convert that to degrees, that's just 5 by 180 over 12. And what is that in degrees? What would that be? Anybody? 5 by 180 over
900.
Over 12, eh? Over 12.
Yeah.
80 over
Yeah.
12. When I do it, I get in 75. So, here what? We want to find for cos 75. That is the plan. Now, to find for cos 75, we're looking at the compound angle formula. So we're looking at this formula over here. We're looking at cos A plus B. Remember, cos A plus B is equal to cos A cos B minus sin A sin B. And so in this case, we have to figure out what simple angles we can add to get 75. So guys, tell me an example of two normal angles you could add to get 75, like some nice angles.
30 and 45.
Right? 30 and 45, yes. So that's going to be cos 30, cos 45, minus sin 30, sin 45. Yeah, so we'll just plug that into the Casio. The Casio should work this out, hopefully. Should work it out. And give it the exact form. So let's work it in parts. I want to
So it's the same form, sir.
Yeah, what? Put cos 30, cos 45. Cos 30, cos 45. When you put cos 30, cos 45, what are you getting?
Still decimal 0.61 to long decimal.
Okay, here what? Put cos 30. Put cos 30. You calculate it in degrees, right? Degrees or radians?
Degrees right now.
Okay, good. Put cos 30. Cos 30.
Same decimals.
Okay, press S to D. See if it works.
Same thing.
Oh, shucks.
Say that's switching.
Oh, shucks. Well. This is the full work in here. I'm not sure what's wrong with Casio, but it's supposed to work out. If you put cos, but don't worry, I will show you another method. I have plenty methods. I will show you another method. Since it's a problem everybody facing. But when you plug this in, you're supposed to get root 6 over 4. And for sin 30, sin 45, you're supposed to get. I had to talk to the Casio people who's made Casio, I'll buff them up. I will say, wow. Right? So yeah, this is how you're supposed to get the answer. Okay, well, since nobody getting through, most Casio people not getting through, let me show you what they could do, right? So Kamaria, I want you to plug cos 75 or cos 5 pi over 12 into your calculator, right?
So leave it in degrees.
What you prefer, degrees or radians? Which is easier?
Degrees.
Right, so you can put cos 75 in your calculator, put cos 75 in your calculator and record way again. You should be getting 0.26, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here what's Kamaria. In all of these expressions, it's supposed to give you the exact same thing as 0.26 if it's correct. Because you understand, they're asking us to figure out what cos 5 pi over 12 is. And we know it's equal to 0.26. So my correct answer will give me 0.26. So we said that the answer, right? That's what we said the answer was. In your calculator, I want you to put a quarter, open bracket, root 6 minus root 2, and tell me what you're getting. So for those who have a sharp, this is what you're going to do for me. So for everybody who have a sharp, I would advise, you know what, convert the radians to degrees. But if you know how to go on radians more than in the sharp, that's okay. You can work in 5 pi over 12. But if you want to work in degrees, convert it, put your sharp in degrees, put cos 75. So you're going to put cos 75 in the calculator. I want somebody with a sharp to talk to me. When you put cos 75, can you verify you're getting 0.26? Yes or no?
Cos what?
You put in cos 75. Cos 75.
And where is supposed to get?
0.26.
So when I
Yeah.
type in A, it just gave me it back as the square root of 6 minus 2 over 4.
Press S to D.
Okay, yeah, I get.
So again, it's same 0.26, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what you can do without any working. You understand? Because all the other options wouldn't
Yeah.
give 0.26.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you know that hack before?
No.
Well, you can do this for any question. Any question where they're writing this in a different form, you could pick a value or you could find a value, store it, and see which option is giving you the same value. Right. So, Kida, you get any 0.26, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is what we're to do. You're checking to see which option would give you 0.26. So we're seeing A. Now I know it's kind of hard to put in fractions on the sharp. So a quarter, and that quarter is the same thing as 0.25.
Yes, sir.
So you could write 0.25, and then you could open up your brackets. You could put the square root of 6. Then you're going to minus root 2, close bracket, and if the answer is correct, I'm supposed to get back 0.26. So plug that in for me and let me know if you're getting the correct answer. Let me know if you're getting 0.26. So this is what it's going to be like. So 0.
Yes, sir.
Right. So Akira and everybody else are watching. What I'm saying is, if it's the correct answer, it should give me the exact same thing as cos 5 pi over 12, which is 0.26. That's what I'm saying. And so the correct option is supposed to give you 0.26. So let me move on. All right, 24. 24 is a cool question. Here on, let me do question 24. So they say that the area of the semicircle is 32 pi. What is the length of the arc connecting points A and B? All right, so here on. What do you think is the first thing I should find for here?
Oh, yes, sir.
What do you think is the first thing I should find for here?
You should find the area of the arc first.
The area of the arc. Arc is
No,
a
not the arc. Sorry, my bad.
no, but
I
I
mean the
give it the area.
no, I mean like you could find like a easier value to work with.
Yeah, and I heard I want to hit. So they give us the area, right? And we know, okay, so before we move on, what kind of shape is this?
There's a semicircle,
Because it's a semicircle, that means the angle is going to be what?
180 degrees.
Right. But when we're using the formulas for length of arc and area of sector, we need to work in terms of pi, radians. So 180 degrees is the same thing as what? That's how much
Pi.
pi. So we know the angle. What's the one thing we don't know?
We do know the radius.
Right, so we can find the radius. Remember, area of a sector A is equal to a half r squared theta. And the area they gave us was 32 pi. So 32 pi is going to be equal to a half of r squared theta. And theta is pi. We know that the angle is pi because it's a semicircle. And a semicircle has 180 degrees, which is pi. Cool. The next thing you're going to do is I would multiply both sides by 2 to get rid of the fraction. So that would give me 64 pi is equal to pi r squared. Then I'm going to flip it. So I'm going to write pi r squared so I can see it better. Pi r squared is equal to 64 pi. And so here we're trying to find for r, right? Yes or no?
Yes, you're trying to find for r.
So what do you think I should do next? I have pi r squared is equal to 64 pi. I want to
So we
find,
should say r squared is equal to 64 pi over pi. And
right?
then we find the square root of that for r.
Here going to use our odd maths boss, boy. I don't know you were so good in odd maths. Okay.
Don't underestimate.
No, because of the physics now. Yeah.
So that was our off time. I was sleepy that day.
Okay. So r squared would be equal to 64. And so r, if you find the square root of 64 is just 8. So r is 8. Cool. We good. Nice. So now that we have r, we could find the length of the arc. And yes or no?
Yes, we could.
Right. I'm trying to do a miracle by fitting in all of this in one page. Like a little space provided. So
Now we say 8 plus 8 is 16.
wait, what?
No, sir. No, I just thought.
What?
Let's continue.
Wait, no. Remember, length of arc is r theta. So the length of the arc is going to be r by theta. And theta is pi. So the answer is 8 pi. So the answer is B.
8 pi, yes, sir.
Kagan, you had more hopes going up and then oh yeah. Don't worry. I just do that too. I just sound smart and then I just say something stupid and I just look stupid. But I'm not stupid, I'm smart. Feel that's what's happening to you. Right? So Kamaria, you understand? Akida, you understand? Well,
Yes, I understand.
Kamaria,
Yes, sir.
you do real good at maths in school.
I wouldn't, I wouldn't say real good, but decent.
Decent? Okay. And Akida, glad to hear you understand. I'm gonna
So,
check my students here. Wait, Aliyah, Amy, Kiara, Kirsten, Javon, any other here? Drop something in the chat if you're feeling shy and let's have a good bit of people. Wait, boy, that's crazy. Yeah, somebody was saying something.
yeah, so what's the equation for length of an arc again?
Length of an arc is r theta. So r is the radius multiplied by the angle in radians. So the radius, we found the radius to be 8, and we know that's a semicircle, so the angle is pi. So L is equal to 8 pi. So that was the answer, 8 pi. Right, 25. The graph shown above represents the function that looking like cos 2x. Yeah, that's cos 2x. Kamaria, you're probably wondering, well, how this man know it's cos 2x? You see now it's cos 2x? I mean, let's suppose
No.
because this coming on the exam and for paper 2. This coming. Yeah.
So
Sign.
if I tell you that question, get my trouble, how you would feel?
I wouldn't be against it. I would understand. If I was in on his shoes, I would have figured it out because I know how to manipulate things with my calculator. But if you don't know, you might have been in a tough predicament. You know, you could have used a calculator to get through that entire question, that entire trick question, like the sketching question. You could have used a calculator to figure out all the points and sketch a graph.
Yes, sir. That's what I did for that question.
See,
Can
yeah,
you show me how?
that is the thing. That's the thing. Yeah, you could have in hard maths paper too. For the cos 2x graph and the sin 2x, you gotta figure out points using a calculator and sketch the graph. You gotta do that. Yeah. All right. So, Kamaria, under normal circumstances, this is what the cos graphs look like, right? This is what the cos graphs look like. This is 0, and this is 2 pi or 360 degrees. So, Kamaria, yes or no? You understand this? This is what the regular cos graph would look like.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, anytime you have an angle multiplier, it increases the amount of oscillations. Why is that? Because Kamaria, if it's 2x and any angle I put in here gonna be multiplied by 2,
Yes, sir.
so hence the normal cos graph takes 360 degrees to make one full oscillation. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if I have 2x, what's the value of x I would need to make a full oscillation?
180.
Right. So if you have a graph of cos 2x, this is the way it would look like from 0 to 360. You would have one here, then we have another one here. You understand? This is what's cos
Yes, sir.
from 0 to 2 pi. So watch. In the question, it was going from 0 to pi, and we saw a complete oscillation. So it had to be cos 2x because it completed a full oscillation in half as a regular cos graph. Because the regular cos graph would need 360 or 2 pi to make a full oscillation. But this one make the full oscillation from 0 to pi. So it had to be 2x. You know, you understand?
So I understand a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you understand that the regular cos graph it would need 360 degrees to make a full oscillation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the cos 2x graph, it would need half of that to make a full revolution. Why? Because if you put in pi, it's gonna multiply pi by 2. So it's gonna be 2 pi. So you're gonna come like if it's 360.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I move on. Right, the trigonometrical expression is identical to, let me solve this fast. Now we have a hack for this, I have a hack for this where you don't even have to solve it. Or you want me to show you?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
All right, so I want it to tell me a value for x, a nice value for x. Give me a nice value for x.
So say that over.
Give me a nice value for x. A normal angle now,
Let's see.
30. Okay, here we're going to do for me, right? You're going to put 30 into this expression, and you're going to store the answer here. That's what you're going to do. So, do that for me. So, anyway, you see x, just replace it with 30. And since we're working with degrees, make sure your calculator is in degrees. So, this is how the trick does go. So, your first step, you're going to choose a value. And so, that's going to be sine 30 all over 1 minus cos 30. Right? Let me convert this to degrees, right? Then that's going to be plus sine 30 all over 1 plus cos 30. You should get 4. Yes or no?
Yes, sir, I got 4.
Okay. So the output is 4. So here what? When x is 30, y is equal to 4. You're confused about the y, or you understand that when you plug something into a function, you just get y.
No, yes, sir, I understand that.
So if my answer is correct, when I plug in 30, I'm supposed to get what?
4.
Yeah, and you get your answer immediately. Immediately. So let me start off, right? So 2 sine 30. Where's 2 sine 30? That wrong. Because I plug back 4.
It gave you 1.
So that wrong one time. I tried 2 tan. 2,
It's wrong.
okay. Tan squared x probably wrong. Let me see. So that'll be tan 30 squared. That wrong.
Because you, yeah. So
Let
the
me
only answer is D one.
let me check that out. So that's gonna be 2 all over sine 30. Ah, that's my answer.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you know what you did. You know that did you know you could do this before?
Nah, but that's actually a real smart way to look it out.
Yeah, I know, right? Because they're asking you which trigonometrical expression is the same. So when I put in a value, it's supposed to give me the same output if it's the same expression.
Understood.
Yeah. If all they mind blown, drop a 1 in the chat. If all they know, if all they didn't know, they could I do this? Pass 0. It's like a real cool hack.
So just say it over again quick, please. So just lock it in.
Okay, Hagan. So how the hack does work, right? You want to pick a nice value to plug in into the expression. So with a nice value, a nice angle.
25.
No, 25, how 25, 9, 30. We're talking about like 30, 60, 90, 45.
Oh, 30. Yeah.
And so what you're going to do is you're going to plug it in into this expression and see what value you're getting. So I'm going to say sine, anyway, you see x, you're going to write 30. Sine 30, 1 minus cos 30. Okay. I'm teaching already industry secrets here. And now we sine 30. So here, you understand, I just putting in 30 into the function.
Yeah.
And what I get from a value?
4.
Right. So whichever answer is correct, when I put 30, what am I supposed to get? For whichever answer is correct, when I put 30 in, what am I supposed to get out?
To get 4.
I need to get 4. So let me try option D. When I try option D, it's going to be 2 over sine 30. What do I get?
4.
Yeah. And all I could do this,
That's real nice.
all I could do this for any trigonometric proof in multiple choice. I know, it's actually insane. So let me show you the full working. For those who didn't understand that, you can run through it fast. Don't worry, I know we're taking long, but like as we keep doing papers, we're just gonna accelerate. And since we're taking way time with these questions, all you should be able to solve I'll go bit of the questions later on. Right, so I'll speed run on this. If I want to find the LCM, it's going to be 1 minus cos x by 1 plus cos x. And immediately I see that that's going to be sine squared x. Why? Because it's a difference of two squares, and it's going to turn into 1 minus cos squared x, which is sine squared x. So hold that thought. Right, so 1 minus cos x into this would leave you with 1 plus cos x. So that's going to be sine x by 1 plus cos x. On top is going to be 1 plus cos x into that would be 1. It will be sine x by 1 minus cos x. Come on, you see how much thing you're saving on when you do that trick? You see how much time you're saving?
Yes, sir.
Like, oh my God, who gonna do all of this? Right? And then if you expand it, you will get sine x plus sine x cos x plus sine x, oh my God, minus sine x cos x. And like I said, the whole denominator, that go on to into 1 minus cos squared x, which we know is sine squared x. So on top, the sine x cos x and the minus sine x cos x are going to cancel off. This is what I mean. So we have sine x plus sine x plus sine x is 2 sine x. And in the bottom, 1 minus cos squared x is sine squared x. So if you have a sine x on top, it would cancel off with 1 in the bottom. So that's how I get 2 all over sine x. So that's the full working. For those who didn't understand the hack. So D is the answer. Yeah. All right, I'm going to move on. 27. This is a lie. I don't know who put this, but that's a lie. It's a lie. It is actually a valid question. So, Kamaria, and okay, any other here like odd maths? Like, are they actually like odd maths?
So when I now start to do advanced, I'd like it, but yeah.
Oh, so kind of like 50-50 now.
Yes, sir. It's tricky.
Okay. By chance, does anybody know about complementary angles?
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you something, and I'm going to blow their mind. Have you ever wonder why sine 45 is the same thing as cos 45? Well, if you didn't know now, you know, right? Sine 45 is root 2 over 2, and cos 45 is root 2 over 2. You all know Kamaria, that's true?
This is the first time I hear about this.
Okay, here what? If you don't believe me, in a calculator, go put a way to put sine 45. What are you getting for sine 45?
0.71.
Okay, hold that thought. Then a way to put cos 45. What are you getting for cos 45?
0.71.
Right, you're getting the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how the badness, let's go watch. Once the angles adding up to 90, you're gonna be equal. So you could try sine 60, and that's supposed to be equal to cos 30 because the angles adding up to 90. Once it's adding up to 90, it will be the same. And if you don't believe me, check it out. In a calculator, put sine 60. Sine 60 is 0.86. And a way to put cos 30 now, and cos 30 is the same thing. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So once the angles adding up to 90, sine and cos going to be equal. That's how it is go.
Okay. That makes sense.
Right. That's what complementary angles is about. So how are we going to apply it in this question? So they're saying if sine 90 minus x is equal to cos x, then the value of x is... Okay. So here what? Come on, yeah. I'm trying to figure out what value could I plug in for x here so that when I work it out, the angle here and the angle here will add up to 90. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So
I would say B.
I would say B as well. B is definitely the answer. Why? Watch, right? Check it
Because
out.
90 minus 45 is give 45.
Yes. And we know that 90 minus 45 is 45. And we know that sine 45 is equal to cos 45 because they add up to 90 and they are complementary angles.
Mm-hmm.
Badness, right?
So actually, I wish I had known this before. I'm not even gonna lie.
Like it would have saved you plenty time with memorizing.
Yeah.
Like, okay, if you know what sine 30 is, you automatically know what cos 60 is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? And the other way you could have done it, you could have said, well, okay, here what? If if it's complementary, then we know that sine 45 will be equal to cos 45. So another way you could have do it, you could have say this equal to this. And if you do that, you'll end up with 90 minus x is equal to x. If you move across the minus x, you'll get 90 is equal to 2x. And so x is equal to 45. See it?
Yes, sir.
Right, and if anybody don't believe me, or they can check it for themselves. In our calculator, go put sine 45 and check what you're getting when you put cos 45. It will be the same thing. Same thing. So that's correct. 28. Right. So this over here is an example of compound angles. And this over here is an example of, okay, so this is sine A. This could be sine A cos B minus cos A sine B. And which compound angle formula is this? Well, this compound angle formula is actually equal to sine A minus B. And if that is the case, if we compare, what do you all think A would be and what do you all think B would be? What is A? If we
A
compare,
is 50,
A is 50 and B is
40.
right. So then, since it's the compound angle for sine A minus B, we could say 50 minus 40, and where's my answer?
10.
Right, so my answer is A. Consequently, if you didn't know this, let me show you how they can get the answer. Watch. If you wanted to get the answer, this is all you had to do. Right? Watch. So look how we're going to do, right? You're going to plug this into your calculator and store the value. So you're going to say sine 50 by cos 40, right? Minus cos 50 sine 40, right? And you're gonna keep in mind the answer you're getting. Spherical brackets here. It don't matter. Okay. So yeah, Kamaria, this trick is related to the other trick I just now showed you. So when you put sine 50 cos 40 minus cos 50 sine 40 into the calculator, you're getting a value, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we store in that value. So the value again is 0.173.
Mm-hmm.
So whichever option is correct, it should give us what?
0.173.
Right. Watch. Bam. Badness. Correct. 0.173. Immediately we get the answer. So, hopefully let's seeing that you're not that cooked. That's so much ways you can figure out the answer. So much ways. You're really not that cooked. And anyways, I'll go and memorize it anyways. Right? The whole reason I'm doing this is so that I can see the process and I can know for a fact that the answers are correct. So when you use these answers are the 100% correct answers. You don't have to second guess if the answer correct. Because you see how we come up with it. Right? So here, go on, help me with question 29. So the size of angle x measured in radians is, so here, go on, what kind of shape we have here?
That's a triangle. And we know that all angles in a triangle must be equal to 180 degrees.
What is looking like? Wait. What does that look like? You see it?
Well, no, Phileas.
Yeah, are you not seeing it?
Oh, yeah, we've seen it.
Right, so I try.
Wait, is he platypus or
What?
the two?
No, that's Phineas. That's the one with the orange hair.
Here is the platypus.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, so a triangle add up to 180, and so we have 100 and we have 60. So that means that this angle will have to be 20 degrees, yes or no?
Yeah, that is 20 degrees. Sir.
Right. And so all I'm doing, watch. Watch this, guys. What we know pi is again? Pi is how much degrees?
180.
Right. So what I want all to do, like calculator, go through the options and see which one giving you 20 degrees. That's all I'm going to do.
This
Which is?
Is B, sir. B.
Right? Because if you put 180,
So,
yeah, tell me.
does it change anything if they ask measured in radians?
Well, it measured in radians, right? So I'll show you a trick here. I'll show you a trick. So Kamaria, the angle in degrees is 20 degrees, right?
Yeah.
So you understand when we convert the options to degrees, we're looking for the one that given us 20. So
Oh, okay, right.
option B, we know that pi is 180, so 180 over 9 is,
20.
20.
and so that had to be the correct answer.
Mm-hmm.
I know all the illegal tricks, you know. I know all the illegal tricks. Most of the stuff I never used to solve. I just used to, because I understand it so well, I just used to use the tricks. I still do that. I do solve it. But for those of you who want to see the proper method, watch. So we know that 180 degrees is equal to pi. So 1 degree, I would have to divide by 180 on both sides. So 1 degree is equal to pi all over 180. And so if I want to find for 20 degrees, I would multiply both sides by 20. And so that's going to be pi over 180 by 20. And when you do that, you'll see that 2 into 2 is 1, 2 into 18 is 9, you get pi over 9. Simple. Let's move on. Question 30 is a tricky one, but Kamaria, it's related to the previous example we just did. Remember this question? Remember this?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, keep that in mind, right? So it says that sine 90. So sine 90 minus x is equal to cos x. I want you to keep that in the back of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Because this question not easy. It's a kind of hard question. I mean, you could just do the compound angle formula, but you'd have to do it a lot of times. This kind of saves you some time. So, guys, nth pi over 2 is not 90. Yeah or no?
Say out over pi over 2 is not 90.
No, I said, isn't pi over 2 90?
Yeah, it is. That was other countries.
Isn't it not 90? As what I said, isn't it not 90? Oh, I realize my
But
contradiction.
isn't it?
Is
Isn't it 90?
realize my contradiction. I realize my contradiction. My bad, gang, my bad. Yeah, so pi over 2 is 90, right? And so
Right.
this whole thing, we can replace our whole thing for what? We know that whole thing gonna be.
A sine 90. Sine 90 minus the x.
Right. You think one step ahead. What is sine 90 minus x? What is it equal?
What? Cos 45.
No, cos x.
Oh, right. Sorry.
And so where's my answer immediately? Where's the only option when cos x is the first one?
See?
C. Yeah, that easy. You see, right? Sine
Yeah.
minus x. We know just from the previous question we just did, we know that that is also equal to cos x. And so this whole thing is going to be cos x. So I'm looking for the option where cos x is the term in front. And if you wanted to complete the question, let me just complete it fast. So you had to use compound angle formulas. And so that'll be cos A cos B minus sine A sine B. And so that's going to be cos x cos pi over 2 minus sine x sine pi over 2. Over here, I think, so cos pi over 2, I believe that's 0. So 0 by cos x is 0. And then that's going to be sine pi over 2. Sine pi over 2 is 1, right? And so you're going to end up with minus sine x. Right? So this whole expression over here, that whole thing there is going to turn to minus sine x. So, Kamari, I see that the answer would be C, right? They completed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you want to know another trick you could have do? What you could have do is you could have pick a nice value for x, a nice value for x. You could have plug it in here, store the value, and go through the options to see which one would give you the same value. You understand what I say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so guys, if all I wanted and if I didn't want to do all of this working, like here gone, pick a value for x. I best show you trick one time. Here gone, pick a nice value.
40.
That's not a nice value. I'm talking about like standard values like 45, 60, 90, 180, 360, 270.
45.
Okay. You want to use 45? So x is equal to 45. Yeah, what? Give me the answer in terms of radians, because like they're using radians on the inside. Like, let me just use pi, right? And we could just use pi here.
Yes, so you could use pi.
Right. So look what we're gonna do. We're gonna plug in pi into the expression above. That's what we're gonna do. So you're gonna put sine pi over 2. So a way to work it with, no? And you said x was pi, so wherever you see x, you're gonna put pi. Plus cos, again we say in x is pi, so pi plus pi over 2, okay. Right. Right, so here we again.
1, basically 1.
Wait, my calculator is not in radians.
Well, Mike, I'm going to get I almost finished my own here.
So say minus 1. Minus 1 is supposed to get minus 1. Yeah, and again, minus 1. So, Kamaria, if option C is correct, when I plug in pi, what's supposed to get?
Hold on, sir, 1 second.
So it's minus 1 in truth.
Right. So Hagon again, minus 1. Okay. Here's what to do for my Hagon. What's saying is, if the answer is correct, the answer you choose, where we choose is correct, what's supposed to happen? Wait, let me just fix this up. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Yeah. So Hagon, what's saying is, right? When x is pi, y is equal to minus 1. So you plug in pi, you get minus 1. So if the answer we selected is correct, when you put x is pi, what are you supposed to get?
Minus 1.
Yeah, the same thing as when you plug it in into this expression. So check it out. Check that, right? Let me try that. So that we cos pi minus sine pi. Wait again.
Minus 1.
Right. So everything making sense. Yeah. I'm gonna move on. So that's the trick. If you don't want to do no working, can I do that? Just pick a nice value for x, preferably in radians because they're using pi. Pick a calculator in radians, plug it in, store what value you're getting, put it to the side, and run through the options to see which one also giving you that same value. That's the hack. Let's move on. So we're moving on to differentiation. I know real plenty of all like differentiation. And I love differentiation.
Say it normal.
I was waiting to hear like people shooting man thing.
So differentiation is actually not hard, you know.
No, it's easy. I don't know why people let's say calculus hard. I don't know. It's easy. Because guys, watch, look how simple this is, right? In differentiation, all you're doing, you're taking the power, multiplying it by the number in front, and minusing 1 from the power. That's all. I know it's had different cases, but even the different cases are simple. So like 31. 31 is an example of chain rule, right? It's an example of chain rule. So we had to use the shorthand version of chain rule there. But I'm gonna show you how to do it without doing any working. I'm gonna show you how to do it in like Casio. But first, I'm gonna show you the working, right? So Kamaria, you understand that the square root is the same thing as to the power of half? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did they making sense? Nothing scaring you.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. And you realize I'm raising this thing here to a weird power, so I would have to use the chain rule. So how the chain rule does work? When you're doing it short, you remember the shorthand version?
So I don't know if the shorthand version is what I think about, but I know it has u dv dx plus v du dx or something like that.
No, you're talking about the product rule. We're talking about the chain rule.
Oh,
Is it?
sorry, sir.
For the chain rule, the shortcut is this. You're going to take the power, bring it in front, then you're going to differentiate the inside. If I differentiate the inside, what am I going to get?
It's just 5.
No, it's minus.
5.
So 5 is a constant. If you differentiate a constant, that's 0. So if I differentiate minus x, that's going to be minus 1. And then you're going to subtract 1 from the power. So if I subtract 1 from a half, it's negative a half. And so
Right.
the only answer I see with negative a half is D. So D had to be the answer. But let me continue. So this is going to be negative a half. And I have 5 minus x to the power negative a half. So what that means is I could write that. Basically, what that means is I could take it and send it to the bottom. And it will become positive. I don't know why you're not seeing the screen. Okay, seeing the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Right, so anytime you have a negative power, what that means is we can move it to the denominator for the power to become positive. So that negative, that 5 minus x, I'm going to move it to the bottom, and it's now going to become 5 minus x to the power a half. And so that's going to be negative 1 all over. And we know that to the power a half means square root. So that's going to be my answer. Yeah or no?
Okay. Yeah.
But here what? Let me just run on it through a couple examples of the shorthand chain rule. So let me just say we had this question here, right? So like 7 minus 9x to the power 8. So everybody, look at how we're going to do this, right? So Kamaria, anytime you have a high power or a weird power, like a half, you have to use chain rule. And a shorthand version of the chain rule, look how we're doing it. I'm going to say, so what's the power there? What's the power in this question? What's the power in this question?
8.
Right, so I'm going to take 8, I'm going to bring it in front, and if I differentiate inside, so okay, 7 is a number, so if I differentiate 7, it's going to be 0, minus 9x has an x in it, and anytime you differentiate something in the form ax, you just get e. So
Mm-hmm.
if I differentiate minus 9x, that's going to give me
9.
a
Well, minus 9.
right. And then I'm going to write back the brackets, and I'm just going to subtract 1 from the power. So my final answer is minus 72, and that's it. That's how you do, that's the shorthand version of chain rule. That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so when you're differentiating using the tuning, you're putting the power in front, then you're differentiating anything with the x, and then you're putting back the the you're putting back the y is equal to so, but you're minusing 1 from the power.
That's it. So let me give what I want to try.
Okay.
I want to try to do this one. So minus 2x plus 3. Try to differentiate that using a shorthand version of the chain rule. And I give you only 2 minutes. Send it on the chat, or you can unmute and you can tell my answer.
Okay, so that's
I don't bite, so don't be scared to unmute.
so would the answer be minus 8 by um no, wait, hold on. Yeah, minus 8 by minus 2x plus 3 raised to the power 3.
Yeah, that's all. That's literally it.
That's good.
So that's how you do the shorthand version of the chain rule. That's it. Cool. So I'm gonna move on. If you have any questions, ask it now. Like no. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to show you how to solve it using another calculator. Yeah. I think somebody with a sharp, it have any differentiation button on the sharp, like DDX.
Yes, say have differentiation on the sharp.
I just don't know how to do it. You know how to do it?
So I try it. It is weird, but it's manageable.
Okay.
I have 2 calculators.
Okay, well, I don't know how to do it on the sharp. If somebody knows how to do it on the sharp, send it. But I'm gonna show you how to do it on the Casio. So what you want to do is, if you're doing short, if you're doing the hack, you want to pick a value for x, any value for x. So we could probably pick 1.
Oh,
Once it's in
oh,
it, has to be in the domain. What do I mean by the domain? Well, look,
right. So it can be
it can't be,
okay.
it can't be what?
If you say the domain is 5 minus x, then it can be anything more than 5.
Yeah, it can't be anything more than 5. Because then you're gonna put a square root of a negative number. Yeah, so let me pick a number like 1. So what I want to let you do is go into a Casio calculator or Sharp, and you're gonna press Shift, integral button, and you should get this. You should be seeing this, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to hear from more people. Guys, I'm gonna follow here now.
Yes, sir, I see it.
So to get it, you're going to press Shift, integral sign. And you should be seeing this. Then you're going to plug in exactly what you're seeing there. So we're trying to differentiate the square root of 5 minus x. So you're going to put the square root sign. Then you're going to press 5 minus and x. And we decide to differentiate when x is equal to 1. Okay. So yeah, we get our answer. All right. Just confirm that all you get in that. Just confirm.
Minus 1/4, yeah.
Right. So here what? And that's minus 0.25. So whichever answer is the correct answer, when I plug x is equal to 1 into it, what's supposed to get?
Minus 0.25.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So try option D. So if we try option D, let's see what we'll get. So it's minus fraction 1 on top all over 2 square root 5 minus 1. Do we get it back?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's how you can solve a question without differentiating it actually. Use a calculator. So you have to choose a value.
Okay.
So you have to choose a value for x. You're going to differentiate it in the calculator by putting in a value for x. You're going to store that value to decide whether, and then you're going to plug in the value for x you use into the options and see which one giving you the same result. That's how you would do it. So yeah. All right. Let's move on to 32. The real phrases question stupid. At the 10-meter stopping point on a runway, an airplane is stationary before takeoff. If the airplane travels 120 meters from this point in 4 seconds, what is its speed at the point of takeoff? So they phrase the question real stupid. I did it the proper way, and if you do the proper way, you're gonna get 60, and it's not in the options. And that's like using the formulas for the motion formulas, like S is equal to a half U plus AT and those formulas, right? If you use those formulas, you're supposed to get 60. But what I think they want in this question, I think they just simply want the speed. So you travel 120 meters in 4 seconds, so that would be 120 over 4. But Rel phrase it stupid. Because if it takes off, when something start moving, it wouldn't reach the maximum speed or the average speed either. So the real phrase is kind of stupid. But this is what I think they mean. It traveled 120 meters in 4 seconds, so the speed would be distance over time. And so that should give you 30.
I think what might throw some people off is seeing the 10-meter stopping point.
But
But it shouldn't throw you off because it was stationary.
exactly. So at that point, it was stationary. The main thing you have to see here is that it travels 120.
120 in 4 seconds.
Right. So yeah, that's it. But the real phrases question is stupid, boy. Because what I see is they're asking you what is the speed at the point of takeoff. If you now take off, you're not gonna reach the average speed. Your speed is gonna build up. And it didn't give you any values for time either. If t is equal to 0, you wouldn't be moving, so your speed is 0. So it'd have to be some intermediate value for t. A real stupid question. So I want to let you just forget about it at the point of takeoff and just look at what is its speed, right? Everybody understand this? It traveled in
Yes, sir.
104 seconds. Anybody else? Kamari, I know you understand. Keegan, anybody else?
I understand, sir.
Anybody else?
Understand too.
Okay, nice. Let's move on. The gradient function dy dx of the curve y is equal to sine 2x squared plus 1 is, right, so all I could use the trick I showed earlier for this. So I wanted to pick a value for x. Pick a value for x.
10.
10. Okay, put all the calculators in degrees. It shouldn't matter what put it in degrees. And so in a calculator, you're going to put exactly what you're seeing in. So you're gonna press shift integral, and you're gonna put sine, and on the inside, you're gonna put 2x squared plus 1, close bracket, and you're gonna put x is 10. So we get into the 9.92. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right. So basically, whichever answer is correct, when I plug 10 into it, I'm supposed to get to the 9.92. Let me see if I get a gambling. Although I'm not condoning, I'm not promoting gambling, but let me see how lucky all is. So, Lucas, pick a value. Pick an option, A, B, C, or D. Okay, I'm not hearing Lucas. Hagan, pick an answer. A, B, C, or D.
So I pick C, sir.
C? Let me see if C is correct. So, if it's correct, when x is 10, it's supposed to give us to the 9.92. So, 1 all over 4 by 10. And that's going to be cos 2 by 10 squared plus 1. You think that's the correct answer?
No, sir.
So that's not correct.
That's not correct, because we're supposed to get back to the 9.92. Let me try B. That'll be cos 2 by 10 squared plus 1. That wrong? Wait, I have my calculators and radians. Bombo class. Wait. Let me check back, see real quick. Maybe C is the answer. And because I had it in nah, but I feel stupid. So careful all I had to be. So careful all I had to be. Even big me, I make some mistakes. So I had to be real careful. Let me try back option C. All I have all the calculator in degrees, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well it's still wrong. So B and C wrong.
So wait, sir. So wouldn't the 39.92 be wrong then? If your calculator was in radians?
My calculator wasn't radians when I do that. Okay, well yeah, I think it wasn't radians. Okay, then the answer suppose
Oh, wait.
based on the condition.
Wait, sir.
Well, let me check that back, right? Let me check that back one more time. Let me see what went on. So let me do it in degrees, right? So that'll be sine. That's gonna be sine 2, 10 squared plus 1. Yeah, the answer would be, well, if you're in degrees.
Wait, so I confused. It's not, you're not doing the differentiation for it?
Oh my, I feel it. Yes. What do you have? Forgive me. I think is he continuous lack of sleep.
Yes, sir.
I think so.
So when I do it, I get 40, so the answer might still be correct.
Okay, all right. Well, let me check that one. So that's gonna be 2. But thank you for catching that. Right. Wait, what? Again, 0 now.
So why you substitute D10 instead of paying X?
When you put X, your calculator is not going to solve it for you. Your calculator will not output the derivative in terms of X.
So I have d dx, and then in brackets 2x squared plus 1, and x is equal to 10, and I have 40.
Send my picture where you plug in.
Okay.
So when I put in my figures, it keeps saying error.
Send my picture where you plug in. Let me try it in my Casio. Maybe I should just show you the way to work the question on done. I will do that. Sometimes the tricks is work.
Oh, so the reason why I didn't put sign in front of the 2x.
Oh my. So if x is equal to 10, you're supposed to get 0. I just verified it with my Casio. So whichever option is correct, I'm supposed to get 0. So let me try option A. Option A will be 4 by 10 cos 2 10 squared.
So,
I feel we should just do the long working. So then the answer had to be D then. Let me see the answer.
sir, I don't know. I get a syntax error kind of thing.
Ready, jail. I feel best we just do the long way, yes? I will show you how to do the long way. This is an example of chain rule. Yeah, best we just do the long way. I will show you how to do the long way. Yeah, the trick kinda give in trouble here. All right.
Checking answer.
Let me give you a simple example, and then we're going to apply it for this particular question. So if we have something like y is equal to sine 5x, and I differentiate this, look at what's going to happen. So you're going to differentiate the inside, and you're going to put it outside. So if I differentiate 5x, it's going to be 5. If I differentiate sine, it's going to turn to cos, and I'm going to write back 5x. Does everybody understand this simple example? Yes or no? Maria, yes or no?
Sorry, say that over.
Do you understand this simple example?
Let's see.
Okay, so
Yeah. Yeah.
all right, so we're going to apply the same concept for this question. Nothing's changing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, for this one, best we just do the long way. It's not even hard. So what you're going to do is you're going to differentiate the inside and put it on the outside. So if you differentiate the inside, what are you going to get?
You get 2x.
No. If I differentiate 2x squared, what am I going to get?
4x.
4x, right? I'm going to get 4x.
Oh, right. Sorry, gotta multiply the 2 by the power.
Right? And I'm gonna differentiate sine, and that's going to be cos. And I'm going to write back what was inside. So what's my answer?
The answer is D.
D or E?
No, sorry, A.
Yeah, E is the answer. So yeah, guys, I wouldn't recommend using any trick for trigs. Just differentiate it. Just do the hard work. Right? So one more time. Anytime you have to differentiate something in this form, you have to use the chain rule, the shorthand version. Unless you want to do the long chain rule, which is fine, but that's going to take up time. So to do it, whatever you have on the inside, you're going to differentiate it. So when you're differentiating, you're taking the power, multiplying by the number in front, and then you're minusing 1 from the power. So that's how I got 4x in front. Then you're going to differentiate the trig function. You differentiate sine, you get cos, and you write back what was on the inside. So, come on, you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Here, gone, we good?
Yes, so we good.
Okay. Good. Right. Question 34. The point P11 lies on the curve y is equal to 3x minus 2. The gradient of the tangent at the point P is, okay, we could use our calculator entirely for this one. I promise it will work out. I promise. So to solve this, wouldn't you have to differentiate it and plug in x is equal to 1 into the y dx? Yes or no? So they're asking you, to figure out the gradient of the tangent at point P. So to find the gradient of the tangent, you would need to find the first derivative and plug in the value for x at the point. That's how you find the gradient of the tangent. So we can do that on the calculator. So in the calculator, I want you to follow along. So you're gonna get the differential on the calculator. To differentiate, you're gonna get the differential function, and you should be seeing d dx. X is equal to. Once you have that, you're gonna plug in the expression. So that's gonna be 3x minus 2 all over 2x minus 1. And for x, you're gonna plug in 1. And so where's the answer?
(0.99 recurring 1).
Supposed to get 1 exactly. Yes, so the answer is 1. Yeah. I'm gonna work it out the long way, like real fast. So this is an example of quotient rule. So that'll be v du dx minus u dv dx all over v squared. Right? So if v is 2x minus 1, then du dx. So I'm gonna work it out fast. So v is 2x minus 1. And so, well, du dx would be 3. U is 3x minus 2. And so dv dx will be 2 all over v squared. V squared will be 2x minus 1 squared. Right, so we're going to plug 1 into this expression. We're going to plug 1 into this. Why are we plugging in 1, Kamaria?
To verify if the answer correct.
No, that's not exactly what I wanted to hear. They give you a point P, right? I wanted to find.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Sorry.
So that is why we're using 1, because to find gradient
Right.
to find gradient of a curve at a point, you differentiate and you plug in that value for x at the point. So let's plug that in the calculator and verify that we get 1. It don't make sense to simplify because you just can't plug in anyways. So that'll be 2 by 1, right? Minus 1, close bracket, open bracket, 3, right? Minus, open bracket, 3 by 1, minus 2, close bracket, by 2, 2. Yeah, we get 1, right? So we can verify that we get 1. Right? So come on, I see that we get back 1. So when you plug it into the calculator, when you did the question using the calculator, I got 1. And when we differentiate normally, and you plug in 1, we're also getting 1. So 1 is the correct answer. So here, what you're going to do, you're going to work it out, or you're going to use a calculator.
So I'm just going to use the calculator.
Right. And to use the calculator one more time, you're going to press Shift Integral to get the differentiation function. And you're going to plug in exactly what you're seeing. So you're seeing 3x minus 2. So you're going to plug in that 3x minus 2 all over 2x minus 1. And you want to differentiate about x is equal to 1. And that's all you do. So hang on, that's it.
Understood.
35. The curve C has the equation y is equal to f of x. C has a stationary point at minus 1, 2. If the second derivative is equal to 6 over x to the power 4 plus 2, then minus 1, 2 is it? So remember, guys, if the second derivative is more than 0, that means at that point it's a maximum or minimum. If the second derivative is more than 0, maximum or minimum?
Minimum.
There's a minimum.
Right? And if the second derivative is less than 0, then it's a maximum. And if the second derivative is equal to 0, then it's a point of inflection. So all our points of inflection is a point where the gradient is changing. Like this is an example of a point of inflection. Yeah. So So this will be a point of inflection. This will be a maximum, and this will be a minimum. For those who don't know. So look at what we're going to do, right? They gave us the second derivative already. And so all you have to do is plug in the value for x and see where you're getting. So they're giving us a point, minus 1, 2. So x is minus 1. So it's going to be 6 all over, minus 1 to the power 4. Since it's an even power, we know we're going to get a positive number. So you should get 6 over 1, which is 6. 6 plus 2 is 8. So guys, since the second derivative is more than 0, this is our what?
A minimum point, sir.
Right. So my answer is, during a journey, there is a stage when a boy accelerates. The value of the acceleration is, so where did he accelerate? Did he accelerate over?
Mm.
Did he accelerate over here?
No, sir, decelerate.
Oh, I just checking. Yeah, just checking. So this is the region where he accelerated, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. So to find acceleration from a velocity time graph, you could just find gradient. Now we're going to show you something. I mean, it's the same thing as finding gradient, but in a simpler manner. And everybody know that acceleration is just a change in velocity over the time. Yes or no? Oh, you know that?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
we do.
Yes, sir.
Change in velocity. So what? Let's see what I want to do. It's basically the same thing as finding gradient, but simpler. Change in time. So it's a change in velocity over change in time. That's why acceleration is dv/dt, for those who wondering, because d means change. So watch. We need to find a change in velocity. So if he started off at a velocity of 10 and he reached a velocity of 20, what was the change in velocity?
10.
10. So I'm just going to say 10. And this was between the time period 4 and 8. So what was the change in time?
4.
Right, so 10 over 4 is 2.5 ms minus 2. That's it. And so they prefer this to find ingredient.
Yes, sir, it is, yeah.
I mean, this is basically, for those who don't know, this is what gradient is doing. This is what gradient is do. Gradient is just a change in y over a change in x. We do that. So the answer is B, 2.5 ms minus 2. If c is a constant, then the integral of 2x minus 5 to the power 3 is, okay, care what? Anytime we're integrating, you have to add 1 to the power. So any option that's 3 or doesn't have a power is automatically wrong. So this option is automatically wrong, and this option is automatically wrong. I know for a fact that my answer will be C. Let me explain why. Anytime you have something in the form ax plus b to the power n dx, when you integrate it, you get the answer looking like ax plus b to the power n plus 1 all over a by n plus 1 plus c. So, Hagan, can you see that this over here is in this form? Yes or no?
Yes, sir, I can see that.
Right? So we have 2x minus 5, we're to integrate that, right? And so if I use the rule, this would be equal to 2x minus 5. I would add 1 to the power, so that's 4. And then I would take the coefficient of x, which is 2, and I'd multiply it by 4, which is a new power. And so where's my answer?
C.
C. Yeah, Hagan, you understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So Hagan, give this question, I'll read from you.
If the derivative 4 over 1 fx dx equals 6, then the derivative 4 over 1 for fx dx plus 5 equals.
So let me show you how we're going to do this, right? So from the properties of integration, anytime you are adding, you can split it up into two smaller integrals. So we see this over here. I could write this. So tell me if I lose here, right? I could write that as 4 f of x dx plus the integral of 415 dx. Did I lose you? And by how bad did I lose you? If I did lose you.
Just keep explaining, I'll understand.
Okay, hang on. When we integrating, once it have a oh wait, I now realize the dx is by the f of x. I thought it was an instance where they was integrating this entire thing. So now this question a lot easier than it would seem. Yeah, this question real easy. So hang on, watch. We don't have to do all of that. So hang on. We have the integral of 414 f of x dx, and whatever we get for this, we add on 5. Understand?
Understand.
Okay, so what should we going to do? From the laws of integration, if you have a constant on the inside and you can pull it out.
You could.
So I have a 4 here, and that 4 is a constant.
Yes, it is.
And tell me, Hagan, what is this equal to? They gave it any question. What is this equal to?
6.
6, right? So that's going to be
6. Yeah.
You can watch. Let me highlight it.
Yeah, 6, sir.
Right? And so that's going to be 4 by 6 plus 5. And so your final answer is going to be 24 plus 5 is 29. Yeah.
See.
Now, guys, if they didn't put the dx over here and they put the dx after the 5, that'll be a little harder. And that's how you'd have had to attack it like how I attacked it at the start when I thought the dx was on the outside. But, Keegan, you see where the dx is? Look at where the dx is. So, this is an entire thing by itself, and then whatever you get for that, you're adding it 1 to 5. Understand?
Understand.
Right.
So I feel like this question would have catch me because I would have just add the 6 and the 5 because I would not see the 4 in front of the f of x at first.
Oh. Now you gotta be careful. So you understand how I pull out the 4, and so it's 4 by whatever this is. And we know that is 6. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. If c is a constant, then sine x plus 2 cos x is, guys, so if you integrate sine, you're gonna get negative cos, and if you integrate cos, you're gonna get positive sine. So the answer for this is gonna be, so it's gonna be minus cos x, right? Plus 2 sine x plus c. So where's my answer? Oh, waiting, guys, where's my answer?
B.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. A.
Easy answer, yeah, easy answer. Watch. When you integrate sine, you got negative cos x. When you integrate 2 cos x, you get 2 sine x. And if I want, I could write a positive term in front, so that'll be 2 sine x minus cos x. And so that's in the form of E. So easy answer. Question 40. The region R is enclosed by the x-axis. The curve y is equal to minus x squared plus 2, and the lines x is equal to 0 and x is equal to 1. The area of R would be, right, so anytime you want to find the area, you just have to do definite integration. So that's going to be 0, 1 minus x squared plus 2 dx. Now, all the calculator could work this out for you. So let me use the calculator. So you're going to press the integral sign, and this way you should be seeing yes or no. Are you seeing this?
Yes, sir.
Right. So on the inside, you're going to put minus x squared plus 2. And for the lower limit is always a smaller one, so that's 0. And the upper limit is 1. And when you press equal, you should get 5 over 3. It's somebody very.
So how you get the x by itself in your calculator?
It's when you're you're supposed to see just the x by the Right next to the integral.
Wait, Hagan, you have the fx99ex, right? That's the one with the silver
Yeah.
button.
Yeah.
Okay, so it should look exactly like what I have here on screen. So the x is over here. You see
Yeah, I seen.
in your calculator, you see it?
Yeah, I seen it. Okay, yes, I get it now.
Okay. You sure you get it?
Yeah, I got it. 5/3.
Right. So you're gonna press the integral button, right? And minus x squared. Okay, for those that have the model that I have, watch, let me show you how to get it. So I'm gonna explain it one more time. So if you want to get the integral button, it should be to the left instead. In this model, to get x, you need to press alpha, close bracket. I'm open up a pair of brackets first, right? So watch. Look how we're gonna do. To get the x, you're gonna press alpha, close bracket, and I'll square that, plus 2. My lower limit is 0, and my upper limit is 1. And yeah, 5/3. Are you all getting 5/3? Yes or no? Let me hear. Are you all getting 5/3? I'm not hearing anybody.
Yes, sir.
All right. Somebody named himself Lasagna. Should I call you Lasagna? Yeah, somebody have a username Lasagna. Right. Kamaria, you getting 5/3, right?
Yes, sir. I got 5/3.
Okay, wait. Let me just show you the full working now. Fast, fast. So the full working for this, all you have to do is just integrate it. So if I integrate minus x squared, what does that mean? That means I have to add 1 to the power. So that's going to turn to 3. And I'm going to divide by that new power. If I integrate 2, that's going to turn to 2x. I'm going to put the 1 here, the 0 here. I'm going to plug in 1 into this. Right, 2, 8. I'm going to plug in 1 into this. So that'll be 1 cube plus 2 by 1. And anytime you're integrating and the lower limit is 0, you're going to get 0 one time for when you plug it in for the other limit. And this is what I mean. Watch. Because when you integrate, you add x's. Check it out. So I'm going to end up with minus 0 cube over 3 plus 2 by 0. And Kamaria, you see what I'm talking about, right? When you integrate, whatever you had as a constant before, you're gonna add an x to it. And so all of the terms here have an x in it. And so when I plug in 0, and anything by 0 is 0,
Yes, sir.
so this whole bracket gone into 0. So I really just have to solve for the first bracket. And so that's going to be minus 1/3 plus 2. And that should give you 5/3. Just confirm that, guys. Because 2 is 6/6. And minus 1 plus 6 is 5.
Yes, sir.
Cool. I'm going to move on. There are 108 cards in a deck of Uno playing cards. Of these, 4 are wild. 4 are wild draw 4. And each of 4 colors, red, yellow, green, blue, is represented by 25 cards. If a player needs to select 1 card, what is the probability of not drawing a wild draw 4? All right. So, Kamaria, let me run through this question here fast. So, probability of not drawing a wild draw 4. So, in the whole deck of cards, how much wild draw 4s are there?
4.
4. So, if I want to get everything other than that, that would leave me with a sample space of how much?
104.
Right. So, it's going to be 104 over 108. Where's the answer?
Hold on.
Should get 26/20.
So you get,
Says
yeah, you got 26/27.
Nice. One advantage of using a box and whisker plot By the way, for those who forget what a box and whisker does look like, this is a box and whisker. So in a box and whisker, you just have your highest observation, your lowest observation. You have your Q1, Q2, and Q3.
So would it be D?
It would be D. That's like the only question that is asked when you have a box and whisker. It is asking, hey, it
If
positive.
it positively or negatively skewed.
Yeah. A is wrong because to find variance, you need to know the individual scores, and you can't figure out individual scores from a box and whisker. Right? You can't figure out all the data from a box and whisker. Like I tell earlier, from a box and whisker, all you could figure out the
It's the
lowest.
minimum, the maximum, the median, and the Q1 and Q2. I mean Q3.
Right. So ABC is wrong because if you don't have all the values, I think you need all the values to find average.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so D. 43. There are 120 students in a school's music club. The Venn diagram shows the probabilities that a randomly selected student plays the piano N or guitar G. Tell me, guys, what's the maximum sample space? Like, what's the maximum probability?
120.
No, 1. Well, I did ask you about sample space. Let me just fix what I said. What's the maximum probability? As a decimal, what's the maximum probability?
1.
1, right? 1 is the maximum probability. And 1 represents 100%. So, keep that in mind, right? So, they want me to figure out X. So, what do you think I should do if I want to find for X?
So you 1 and you say 1 and you minus N plus G and the intersect, and you'll get A, 0.1.
Right. Okay, you're gonna go and get a 1, boy. Go and get a 1.
Of course.
Right? Because 0.4, when you add these two, you're going to turn to 5. 0.4 plus 0.5 is 0.9. 1 minus 0.9 is 0.10. Right. Are you okay with that? Let's take it
Yes,
out.
sir.
Okay. Right. Question 44. What is the probability of N happening granted that G occurred? So this is the formula here for conditional probability. And the formula for conditional probability would look like the probability of N intersect G all over the probability at G. Right. And so what is the intersection, guys?
0.35.
0.35. And if I want to figure out the probability of G is going to be, after I add up all of this,
0.
after I add up these two. Understand, this 0.15 is G alone, and this is 0.35, but in the 0.35, it have N and G. So if I wanted to figure out G, like G, like, if I don't just want to figure out G alone, but everything in G, I would have to add. You understand?
Yes, sir. So the answer would be D.
Yeah, it would be D. Because 0.35 plus 0.15 is 0.50. So, yeah, would be 0.70. Yeah, everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Right. The tree diagram above shows the probability of events A and B occurring. Based on the diagram, the value of the probability of A happening granted that B occurred is, so to figure out that would be the probability of A intersect B all over the probability of B. Okay. So I need to figure out A intersect B all over the probability of B. All right. So guys, how much times do we have an intersection? A intersect B.
And looking like is that one?
So we have one here.
And then the next one at the bottom.
Right. I want you to understand, right? B intersect A and A intersect B means the exact same thing. So we have two branches that would give us A intersect B. So you have to be very careful. So to do the question, in a tree diagram, anytime you're going along a branch, you multiply. So in a tree diagram, anytime I see the word intersect, I want to either think and. So what are we going to do? So we have one over here. So A intersect B. We're talking about this branch over here. Let's look at this branch. That's going to be a third multiplied by. I said multiply by what?
2 thirds.
No. The probability of getting is a third, and after I get A, I want to figure out this probability of B. So after I get A, what's B? What does that look like? Is it 2/5 or 3/5?
3
You're looking at 3/5.
Yeah, it's 3/5. So multiply a third by 3/5, and it should get 3/15, right? Yes or no? All again, huh?
Yeah.
Yes,
Hold
sir.
on 1 second. 1/3.
And we had another instance, we got intersection, and that would have been along this branch. So the probability of getting
So wait.
and then A,
So you said a third multiplied by 3/5, giving you 3/15.
yeah, I think it was 1/5,
Okay. Okay.
right? And then we have another, we have an intersection. Yeah, we have another instance where there's an intersection, and that's this branch over here. So that's going to be 2/3 multiplied by 4/5, and what would that be equal to?
16 by 4.
Should be
8/15.
So how much times were there an intersection?
Twice.
Twice, right? So that's going to be 8/15. And what's the probability of B?
3/5.
So the probability of B is 2/3.
Oh, sorry, sir. Like I looking at the wrong thing.
Right? So let me check out what the answer will be.
Wait, so and for the top, right? If it's A intersect B, and it had to be both the 3/15s and 8/15s, not just 8/15s.
Wait, I think I understand what you mean. Yeah,
It's
so
supposed to be 11/15s.
yeah, 11/15. My bad. Because that's a point where we have two intersections. We have two intersections, we have to add it. Okay, I'm not seeing any answer, any options. So, because I'll look at any 11/10, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If that is the case, then they were probably talking about one branch, not including two branches. So let me show you how that would look like. But in my eyes, when we're talking about intersection, there are two possible instances of an intersection. So let me look at it from an alternative perspective. So what's the probability of A happening granted that B occurred? So the proper way to look at it would have been like this. So come on, yeah. I wait on the sum of women, right? So the probability of A happening granted that B occurred. So the probability of A happening granted that what happened already?
A,
So
a
like,
third happened in the A,
no, here how we just say
and
it.
it.
A granted that B already happened. So what happened already? What's the probability?
Oh, so it'd be the 2/3,
Right? And we want to figure out the
and
of that happening, of getting an A, granted that this already happened. So to get an A would be 4/5. So let's try that. So that would be this branch over here. It's going to be 2/3 by 4/5. Right? 2/3 by 4/5. What are you getting for that?
8/15.
Right? And so, okay. Let me check something. Check something real quick. Okay, so A intersect B is 2/3 by 4/5 all over the probability of B. The probability of B is 2/3. So you should get 4/5. When you all again 4/5,
Yes, sir.
That's not, sir.
right? So 8/15 is the intersection, and the probability of B.
Yeah, I get 4/5.
All right, so the answer is
D.
yeah, B. Yeah, I thought it wasn't going to include both of the intersections, but no. Apparently, they just want to consider one intersection. All right, so that was it for 2024. Will you have any questions about any particular questions? Like, was there any question that gave all a problem in particular? Yes or no? We do all the working.
No, sir. I think you went through everything well enough to understand.
Everything look good. So wait, so one more question. The one where it have the one from paper 2 this year. You could go through that one again, please.
This one?
Yes, that one, thanks.
Okay. So here, after this, I'll give a 10 minutes break. We're going to come back and add much real easy. So I think in 2023, so we'll have a good amount of repeats. Should have. So we'll be able to speed through. That's the plan.
Okay.
Right? So here on. What I'm seeing is the regular cost graph would look like this. This is what the regular cost graph would look like. And for the regular cost graph to complete one full oscillation, it would have to be between 0 and 0 and 360. Or in other words, 0 and 2 pi. So here on, what I'm seeing is for the regular graph for cos and the regular graph for sine, it takes the graph 360 degrees or 2 pi to make a full oscillation. Okay?
Yes.
But in this graph, you see that it have a full oscillation between 0 and 1.
And pi.
So that would have meant that, what does that mean? That means that I'm essentially getting an oscillation in half of 360. Seeing that?
Yes, and that is 180.
Right. So what does that mean? And you know you need 360 degrees to make a full oscillation?
Yes.
Right. So watch. According to this function, you're plugging in 2x. So any value you put in for x here is going to be multiplied by 2. So if you put 180, what's going to happen? What are going to turn to?
Return to it costs 2x 1.
Wait, so that's not asking. I'm asking about the angle. Where's 2 by 180?
360.
Right. So here gone. Because you're multiplying any angle you put in by 2, it will allow the graph to complete one oscillation from 0 to pi instead of 0 to 2 pi. Because if you put in...
Right.
Oh, wait, I truly understand it. Because here gone. A normal cost graph would need 0 to 360 degrees. Or in other words, 0 to 2 pi to make one oscillation. And this is what one oscillation looks like. Yes or no?
Yes.
But in this graph, how much degrees or radians is it taking to make one full oscillation?
180 degrees.
Right. So it's making a full oscillation in half the angle. So what does that mean? That means that whatever angle I'm putting in, I'm multiplying it by 2. Because if I go from 0 to 180, any angle that I put in here is going to be multiplied by 2. So understand what I'm saying. If I put 180 into this, it's going to come like what? Cos what?
Cos 2x.
It costs 360.
Cos 360.
Watch. So a full revolution has happened between 0 and 360. But over here, you're seeing a full revolution happening. Let me just write 180. You're seeing a full revolution happening in 0 to 180. You're seeing that?
Yes.
So that would have meant that I multiplied the angle by 2. For it to act
Yes.
like it covering a full revolution. That is what?
Yeah, understand.
Because watch, if I put in 180 into this function, because I'm multiplying it by 2, it really gonna come like what? So any angle I put in is gonna multiply by 2. So if I put in 180, what are gonna come like?
Pi.
No, not gonna.
360, well, 360, 2 by, yeah.
And we know at cos 360, a full oscillation happens.
I understand that.
So if I go from 0 to 180, I will complete a full oscillation because any angle I put in here is going to be multiplied by 2. And so if I put in 180 here, wouldn't it essentially be the same thing as cos 360?
Yes, it would.
So you understand that if you're multiplying any angle by 2, you basically will complete a full revolution from 0 to 180. Because at 180, you're getting 360 degrees because you're multiplying it by 2.
Okay, I understand now. And even when you put in the calculator, cos 360, it add up to 1. So it's a full oscillation as what it's supposed to.
Yes.
I understand.
Because I can show you it like this too. Check this out, right? Check this out. So here, in this case, when x is equal to pi, what is y equal to? When x is equal to pi, where is y?
A half.
No, watch.
Oh, 1.
So I'm looking to see which function would give me that. So if I do cos 2x, check that out.
Yeah, yes, I see. When you put cos 2x is cos 360, and when you do cos 360 is 1.
Exactly. It sounds like you get it there. Yeah. If you do any of the other possible answers, you'll get it wrong. Watch. Because cos pi equal to 1?
No, it's not.
Nah, cos pi is equal to minus 1, right?
Yes.
So option A is wrong. Option C is definitely wrong. That's going to be a half of minus 1, which is minus a half. And D is definitely wrong. In D, you're halving the angle. So what that means is you would need to go from 0 to 720 degrees to make a full oscillation. You know why? Because
because you take away the value that was, okay, see what you're saying?
in part D, we halven the angle you're putting in. So remember, for me to cover a full oscillation, I need to go from 0 to 360. But since I'm halving the angle, any angle you put in there is going to become half of its original value. So try to figure out why I would need to go from 0 to 720.
Wait, okay. 720 is 2 times 360. So since you're halving it, that means you have to put back the same value that you take away to get a full oscillation.
Yes. That is it. That is it.
I fully understand now.
So guys, so like here on in this graph, if they were to like for this graph, right? You understand? This is how we go look. Wait. From in this particular graph, if you go from 0 to 2 pi, that will actually be half of our oscillation. Because if it's 2 pi, it's 360, and so it will be half of our revolutions. If I wanted to complete the revolution, I would need to go 4 pi, which is 720.
Right, I understand, sir.
Yeah. Right. So guys, take a 10 minutes break, come back at 7:23, and we'll jump straight into the other questions. Any question that repeated, we'll just skip over it and move on. So let me send this on the chat one time.
Who's your friend? Who's one of your best friends?
All right, guys, so they're back. Here you go, Nile. Maria, you there? I see you have your mic unmuted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I was feeling a little doubtful about 45. I went through it back again, and
Mm-hmm.
there's a mistake. There's a mistake there. And I just want to clear it up. I don't want to give away any wrong answers, right? So I want to go over back to logic one more time and make sure it's 100% spot on. So I'm going to run through it back one more time. And if at any point you're feeling confused, let me know. So the way to figure out the probability of A granted that B occurred. Probability of A granted that B occurred. So let me show you how this is going to work out. You understand that we have to use the conditional probability formula, right?
Yeah.
A intersect B all over the probability of B. Now, this event looks like it's a situation where you would pick something, then you would pick something again. Understand? So like you probably pick something here, and because you pick it here, you're gonna pick again. So the probability of picking A in the first rounds is a third. And then if I pick A, I have a 2/5 chance of getting A, and I have a 3/5 chance of getting B. So one way to think about it is like imagine you have marbles in a bag, right? You have marbles in a bag. Enter the start, you would have all the marbles to choose from. You can edit. And I want you to think about either a blue marble or a red marble. Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you would pull out a red or a blue marble. If you pull out a red marble, what would happen to the sample space in the next rounds?
It will have more blue marbles than red.
Right, because you take out one, right, from the sample space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I want you to think about this example in the same manner, in the same situation. So we're looking at the end outcomes. So it's the probability of A intersect B all over the probability of B. So I want you to tell me in the end outcome, at the very end, how much times did we get B? After all was said and done, how much times did we get B? Like the end out
Twice?
twice, over here and over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to get B here, you would need to take these two parts. All right, those represent the parts that would give you B. And that would be the probability of B. So to get that, look at how we're going to find it. So to get the to find probability of B, it's going to be equal. So to do that, I'm going to say a third by 3/5 plus what? A third by 3/5 plus what? What do you think? Is that the only end up with B at the end?
Say that over.
Is this the only way it can end up at B in the end?
No, it would be 2/3 by a fifth.
Yeah. So plug into your calculator and let me know again for the probability of B.
Okay, so 1 second.
Somebody phone is ringing.
So I got third.
You got that third. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Right, so Kamaria had to clear up something. So you see, look at this, right? It typically,
Mm-hmm.
what is the probability of A happening granted that B occurred? But what it fully means is this. So I'm going to write what it fully means. If you see this is what it means. That it means, so what is the probability that the first outcome was A granted that B happened? So I'm going to write it down here. What is the probability that the first event was A, given that the final outcome was B? So according to this, right, what do you think is happening first, A or B?
B?
B is happening first. That's what you're saying?
What is the probability that first event? No, the first event would have to be A.
Right. And the final outcome is B.
Mm-hmm.
So we already have the probability of B. Now we need to figure out the probability of A intersect B. And so how do you think we would find that? Because this means A is the first event, how do you think we'd find that? So
It could scroll up to the tree diagram.
if A is the first event, A is the first event,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think I'm going to take?
You take a third by 2/5.
Yeah, I would take, no, I would take a third by 3/5.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah, because what is the probability that the first event was A? So the first event was A, given that the final outcome was B. And so to figure that out, so that would be the probability of A intersect B. That would be equal to a third multiplied by 3/5. And so what would you get? You should get 1/5. Wait.
Yeah, so I got 1/5.
Okay, yeah, 1/5 is the correct answer. So that being said, now we could finally apply the formula. So on top, it's going to be 1/5.
Divided by a third.
Yeah. And you should get 3/5 as your answer.
Yeah, so it's C.
Yeah, C. Right? Sorry about that. When I look back at the logic, I was like,
That's okay.
does this make more sense? Right? Very tricky question. So
Mhm.
A slash B really means what is the probability that the first event was A? So as the first event, given that the final outcome was B, so B would have been the last thing that happened. And the only branch that represents that is this branch over here. So A was the first event, granted that B occurred. So B is the second event. So what's the probability that A would have been a third, granted that B happened? So B would have been the second event. All right, so we're going to move on now. Let me just send these solutions on the chat. I'm fully confident in it now. You got it there? And again, here gone. But Joshua, you there? Or never Joshua still here, way? Like everybody's sleeping?
Yes, sir, I hear.
Okay, word. How fast you think we're gonna finish 2023?
Well, sure, over the break there, I did 2017, and the amount of people are saying that. I don't think we might take too long with 23 now. We might probably take our time as pretty much.
I wouldn't say so fast. Let me see. Let me see. Right? Here gone there. Where here gone, boy? Who we have in class? If you're present, drop a one in the chat so I will know you're there. I will know you're alive. I will also know I could call on you. See how much people active. Okay, word. So, Kamaria, let me start off with one now. The expression PQ plus 5R minus 5Q minus PR is equal to. What do I have to do here to factorize that?
You could take out that's not
Ethan,
Q and
something. I could tell you Ethan something. You're sharing or?
nah sarcastic.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm hungry. I really feeling fire that Chinese food or gyro.
But sir, I'm not eating either of the two, so failure.
Well, after you probably gotta go and get some Chinese food or gyro. I see plan.
So what we're gonna be open by the time you finish?
Well, the gyro place is closed at 4 o'clock in the morning. This close 4.
What?
Yeah. And then right on the road, so I get through.
Okay. Hold on, so looking at the expression, huh?
Hmm.
PQ 5R. I've seen Q and R. So what I would do is I would join PQ and minus PR and 5R and 5Q, and I would take out the P and I'd have the um Q minus R. No, wait, if I take out the P.
I see where you're coming from. So this is way it's up.
Yeah.
This is what you're seeing, right? So this is factorizing by
Mm-hmm.
so
And then I would group the P's together and the fives together.
so this is what you would do. And you would notice that, but wait, if you do that, wait, yeah, do something wrong there. So that's gonna be 5 minus P. But if you do that, there's something that's not quite right. When you didn't factorize, you need to get the same thing in either brackets. So what I would recommend,
No, sir. I will go and join the two P's together.
no, but this is fine, this is fine. You just have to factor out negative. But if I factor out negative,
Mm-hmm.
and it'd be negative 5 on the inside to get back positive, and it would be plus P here.
Mm-hmm.
And so I could now write that. I can enter in minus 5 plus P as P minus 5.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I have P minus 5 here, and I have P minus 5 here. So I could factor out the P minus 5. if I factor out the p minus 5, I'm going to be left with q there minus r. Yes or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the answer would be A.
Yeah. And you was telling me that you wanted to say 5r minus pr plus pq minus 5.
No, what I was gonna do was PQ minus PR plus 5R minus 5Q.
pq minus pr plus 5r
Mm-hmm.
minus 5q.
Mm-hmm.
Factor out p from here.
The P, and you'll have Q minus R, and then factor out the 5, and you have R minus Q.
We're going to run into that same situation.
Yeah.
So what would I have to factor out instead of positive 5? Instead of positive 5, I'll factor out what?
D minus.
I would have to factor out minus 5. If I factor out minus 5, what would I have to multiply to get back positive 5r?
You would have to do you would have to just have a positive inside instead of a negative. No, a negative inside as well.
Right. Because negative 5 by negative r would give me back positive 5r. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say plus 5. Now, what's saying? I'll say plus q, right? The reason why I have to say plus,
Yeah.
I have the minus 5 on the outside already. And if I do that, I could rewrite the inside as q minus r. And you see how it work out here, right? Factor out the q
Yeah.
minus t minus 5. That's the same thing as option A.
Mm-hmm.
When x cubed, okay, I don't think this is a repeat from the last year we do. So they want me to figure out the quotient. So which ones are wrong immediately? Do you all know what the quotient is? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. The wrong one so far is A and B.
A and B are definitely wrong. Because let me show you what the quotient is, right? Let me just say I had 4 into 20. You see that 5 there? That 5 would be the quotient. And so here what I'm saying, right? If I'm dividing an x cubed expression by a linear expression, then my quotient would have to be 2. It should be to the power 2. If you understand what I'm saying. If you have something like x cubed and you're dividing it by something like x, the expression should have squared in it. So A and B is definitely wrong. So let's quickly do the polynomial long division to see which is the correct answer. And we don't even have to do the full polynomial long division, just up to a point. Right. So Joshua, what could go into x cubed?
Also, when you put x squared by x, you get x cubed.
Right. And then we
After you get end up with plus, right.
and be careful here.
And minus, you get 0. When you minus the, you'll end up with negative 9x squared.
Right. And I think we could stop there because if you notice, you'll see it will work out to be x into minus 9x squared as minus 9x. So where's my answer? D. Is my answer. I don't need to go any further. Because option C, while it is squared, it doesn't have the minus 9. Question 3. Is this a repeat? Was it a repeat? You see, this is what they do in hard maths, you know. This is what they do in hard maths. Watch that. This is what they do in hard maths. When you think it's a repeat, it's not a repeat because they change up something or the other. Or you have to be very careful, you know. They're real wicked in hard maths. Joshua, you see that? Last year, well, it's in 2020, in 2024, it was x squared minus 6x. In 2023, it was x squared minus 8x.
Yes, and I show it difficult thing, and some people just glance across, they get remember last year question without running through it.
Yeah, they're going to do that same thing. So let me actually do the question. So A is equal to 1, B is equal to minus 8, C is equal to 19. So A should be equal to B over 2A. And so to find that, I would say minus 8 all over 2 by 1. And so H is equal to minus 4. What is the only option that has minus 4 for H?
C.
C. C is the correct answer. Question 4. the values of x for which x plus 15 squared is equal to 64x are, right, so we're trying to find for x. So we currently have x plus 15 all squared is equal to 64x. All right. So what you should do is you should probably expand that. And guys, x plus 15 squared is not x squared plus 15 squared. Eh? No. You have to expand it like this. And I should probably move across that 64x one time because I know it's going to end up looking like a quadratic. If I expand that out, it's going to be x by 15, 15 by x, and 15 by 15. So x by x is x squared. You're going to end up with 30x, long story short, and 15 by 15, I believe that's 225, right? Minus 64x is equal to 0. If you want, you can solve that using a calculator. So when you simplify that, you will get x squared minus 34x plus 225. So guys, plug that into the calculator and let me know what are the values for x. So solve that quadratic in the calculator and let me know what all I get in. And Kamaria, you think you know the trick you could also do for this question?
Just the 25 and 9.
When you solve it, you got 9 and 25?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's apply a trick here. So you could have got the answer without even doing all of this. So let me show you what I mean. So in maths, the answer would satisfy the equation. So here again, if 9 and 25 is correct, when I plug 9, if I plug 9 or 25, the left-hand side is supposed to be equal to the right-hand side. So let me see if that's true. So here again, let me plug in 9, right? So 9 plus 15 squared. And if it's correct, that's supposed to be equal to 64 by 9. So let's see if that's the truth. So here you go, 9 plus 15, that's 24. So it'll be 24 squared. And here you go, is that equal to 64 by 9? What is 64 by 9?
Oh, yeah, same thing, sir. 576.
Right. Let's try 25 real quick. And so that's going to be 25 plus 15 squared is equal to 64 by 25. Just verify that. So 25,
1600.
you got you right?
Yeah.
Nice. So if you wanted to do the question without doing any working, you could have done that. You could have just checked which options satisfy the equations. But when you do this, I think this is pointless because when you do this, you will still have to solve it using a Casio anyways. 9. Right. Question 5. The roots of the equation 3x squared minus 6x minus 5 are. We did a question like this last year. Well, yeah, well, it's really last year because last year was 2024. And so we had to apply the discriminant. So here, tell me what is A, B, and C? What is A, B, and C?
A is 3, B is minus 6, and C is minus 5.
Right, so the discriminant here is going to be.
And the way we're going to solve this is B squared minus 4AC.
Right, tell me what you get in. Should get a negative number.
Yeah, hold on, let me put it in.
Wait, where do you know you have a positive number? Because minus 6 squared is positive 36, and we have negative by negative. So that'll be positive. So you should get
is 96.
96, right? So since the discriminant is more, what does it say about the nature of the.
It's real and distinct.
So it's B, sir.
I really understood. A quadratic is such that the sum of its roots is minus 2 over 3, and the product of its roots is 3 over 4. The quadratic equation is. So guys, do any of you remember this? X squared minus sum of roots. Oh, let's forget this. Plus the product of roots is equal to 0. Come on, you ever see this before?
No, sir, I can't remember this.
Oh, shucks. Well, let me do it here, right? So what was the sum of the roots I gave us? What's the sum of the roots?
They say some of the roots is minus 2/3.
Right, so minus 2/3 there, x plus the product of the roots. The product here is 3/4,
3. Yeah.
and so that's going to become plus 2/3 x plus 3/4. Now, if I want to get rid of the fraction, I need to multiply by the LCM. So what's the LCM between 3 and 4?
12.
Right, so I would multiply both sides by 12. If I do that, I'm going to get 12x squared. What is 2/3 by 12? Should be 8, positive 8. Just verify, and
Yes, sir. Yeah.
that'll be 9. So what's the answer?
The answer would be A.
A is the answer. Question 7. The set of values of x for which 5x minus 2 over 2 minus 3x is more than or equal to 0 is given by. Is this a repeat?
It's looking similar, but
Excuse
I
me,
don't
could
know.
I see the formula for the last one again, please?
Okay, no problem. In Advanced, they like to bring something extremely similar, but it's not right.
Yes, sir, that's the talks.
Yeah. All right. So let me just verify if that was a repeat. Nope, it was not. It's not a repeat. So we had to solve it. So all you know how it is go, right? Add something here. What? So anytime you have a rational inequality, it's going to end up being in this form. So 5x minus 2 by 2 minus 3x. That's going to be more than or equal to 0. The first thing is to find the critical values. And the critical values is when it's equal to 0. So here gone. Tell me, what are the values for x going to be? So if we say 5x minus 2 is equal to 0, what would x be equal to?
2/5.
Right? And x would be equal to,
3/2.
right? This graph looking like a maximum or minimum. Be careful, eh? Be careful.
Looking like a minimum.
No, it's not a minimum. If you were to expand this out, wouldn't you get 5x by minus 3x? What is 5x by minus 3x?
15x.
Positive or negative?
Negative.
What is this, a maximum or minimum?
Maximum.
Right, because you'd get minus 15x squared.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I get the question wrong. So be very careful. And so let's draw the x-axis. Now, if you notice, both of my answers are positive. So it'll be to the right quadrant. So this, what is bigger, 2/5 or 3/2? 3/2, right?
3, but yeah.
2/5. And would I draw my y-axis here, or would I draw it here? What do you think?
I
So
think
look at my roots, right? Both of my roots are what? Both of them are what? Look at them. Both of them are what?
positive.
Positive. So if both of them are positive, why would I put my y-axis over here?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you draw the y-axis, it's going to divide it.
Then it's separated. Yeah.
So it has to be over here. Let's take our read off now. So Kamaria, we're trying to see where we're getting what? More than 0 or less than 0? What we want?
Less than 0.
You sure about that?
Oh, sorry. More than or equal to.
Right. More than or equal to. So we're looking to see where we're getting our positive read off. Kamaria, do you think I should take a read off here? Do they look like they're giving me positive values?
No.
No. What about if I select a value in between 2/5 and 3/2?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my answer will be on the inside. Now, anytime you have an answer between two values, you're going to use this format, where A is the smaller number and B is the bigger number. So, Kamaria, what is the smaller number here?
2/5.
Right? So I'm going to write 2/5. And here what? The question was more than or equal to. It was more than or equal to. Am I allowed to write more than or equal to 2/5? Check the function.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would be at the top, right? That would be at the top. The value of x are
Yeah.
2/3. So watch. When I'm writing this, could I write less than or equal to 2/3? Or I need to write less than strictly? Watch. Look at it, right? Should I write
Mm-hmm.
less than or equal to 2/3? I mean, what's in 2/3? Should I write less than or equal to 3/2? Or should I write less than alone? What do you
I
think?
think it should be less than or equal to. Would it be less than or equal to?
Wait, how did you guys get 3/2? Here, on you.
Because
Wait, no, it's supposed to be 2/3.
because the tree. Oh my god!
Yeah,
Yikes!
I can't trust all this so much. As real trust all you know. As real trust all you. So I guess,
It says I love such judgments too.
right? So 2/5 and 2/3, right? Or what's still bigger? 2/5 or 2/3?
2/3.
Yeah, so I just, yeah. So that would make more sense. So tell me, could I write less than or equal to 2/3? Or should I just write less than 2/3? What do you think? Look at the rational. Look at the rational inequality. When x is 2/3, what happens to the function?
When x is 2/3,
When I plug 2/3 in, what's gonna happen to the bottom? It's gonna turn to what?
it'll be to a minimum.
Now you go turn to 0. And it can't divide by 0. So I cannot, watch, even saying that over here, x cannot be equal to 2/3. So when I write in my answer, I can't put the
Just
equal.
have to be less than.
Yeah. So is my answer.
Is it C?
Yeah, C is the answer. Right? The range of values for which x squared minus 7x plus 10 is less than 0 is. So first of all, let's find the critical values. Let's find the critical values. To get back x squared, that'll just be x by x. To get 10, that'll be 2 by 5. Or we want to get -7. So I need to say -2 by -5, right? So the critical values are x is equal to 2 and x is equal to 5. Now look at my quadratic. Does this look like a maximum or minimum?
It looks like a maximum.
No. What is the coefficient of x squared? Positive.
Minimum.
It's a minimum, right? So come on, be careful of that. So it's a minimum. And both of my critical values are positive. So I'm going to put the 2 over here. I'm going to put the 5 over here. And again, it doesn't make sense for me to put the y-axis in the middle. I'll put it to the left. And so, Kamaria, we're trying to figure out where it's less than 0 or more than 0.
Less than.
Less than 0. So where do you think I should shade it? On the inside or on the outside?
On the outside.
If I do, watch this. I want to get a reading as less than 0. If I take a reading on the outside, does it give me, tell me, does it give me a negative value? Because I want to get an answer less than 0. Eh?
No.
What about if I take a value in between 2 and 5?
Yeah, you would get something less than 0.
Exactly. So my solution set would be in between 2 and 5. So my answer would be, this would be my answer. Understand?
Yeah.
Right? So which option is the correct option?
B.
Let's move on. Question 9. Now, all the Casio is supposed to be able to work this out. So somebody with a Casio, plug it in, and you're supposed to get the correct answer. If you don't, I'm feeling bad for them.
Hold on, sir. That's small.
So I got
So
it, sir.
I get
11
A.
points.
Yeah. So like everybody with a Casio, all you gotta do no working. Like you get the answer one time. Just plug it in and you get A. Right? For those of you that don't have a Casio, let me just show you how to do it fast. So this is how we're gonna expand it. So we're gonna multiply 8 by 2 first. So 8 by 2 is 10. What's saying 8 by 2 is 10? 8 by 2 is 16. 8 by minus root 5 is going to be minus 8 root 5. Root 5 by 2 is going to be 2 root 5. And root 5 by minus root 5. Guys, anytime you multiply a square root by a square root, what happens? A square root by a square root. What do you all think the root 5 by root 5 is going to be? Make a wild guess.
5.
It's going to be 5, right? Anytime you multiply a surd by itself, it gets rid of the surd. And so you just get E. So the square root of A by the square root of A is A. So root 5 by root 5 is just 5. So root 5 by minus root 5 is just minus 5. So I have 16 and I have minus 5. 16 minus 5 is 11, right? Then I have minus 8 root 5 plus 2 root 5. That would be minus 6 root 5. So my answer is E. That's how you do it without a Casio. Right. If at any point you're feeling confused, let me know. So I'm going to move on. Right, this is something else you could plug into your Casio. So plug that in and let me know what you're getting. So it'll be 5 to the power minus 1 all over 125 to the power a third, which you know is a cube root. And it should get 1 over 25. I'll again 1 over 25.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
For those of you that, I mean, you could solve this using a sharp, you know, you can solve this using a sharp, but I'm sure they're fast. So 5 to the power minus 1 is the same thing as 1/5. And you're dividing that by 125 to the power a third. All that means is just the cube root of 125. Could somebody tell me what the cube root of 125 is? And it's 5? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And so this would become 1/5 divided by 5. And divided by 5 means the same thing as multiplying by 1/5. And so you get 1 over 25. That's how you do it. But even if you have a sharp, you could always work this out. You could say 5 to the power minus 1, put that in brackets. Then you could say divided by the cube root of 125. Yeah, you could work out that sharp. Right. Question 11. Given that 3 by 27 to the power 2x is 9x, and to the power x, the value of x is right. So, Keegan, you want to help me with this question?
Yes, sir. Let me do it.
Right. So, what do I have to do in this particular question?
As I repeat, so we first have to say the 27 there is 3 to the power of 3.
Right? 3 to the power of 3. Right? Okay. What's going to happen next?
So then we have to say that which one of them is y? We have to say that
This is not repeating now, but it's a similar kind of question.
I know the answer, but I'm trying to remember something was equal to y. So we say that the 3 to the power of 3 is equal to y.
Nah. What we have to do, right? So we want to get everything to the same base. So enter can write 9 is 3 to the power 2. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right? And how way to think about it is, actually, yeah, let me continue with that. So that'll be 3. So this is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. I don't think in this question we're going to let anything be equal to y. No, that's not going to happen. So here on, let's continue. So over here, we're raising our power to our power. So that's going to become 3 to what power?
3 to the power of 5.
No, 6x. When you're raising
6.
or you multiply.
You multiply.
So what is this going to become? 3 to the power what?
2x.
Right? And so this is to the power 1. So you're going to end up with 3 to the power 6x plus 1 is equal to 3 to the power 2x. Since you have the same base, you can now equate. So you would say 6x plus 1 is equal to 2x. So I want to find for x, so I'm going to move all the x terms to one side and all the constants to the other side. So that's going to be 6x minus 2x equal to minus 1. So here comes 6x minus 2x.
4x.
Right, so 4x is equal to minus 1. So to find for x, I would divide both sides by 4. And so my final answer is minus 1 over 4. Yes or no?
B. Yes, sir.
Right, now if you wanted to work this question out without doing all of this, what you could have done is you could have plugged in the options and see which option. Say that again?
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, Kamaria, so you understand this method and also the hack. The hack just...
So I wasn't paying attention because somebody on the chat was disputing number 45 on whether it was D or not. So I was a little occupied.
Okay. Later. Are they looking at the corrected value? And the corrected one?
Yes, sir. They're looking at the one that you sent over, and they said that it is D. So I explained to them what you said, and they said no.
Nice. It is like, I understand why they would say D, yeah? Because when I originally did it, I got D. But it's not D. It's C. I will explain it to them after we're done with this. Like after we're finished with this, I'll explain it to them. Right, so let's continue. So you understand this, right? So all we're doing here, this is an exponential question. That's it.
The question like this, something like this had come in the first question in paper 2.
Yes, this had come. I feel like a good way of learning hard maths is just to do paper 1. Just do paper 1s, like, and you'll be fine. Right, so let's answer question 12. Question 12 says, the value of x such that log base 2, 5x plus 1 minus log base 2, 3x minus 5 is equal to 2. So, let's answer this question, Hagan. So, Hagan, do you remember the rules for logs?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, anytime we have the same log base and you're minusing, what happens?
We just equate it to 1.
No.
When I say no, I don't mean when I say equate it to 1, I mean basically instead of saying both of them log 2 minus log 2, we kind of combine the two central equations, 5x plus 1 and 3x minus 5.
Right, so because we minus and you use the quotient rule, right? So that's
Quotient rule.
5x plus 1 all over 3x minus 5. Right? Okay, and that's going to be equal to 2. Now, for me to be able to use the rules for logs, I need to have the same log base on both sides. So I need to write 2 in terms of log base 2. Right? So Hagan, how am I going to do that? How am I going to write 2 in terms of log base 2? Do you know how to do that? Yeah or no?
Yeah, I think I know. Hold on.
So Hagan, first things first. If I want to get 2, right?
Yeah.
That as 2 by 1. Yes or no? That makes sense? 2 by 1?
Yeah, that's 2 by 1.
How would I write 1 using log base 2? 1 is the same thing as log base 2, what?
2.
Right. So look at what I'm going to do. I'm going to make that substitution here. So I'm going to say 2 log base 2, 2. And I'm going to apply the power rule. And I'm going to take that 2 and bring it up to the top. So I'm going to end up with log base 2, 5x plus 1 all over 3x minus 5. And that'll be equal to log base 2, 2 to the power 2. And so I could drop logs now. I could drop logs because I have the same base and I have each on either side, I just have one log expression. So I'm going to say 5x plus 1 all over 3x minus 5. And that's going to be equal to 2 squared, which is 4. So now you just cross multiply, and if you cross multiply, what are you going to get?
You get 5x plus 1 is equal to 3x minus 5. Oh, do it one time?
We should do it one time, the same time. That's going to be 12x minus
12x minus 20.
right? So I'll move across the x's and all the constants. So that'll be 5x minus 12x, and that'll be equal to minus 20 minus 1. So 5x minus 12x is minus 7x. So minus 7x is equal to minus 21. And so to find for 1x, I would have to do what's on both sides?
Divide by the 7. So it's equal to 3.
Right. Cool. And if you didn't want to do all of that working, this is what you could do, right? Everybody that have a Casio, look what you could do. Check this out. You could have tried plugging in the options and see which option would give you equal to 2. So watch. When I plug 3, this is what happens. Plus 1, right? Minus log things 2, 3 by 3 by 3 minus 5. Here do we get back to? Because watch, look at what the equation said. The equation said that this expression is supposed to be equal to 2. So when we plug in 3,
Yes, I
Go back to.
nice. So that's how you check it. So you could have do the question like that without doing any working. You could have done that without doing any working. Instead of doing all of this, you could have just plug in the options and see which one giving you 2. Right. Question 13. For the arithmetic progression, minus 12, minus 7, minus 2, 3, and 8, the nth term is given by. So what do you think this is? It's arithmetic, right? It's telling you it's arithmetic. So if it's an arithmetic progression, to find the nth term, a of n, that would be given by a plus n minus 1 by d. And so what is my first term?
First term is minus 12.
Right? And what is the common difference? See if you all can figure that out just by looking at it.
I look at like 5.
It looking like
No,
adding,
minus 5.
no, you're adding,
Minus.
because we start off with negative numbers and we add positive numbers now.
Yeah, so it's 5, you're adding 5 each time.
Yeah. So that's going to be negative 12. We're going to expand that. So that's going to be 5n minus 5. And so that's going to be minus 17 plus 5n, which is the same thing as 5n minus 17. Right.
So the answer is C.
Yeah. Question 14. Again, if you have a Casio, you could plug this in directly. Right? But this is a simple example. We could do this one. So all I have to do is generate the tree and add them. Okay, somebody say B. So the first term will be 1 over 1. The second term will be 1 over 2. And the third term will be 1 over 3. When you add up all of this, what are you getting? The only option that makes sense is D. Only option that makes sense is D. Just confirm that again, 11 over 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay, nice. Let's move on. Question 15. The series minus 2 plus 4 thirds minus 8 ninths converges to the limit. So they're talking about s to infinity here. So sum to infinity is a all over 1 minus r. So to figure out this, we need to figure out the common ratio. So to figure out the common ratio, we're going to take the next term and divide it by the previous term. So here, go on, pick 2 terms. Pick 2 consecutive terms, Suma. Must be consecutive to find the common ratio.
4 and 5.
4 and 5.
So minus 2 and 4 over 3.
Hey, go on, you just scare sometimes, you know. Like I
What do you
said,
mean?
I was talking about, okay, so I want to find the common ratio, right? So to find the common ratio, I have to take 2 consecutive terms and divide them. So for instance, I would say 4 thirds divided by minus 2, or I could say minus 8 over 9 divided by 4 over 3. Understand?
Yeah, so.
Yeah. So here, gonna wait to do this one for me, and somebody else do this one for me.
So the first one is minus 2/3.
Right? And I'm waiting for somebody else to confirm for this one.
And so the second one is minus 2/3 as well.
Nice. So if I want to find the sum to infinity is going to be minus 2 all over 1 minus 2/3. And so that's going to be minus 2 all over 1 minus 2/3. And let me know what you're getting for that.
Minus 6/5 C, sir.
Yeah. Right? I'll again show that. Let me know.
Yes, I get that.
Okay, word. All right, so let's continue. A line L passes through the point 6, 5 and is perpendicular to a line whose equation is 3x plus 4y minus 7 is equal to 0. So if two lines are perpendicular, then the gradients are the what? What are the gradients?
Inverse.
Right, so the negative reciprocal of each other. But I can't figure out the gradient in this particular form, so I need to put it in the y is equal mx plus c form. So I'm going to move across everything that isn't y. So that's going to be minus 3x plus 7. And then I'm going to divide throughout by 4 to find for y. So I'm going to get minus 3 over 4x plus 7 over 4. So that being said, what is the gradient of the line they gave us?
The gradient is minus 3 over 4.
Right, the gradient is minus 3 over 4. So the gradient of the line we want to find would be what? So
Would be the reciprocal of that, so 4 over 3.
not just the reciprocal, you have to flip it and change the sign. Awesome. So we have M point on the line. So we could find for C now. So we're going to use y is equal to mx plus c, right? So x is 6, y is 5. So I'm going to say 5 is equal to 4 over 3 by 6 plus c. 3 into 6 is 2. So you're going to end up with 5 is equal to 8 plus c. So then c is going to be equal to minus 3. Right. That being said, the equation of my line, the new line, is going to be y is equal to 4/3 x minus 3.
Minus.
And if you look at my answers, all my options don't have any fractions in them. And they also have all the terms on the left-hand side. So I could tell you immediately that my answer is going to be A, but why? Well, when you multiply throughout by 3, aren't you going to get 3y is equal to 4x minus 9? Yes or no?
Yeah.
If I move across the 3y to get a 0, wouldn't that be 4x minus 3y minus 9? So yeah, my answer is E. And all I want to know a hack for this. So since the line passes through the point 6, 5, then tell me something. Anytime a point lies on a line, what does that point do to the equation? What does the point do to the equation? Starts with S. If a point lies on a line, it will do what to the equation?
Split it.
No, satisfy it. Yeah. Where you get split it from?
I don't even know. No question it.
I feel like I know the song you're talking about, you know. I did put that song in one of my videos. Right. So whichever option is correct, when I use 6, 5, it's supposed to be equal to 0. So let's see if that's the truth. So x is 6 and y is 5. So I want to plug in x is 6 and y is 5. And tell me if all again true. Tell me if it's equal to 0. So that'll be 4 by 6 minus 3 by 5 minus 9. And what is that equal to? Should be 0, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so anytime you have a point that lies on a line, and that point is supposed to satisfy the equation of the line. So you didn't have to do all of this working. All you could do
You
is
could have just substitute the values and see whichever one was the answer.
exactly see which one was equal to 0. Right. So let's continue. The lines 7x minus 4y plus 25 is equal to 0, and 3x minus y minus 5 is equal to 0 intersect at the point P. If they're intersecting at the point of intersection, the correct answer is supposed to satisfy how much equations?
2.
2 of them. So pick a point. I'm so good your luck is.
Um, let's go with A.
Eh? Okay. So x is 5, y is 10. Right. So let's try this equation. That'll be 7 by 5 minus 4 by 10 plus 25. And that's supposed to be equal to 0 if it's correct. So 7 by 5 is 35, minus 4 by 10 is minus 40.
Not says not it.
Wrong. Because you're going to end up with 30 plus, that'll be 60, 60 minus 40 is 20. The 20 is not equal to 0. So that's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Let me try C. So x is 9, y is 22. So that'll be 7 by 9 minus 4 by 22 plus 25. See that's equal to 0.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
my luck real good, boy. I see what's calling to me. Right? So you get any 0, right? Just confirm that you get any 0. 7 by 9 is 63. 4 by 22 is 80.
Yes, I got 0.
And 63 plus 25 is 88. So yeah, you'll get 0. Let's try it for the other point one time. So that's going to be 3 by 9 minus 22 minus 5, and that's supposed to be equal to 0. Yes, because 3 by 9 is 27, and minus 22 minus 5 is minus 27. So I think I'll understand this trick. If two lines intersect, then at the point of intersection, that point is supposed to satisfy both of the equations. Right. Let's move on. We have another point of intersection question. We're going to do the same thing. Right. Let me see how lucky all is. Pick a point. Pick one.
Mm-hmm.
Pick one. Anybody?
So try D.
D? Okay.
So pick C.
Any, mini, miny, mo. I will pick D. All right, hang on. For the next question, I'll pick C, right? So let me see.
I'm feeling not correct, you know.
Well, we will see, right? So if it's correct, it's supposed to be equal to 0. So that'll be minus 1 minus 4 minus 3 is equal to 0. And that'll be minus 1 plus 4 minus 3. Now I go work out. Unless I do the maths wrong. So y is minus 1. Yeah. That'll be minus.
Oh my God. So I'm going to start gambling now.
Hey. But here what? Not so fast there. Not so fast. The reason why I tell you not so fast is because this is not the only option with that. See what I'm talking about? So maybe C could be the answer. Keegan versus Kamaria. Big fight. Let me see who's correct. Let's try out the other point, right? The other point is 1, 4. And so that's going to be 4 minus 1 minus 3. Okay, Bessie really do that. Bessie really starts a yeah. It seems to work out, unless I do the maths wrong, but I don't think I did anything wrong. Y is 4, so that'll be 4. 4 minus 1 minus 3 minus 1 is minus 4. 4 minus 4 is 0. Yeah, so here on is D.
Yes, sir. Go and start to gamble.
Yes, sir.
Hagan, what drew you towards C? Is it that you tried -4 -1 and see it work? And it was like, that's my answer.
Well, yeah, it's a quick guess, so I'll do something quick.
Well, in this particular question, you have -4 -1 here, and you have it over here. So you had to be extra careful. You had to try the other point. 19. Given that O to A is -1725 and O to B is 45, then the vector AB is right. If I want to go from A to B, I would have to go from A to O and then O to B. So we don't have A to O, but we have O to A. What I want a little realize is that A to O
It's just the flip, like the flip of it.
is the opposite direction. And so if it's the direction, you change the sign. And
So
so,
it'd be 17 minus 25 plus 45.
right, and you'll get 21 minus 20.
So you see, no, it's D.
I don't know which is with you and Hagan and C and D.
Listen, most of the answers.
They were saying something and then you mute yourself. Right? So Hagan, you understand 19, right? Simple, easy thing.
Yes.
The vector A is given as 8i plus 15j. A unit vector parallel to A is right. So if two vectors are parallel, then I could write them as scalar multiples of each other. And we know it's a unit vector. So if it's a unit vector, it has to be of the format 1 over the magnitude multiplied by the vector A. So Hagan, option A and B wrong one time. What's the only option with the format 1 over? With one
That's
on,
C, sir.
right? C is definitely the answer. And just to be sure, I want you to find the magnitude of that. So in a calculator, we're going to do this. So we're going to do this, right? So it's going to be square root of 8 over 17. Wait, I'll take my time. 8 over 17 squared plus 15 over 17 squared. Take on it again, one. And all
It's almost finished.
right, and all unit vectors have a magnitude of 1.
Yes, sir, 1.
Yeah. So C is my answer, for sure. 21. The position vectors of A and B relative to an origin O are the way to find the acute angle AOB. So if we want to find the angle, we have to use this formula. Cos theta is equal to the dot product all over the product of their magnitudes. Right. So Hagan, don't get scared. Do you remember how to find the dot product? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it's going to be 2 by what?
2 by 3 first.
Plus.
5 by minus 1.
Okay, and for the magnitude. Wait, let me calculate it up first because we don't want to do extra working and it's not necessary. 3 by 2 is what?
6.
And 6 plus minus 5 is?
Well, 6 minus 5, 1.
What's the answer?
1.
Yeah. A is the answer.
Yeah.
Right? You don't need to go any further because this whole thing got turned to 1. And the only option with 1 on top is A. But let me just run through this fast. So that'll be, if I wanted to find the magnitude of A, that'll be 2 squared plus 5 squared by 3 squared plus minus 1 squared. And so that would be 4 plus 25 is 29, right? Multiply by 3 squared is 9, and that'll be 10. Yeah, so that'll be square root of 290. Yeah, so it is in fact A. All right, let's move on. The exact value, this is a repeat, what's the answer? Oh, you remember what the answer was?
So I think it was,
So it was I think it was 6 plus 2.
If you're
Oh, I
unsure,
think it's B. I think it's B.
if you're unsure, look at these solutions. I'll have these solutions.
I
So
think it was B.
is a quarter root 6 minus root 2 is A.
Minus. It
Yeah,
was minus.
it was minus. Because
Okay.
think of it like this, right? If you want to get number 5 pi over 12 is 75. If I want to get 75, and I would have to see, wait, why am I saying minus? Oh, no. Yeah. It would be minus because you'd have to add, right? And because when you add, it turns a minus. It is A. And if you don't believe me, remember, you know the trick. Plug this into your calculator and let me know what you're getting. Plug
Yes, it was A.
it was A, right? Because when
I
you
think the reason why I can't remember this question is because my calculator wasn't converting to the thing at first until I had do cos 30 and so forth with it.
I think so. But yeah. And if you ever forget, remember you could plug this into the calculator, you can store the value, and you can see which options giving you the same value as this.
Mm-hmm.
Right. 23. The exact value of sine 150 over cos 150 is, so they can plug in into the calculator. That should be a nice answer. Make sure your calculator is in degrees. So sine 150 all over cos 150. And for those who are not seeing it, this is the same thing as tan 150 because we have sine over cos. You have all again minus. If all the calculator do give it to all in surds form, it will give it like this.
So mine didn't give it in his form.
That's okay. What answer did you get?
I
I think
get minus 0.577. So basically minus 0.56.
It means 0.58.
yes, sir.
Oh, sorry, yes, 8.
That is okay. So here we could do, right? Guys, if all you're not getting the exact value, that's fine. In the calculator, just plug in the options and see which one is minus 0.58. So let's do that. So the first one, minus root 3. Okay, not that wrong. Not wrong. B,
Minus
minus,
1/3.
do we get back the same thing here? Minus 0.58.
Yeah.
Yeah, so easy answer. You okay?
Yes, sir.
Right. Speed and through these things now. All right. So we had to figure out the arc length. We had to figure out the arc length here. So we have a sector. I mean, they gave us the angle in degrees, but we should know that the formulas is only work when the angle is in what?
Radians.
Right. So how would I convert 30 degrees to radians? Think of it like this. What would I have to divide 180 by to get 30? 180 over what is 30?
6.
6.
No.
Yeah, so this could be pi over 6. Pi over 6 is equivalent to 30 degrees. Yeah or no? You understand what I'm saying? Because pi is 1
Yeah.
over 6 is 30. Right. So that being said, let me find the arc length. So to find the arc length, it's going to be r by theta. So my radius is 1.5 and my angle is pi over 6. And so plug that into your calculator and let me know what you're getting. Leave the pi. I just want to put 1.5 over 6. Just put the 1.5 over the 6 and let me know what you're getting.
So I get a quarter pi.
Right. So that'll be pi over 4, right? I think, guys, and all your Casio supposed to give all the answer in terms of pi if you wanted. It's supposed to. Try plugging in this. Try plugging in this into your Casio.
Yes, so I plug in that and it gave me
Quarter pi.
yeah.
Okay, nice. So my answer is what?
A.
Here's my answer. Right? Cool. I'm gonna move on. So this was fairly straightforward. The hack I use to remember this is, well, pi is equal to 180 degrees. So if I know that, and I want to get 30, well, I would have to divide 180 by 6, and that would give me 30. So if that's the case, then pi over 6 would be 30. Right, and then just r by theta. R is 1.5, that's the radius, by pi over 6. 1.5 over 6 is a quarter, so a quarter pi, 25. If tan theta is 5 over 12 and theta is reflex, then sine theta is, all right. So let me show you how we're going to do this. So if tan theta is reflex, what is the range for that? It would be in between what? If it's reflex. Tell my guys, reflex. You know why they call it reflex?
Is it,
Yeah, Imani, tell me.
is it in the third quadrant?
You said the third quadrant.
Yeah.
Do you all agree? Keegan, you agree?
Oh, yes, I know reach back. What happened?
So like, you know what we're on?
No, sir, I just left my computer to come back.
Okay, so Keegan, if we have theta and it's reflex, well, where would that be? What does it mean to be reflex? Oh, Imani was right there. So what does it mean if you're a reflex angle? In what range?
That would be like the third quadrant.
Yeah, that would be in the third quadrant. Right? So, and it makes sense, right? We could have figured that out without even knowing what reflex mean. Why? Look at this, guys. Is tan positive or negative?
Positive.
Positive. Sir.
If tan is positive, it can only be positive here or here. Obviously, it can't be over here because this is an acute angle. So it has to be in the third quadrant. Okay, and let me show you how we can narrow down this, right? So, if tan is in the third quadrant, sine will be what? Positive or negative? So if we're in the third quadrant, would sine be positive or negative?
Negative. Sir.
Negative.
Right, so this is wrong and this is wrong. Let me get on to the t of this. So tan theta is 5 over 12. What does that mean? That means that the opposite is 5 and the adjacent is 12. So let me draw my right angle triangle. This would be the angle here. And so this would be the hypotenuse. This would be the adjacent and this would be the opposite. So the adjacent is equal to 12. My opposite is equal to 5. And so my hypotenuse would be 13, I think. Because there's something called Pythagorean triplets or something like that. Basically, you'd have like these known values and you will know the answer is, you know what the answer is, like 3, 4, 5, and 6. So if I see 5 and 12, I know that my answer for the hypotenuse is going to be 30. So that being said, how can I figure out for sine? Remind me, guys, sine is equal to what? SOHCAHTOA. What is sine equal to?
The opposite of
Opposite
the
over
hypotenuse.
adjacent.
Right, so that's
I'm
going to
sorry,
be 5 over 13. And because it's in the third quadrant, it has to be what? Negative, right? Because
Yeah.
quadrant. So my answer is C. Okay. Which of the following graphs represents y is equal to cos x? So remind my guys, what angle over what range does a full oscillation happen for cos x?
360.
Or 0 to 2 pi, right? So what's my answer here then? Which one looking like the first graph? And which one?
B, sir.
B is the answer, yes. B is the
They
answer.
looking like B, yeah.
Because it takes 0 to 2 pi to make a full revolution. This over here, this would be an example of cos 2x. So hang on, I think you can see it now. So watch. Why am I saying this is cos 2x? That's because from 0 to 2 pi, it had two oscillations. This over here would be y is equal to cos a half x. Because watch. Hang on. Remember what I tell you? If it's a half x, it will take 720 degrees of 4 pi to make a full revolution. So by 2 pi, it'll be at the half mark. Yeah or no? You understand?
Yes, I understand. I said we.
And this one will be sine x. This is the graph of sine x. Right. Given that cos x is equal to 3 over 5 and x is acute, then the value of sine 2x is, all right. So if it's acute, which quadrant is it in?
The first.
Right. Okay. Let me draw my triangle. Angle is here. And we looking at cos. So cos is adjacent over hypotenuse. So my adjacent is 3. And my hypotenuse is 5. So this has to be 4. Again, the Pythagorean triples. Right, so we want to find sine 2x. If we want to find sine 2x, remember, sine 2x is equal to 2 sine x cos x. Or you should remember this because this is what come in paper 2 this year. You know what I'm talking about? The proof question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So here what? To find for sine 2x, we need to find what sine x is. So we know that cos x is equal to 3 over 5. What would sine x be equal to? Hypotenuse, this is the adjacent, this is the opposite. What would sine x be equal to?
It'd be 4 over 5.
Right, opposite over hypotenuse. So 4 over 5. So if I want to figure out my answer, it will be equal to 2 by sine x. Sine x is 4 over 5 by cos x, which is 3 over 5. And so that's going to be 12 over 25, which is 24 over 25. So my answer is
C.
now 12 over 25, and then you multiply by
So,
2. Multiply by 2 on the outside. So 2 by 12
Oh. So it's D.
is D. And most of the answers is C and D.
That's what I was saying, but then my mic had cut.
Something that happened to your mic.
I was earlier on when you was talking, and I was telling you, how I'm gonna start gambling, and then
Yeah.
and then you was saying, what is with me and Hagan with C and D, and I was like, so I find most of the answers is either C or D.
Yeah, I need a cut off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me answer this question here. You see, look at what it is doing, guys. In odd maths, they're real wicked. Watch this.
Yes, sir. The same thing, just different values.
Right. So I don't know what you're doing. That's why I take my time and showing you what to do. So we know that the sum of angles in a triangle is 180. So if I want to find the angle in degrees first, it's going to be 180 minus 110 plus 34. And that's going to be
36.
36. Right. So this one might be a little hard to figure out, but let me show you how we want to do it, right?
So this is easy to figure out.
Okay, well, yes, Hagan. Remember the trick I showed you, right? And pi is
Yes, sir.
equal to 180.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So you're looking to see which option will give you 36.
Yeah, you say 180 divided by 36 and it's 5, so it is E.
Wait, what? No.
Yeah, that's how you get the answer.
Wait. Let me see. So that'll be 180 over 5. Wait, I hang on it. Say that back one more time.
You could say 180
Right.
divided by 36 is equal to 5. So you get back A, which is pi over 5.
Okay, yes. I think you're doing the same thing I said. So what I'm saying is pi is 180 degrees, right? So you can just run through the options and see which one giving you 36. So pi over 5, pi is 180, so 180 over 5 is 36. So it gives them back the angle, and that's the answer. And if you wanted to do the full way, remember, 180 degrees is equal to pi. So if 180 degrees is equal to pi, then 1 degree would be equal to pi over 180. And so 36 degrees, you would just multiply by 36 on both sides. Like what Hagan was saying. Lucas. By chance, Lucas, are you from Trinidad? You sound like you're from foreign. I feel like you have a little accent. Lucas? Can I hear Lucas? Right. So we finish at 28. Let's move on to 29. Swiftly. Okay. This one real easy. If you look at the bottom is in what form?
So what do you mean by form?
Okay. You want to tell you what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, so difference are two squares.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah, difference are two squares form. So in the denominator, I can write that as, actually I probably shouldn't do that. Let's look at the options. So we have sine x over sine x cos x, we have tan 2x t. So let's say 2 sine x cos x. Okay, wait. And we know that cos squared x minus sine squared x is, that's cos 2x. And on top, what we have? What we have on top? What is 2 sine x cos x equal to? Can I give another hint with cos 2x?
Um,
Come this year.
Hmm?
Come this year. Well, I have to remember the identity. Come this year. What is 2 sine x cos x?
So would the cos x cancel out?
No, can't do that. What I want to hear is 2 sine x cos x is sine 2x. You're not seeing it?
No.
No? Okay. Watch. Sine 2x is equal to 2 sine x cos x.
Oh,
And so I can replace the top with sine 2x and the bottom was cos squared x minus sine squared x, which is cos 2x. So if I have sine 2x over cos 2x, what's my answer? What's sine over cos? Sine over cos is,
tan.
right? And the angle
Sorry.
is 2x.
Oh,
So
we are going to know. Come talk to me.
say that again?
Theorem. Chemistry.
Anna, I think your mic muted. I mean the mic unmuted.
You ready for
All right. Yeah. So let's continue. Hopefully you understand why the answer is tan 2x. Let's proceed. Between 0 and 360 degrees. Wait, I'll able to see the screen just now. Right. For 0 degrees, so basically in between 0 and 360, the equation 3 sine squared x is equal to 8 cos x has only one real solution given by. All right. So let me show you how we're going to do this. Actually, well, you could use a calculator and you could solve it. What do you want me to show you? Like how to solve it or use a calculator?
So show us the calculator first.
Okay. The calculator it would take, it wouldn't be as easy as you like.
Oh.
Basically,
So which one is yeah?
I feel like just solving it, because
Okay, well, all right. Let's do that.
you go ahead and make a substitution and like you basically plug in the options. But then the problem is you don't know what causes, so you have to find the angle, all kind of thing.
Okay.
So I have 3 sine squared x is equal to 8 cos x. I'm going to move across that 8 cos x. And that's equal to 0. What I'm going to do is, I notice I have sine squared, and I can convert sine squared to cos squared.
Mm-hmm.
I can write that as 1 minus cos squared x minus 8 cos x. Right? And that's going to be 3 minus 3 cos squared x minus 8 cos x is equal to 0. So that's minus 3 cos squared x minus 8 cos x And so I'm gonna say let cos x equal to y. And so I'm gonna end up with minus 3y squared minus 8y plus 3 is equal to 0. Right. So I think I'll see the answer already. Any answer that doesn't have that isn't cos is equal to something is wrong. Why? Because I said that cos x was equal to y. So when I find the values for y, I'm going to recall that, and cos x is going to be equal to some value. So any option that don't have cos x is equal to is wrong.
So A and C is automatically wrong.
Yeah. Right? Now we need to solve this. So let me just multiply by -1 on both sides. You can plug that into your calculator. You can plug that in. Just saying, you can plug that in. I like to work it out myself. So they get 3y squared. I could say 3y by y to get minus 3. I could say 1 by 3, put the negative sign here. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to get a positive. So, right. Just verify that. And so essentially, y would be equal to a third, and y would be equal to minus 3. But only one of these is valid, right? Which is the one that's valid?
The one with a third?
Yeah, because remember, the graph we are dealing with is cos x. So cos x is equal to a third. But cos x cannot be equal to minus 3 because the cos graph only goes up to what? And it only goes down to what?
1 and -1.
Yeah, 1 and -1, right? The cos graph only goes up to 1 and only goes down to -1. This is what the cos graphs look like. So how could I say cos x is plus 3 or minus 3? That make any sense?
Mm-mm.
That don't make any sense. So that's invalid. That's why it's invalid. So my answer is a third.
B. No, it was B, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's B. Right? The gradient at x is equal to pi over 6 on the curve, y is equal to cos x is, right? So we're just going to differentiate. I mean, you can work this on a calculator. Eh? Watch, I'm sure how to work this on a calculator. Make sure your calculator is in radians. Eh? Make sure it's in radians because x is equal to pi over 6. So once your calculator is in radians mode, I want you to click on the differentiation function. You're going to put in cos x, right? And the value for x, you're going to put pi over 6. And when you do that, you're supposed to get minus half.
No, delete.
I want a good couple of people here who have a Casio to try it out. Try it out and let me know if I get minus half. Make sure your calculator is in radians mode. Eh? Are you all getting
So I think I do something wrong. 'Cause I keep getting a syntax error, and I put it in radians.
send me a picture of what you did? Right, did you send a picture?
I sent it right now.
Okay. Did anybody get minus half when you worked it in a calculator? Yes or no?
No, so I get a syntax error too.
Good.
Yeah, so
Yeah, me too.
Let me use on my calculator. I'm an actual Casio.
yes, sir.
I feel like that's because I never close the brackets, you know. Because if you didn't close the brackets, you'll get a syntax error.
Hold on, sir.
Yeah, I get through.
So which brackets? Because
I won't show you. Don't worry. You see, here what, right? When you get the differential, when you get the function, right? the differentiation function in the calculator, it's going to open up a pair of its own brackets, but you need to open up another pair of brackets on the inside and include where you're going to put in. So I'm going to send a picture of what I mean. I'll send a picture.
Okay, yes, sir, I got it now.
So let me show you what would be considered wrong. This is, I sure are they doing this? Yes or no? Check what's in the chat. If you do that, you're going to get a syntax error. This is what it's supposed to be like. Yeah, Kaya, I know that. I know that.
I don't know why doing because like oh my god, hold on.
Look,
Shift.
so what's in here is the error and the correct thing. So this is where you're supposed to be seeing ddx cos x.
So I close any brackets and I still get a syntax error, so
This is exactly what you have.
hold on. So, no, see what the hell, look. Shift.
Okay, so again.
Yeah. Nice. So Maria, how come you're not getting it?
So I don't know what I doing, but
I will send
I
a
get a syntax.
I will send a tutorial. I will send a tutorial, yes. Yeah.
Look how much brackets.
We like real brackets, boy. Oh,
That my saying, so.
that's real brackets. I didn't have that much brackets, but try the 20 brackets. I'll hack, right? Just make sure the amount of brackets you have is always an even number. An odd number means that you didn't close all the brackets.
So it work with the plenty brackets, so no.
Okay. Well, good. You get the minus half, right?
Yeah, so I get it, but like I don't think in exam I can remember to put all them brackets.
Okay, well, watch. Remember, if you want to find the gradient at a point, you need to find the first derivative. So if you differentiate cos x, that'll be minus sine x. And so you just plug in pi over 6 into that. So minus sine pi over 6. And yeah, you'll get minus a half. That's a long working. Not even that long. Right? It's cool. I'm going to move on. Which of the following statements about the object's motion is true? The object covers the same distance during m and r. The object moves with uniform velocity during f. The object does not accelerate during t. The object is at rest during m. Okay, let me hear. What do you think the answer is?
I think it's C because it not accelerating during T.
Yeah, it's C. Because if an object is not accelerating, that means its velocity.
It's constant.
Yeah. Right? Everybody understand? So it does not accelerate during t because the velocity remains the same at any given point in time. The velocity is the same at 5. Right? And to accelerate means it changes speed. Right. Okay, so we had to use the product rule for this. Why? Kamaria, how did I know I have to use the product rule here? What about it? Can I give it away?
Um, I'm trying to see how you know how to use your product rule. I seen x sine 2x. So I seen two different
Functions.
yeah.
You see a polynomial and you see a trigonometric function.
Mm-hmm.
U by v. Also the differentiator, it's going to be v du dx.
Plus
U,
u dv dx.
right, and that's going to be sine 2x, right? And if I differentiate u is x. If I differentiate x, what are going to be?
1.
Right? Then I'm going to write back u, so u is x. And if I differentiate v, if I differentiate this, what am I going to get?
Minus cos 2.
No, take your time. Take your time. And this also like, okay, the last paper we did, we looked at that hack. Where we look at the shortcuts. Watch. So I'm talking about. If you have something like if you have something inside the trig, you're gonna differentiate the inside, put it on the outside. You're gonna differentiate the trig and write back what was on the inside. So watch. We have right. So yeah, we have sine 2x. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna differentiate it,
Differentiate the 2x.
right?
So I get 2
Right? And then we're gonna differentiate sine. If you differentiate sine, what do you get?
cos.
Right? And I'm gonna write back what was on the inside. And so my answer is sine 2x plus 2 by x is 2x cos 2x. So what's my answer?
A.
Right. Lovely. We're good, right?
Yeah.
Good. 34. At the point 74 on the curve y is equal to f of x, the first derivative is 0. That means it's a stationary point. And the second derivative is equal to minus 5. The 0.74 is a right. So they gave us the second derivative and they told us it's a negative. If it's a negative, what do I mean? The maximum or minimum? If you're, you're negative, you're happy or you're sad?
It's sad.
Right. So a maximum, right? D. 34D. 35. If f of x is sine 4x minus cos 3x and the second derivative is, all right, so we have to differentiate this 2 times. So if I differentiate it the first time, what am I going to get? If I differentiate sine 4x, what am I going to get?
4 cos 4x.
Right, 4 cos 4x. If I differentiate minus cos 3x,
I get.
it's all way to do. A way to figure out what the negative sign. Just work the cos 3x. So if I differentiate cos 3x, remember, when you differentiate cos, you get minus sign. So watch, look how we're going to do it. First things first. If I differentiate 3x, it's going to be 3, so I'm going to put 3 on the outside, right?
Okay. Minus sin x.
Right? Then I'm going to
minus sin 3x.
Right. Yeah. So that's...
And you have to differentiate again.
Wait, before we differentiate again, let me just simplify. We have minus 3 by minus. Minus 3 by minus is?
Positive.
Right, and we need to differentiate again. So to find the second derivative, so same process, we're going to take 4, differentiate it, multiply by the outside number, and so that's going to be 16. And if I differentiate cos, I'm going to get what?
So that's what, sir?
If I differentiate cos, what do I get?
Minus sin.
So minus sine 4x. If I differentiate 3x, that'll be 3. And so that's 3 by 3. And I'm going to write, and instead of sine, I'm going to write cos. Right? All right, so let's simplify. Okay, so that'll be equal to minus 16 sine 4x plus 9 cos 3x. So what's the answer?
minus D.
Yeah. Hey boy, I real like cramp for space. It's a PDF, so I could zoom in how much all I want, and it will still be there. Yeah. Right. Okay, so this question, I think this is a repeat. Nah, it looking like a repeat, but I think it's quite a repeat. What was the question that was similar to this last year? You see, watch, very, very similar, but it's not quite. So that's why I showed you how to do it. So this is in the form ax plus b to the power n. So anytime I integrate something in that form, I'm going to end up with, does anybody remember?
That's answer.
So when you integrate, add 1 to the power, and that's going to be n plus 1. And
Which is
then you have to multiply the coefficient of x by the new power. Okay? So let's do that. So if I integrate this, if I integrate 3x minus 5 to the power 4, it's going to be 3x minus 5 to what power? What's the new power going to be?
5.
Right? And I'll have to multiply 5 by the coefficient of x. What's the coefficient of x?
8.
A 3.
So, oh my god, hear me A now.
It's okay. So that's going to be 3x minus 5 to the power 5. And 3 by 5 is 15. Right? You just put plus k. And so where's the answer?
C.
B? No, C. C is the answer. I mean, if you go with that.
Yeah.
So just a way to remember how to do it, in case it changes up slightly, in case they do that, you have to add.
Alright, so when you send the document, I will make sure and look at the formula on top.
Right. So all you're gonna do is just gonna add 1 to the power and then divide by that same number, but multiply by whatever I had in front of x.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if y is equal to 3x squared plus cos x, then the integral of that would be okay. So let's integrate that. So if I integrate 3x squared, that's going to become, so I'm going to add 1 to the power, so 3, and then I'm going to divide by that new power. And if I integrate cos, I'm going to get positive sine x. So what is my answer?
B.
So the answer is B.
Yeah, the answer is B. Right? Let's move on. Right, so all I can do is another calculator. I don't know with here. Right, so just wait. Right, so get the integral function in brackets. You're gonna put 1 plus x squared close bracket 1, 2, and it should get 29 over 6,
6. Yes, sir.
which is 4 and 5/6.
Yes, sir. So C.
See. Right? I don't need to go through that. Like if you have anybody that wants me to go through that, tell me now. Otherwise, I'm gonna move on.
Let's go through it.
Okay. So if you do, wait, the person that asks if you want me to go through, you have a Casio or a Sharp?
Casio.
Casio? Okay, then you should be able to solve it on a Casio. What model you have? Which model?
FX 991 ES.
ES?
ES, yeah.
EX or ES?
Yes.
ES, okay. So does your layout look very familiar to this? Like does it look familiar?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're gonna do is you are going to you see the integral sign over here. You're gonna press that, and this should come up. Yeah, no, tell me if you're seeing that.
Yeah, seeing that.
Okay, let me start a video. Sending a solution on the chat. Our tutorial.
So for the sharp people, we just have to do the long way.
Yes. You want to show you how to do the long way?
No, I thought there would be a shorter way. That's it.
Ah, unfortunately not. Which shop do you have by chance? I could try to see if you could do integration then. What's the model you have?
Is it EL 506 TS?
EL506 TS shop. All right. Well, I'll see the integration. So you're supposed to be able to integrate. Does it look like this?
Yes, sir.
I think you should be able to do integration. Give me a second. Because there's clearly an integral sign. When you press the integral button, what happens? On your shop, when you press the integral button, what happens?
I get an E question mark.
Get an A.
Question.
Okay. Here what? They could probably be talking about the lower limit. Try putting in 1. Press 1 and then press equal. They're asking if for B now?
Yeah.
Okay. Put in 2. Put 2.
They're asking for N now.
What are you asking it for?
N?
N?
Yeah.
I presume that's the highest power of X. So put 2. So what you see now when you press after you press 2?
The integral sign dx equal sign.
Turn on a picture.
Okay.
I have everybody back. I feel like the sharp could do it, for sure. The sharp could do it. Okay, I never see on a sharp before in my life. But okay, here what you're gonna do. Press 1, then press plus, and to get X, you're gonna press alpha equal. Do you have 1 plus X on your screen right now? Imani?
Yeah.
Then press plus again, then press alpha equal, then press X squared to raise it to the power 2. Press equal and see what happens.
Oh, I'm getting 1.
Wait again.
1, I'm getting 1. Yeah.
Again 1.
Yeah. 1.
I'm gonna look it up. That was just me guessing. Thinking that I would. Okay, I'm gonna send you a video on the chats. You can try it and let me know if you get through.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so those who are sharp, I want to let you try that, like run through the video and try it and see if you are able to integrate. All right, so let's move on. The gradient of the tangent to the curve C at xy is given by dy dx is equal to 9x squared minus 4. Then the equation of the curve that passes through the point minus 1, 2 is. Where's the hack for this? I don't need to do any work. Where's the hack for this? What could do? Keegan, where's the hack for this? You remember the hack?
Yes, sir. I think I remember the hack.
Okay. Kamaria, you remember the hack?
I feel like I can common sense it.
Okay, so in the question, they're saying that the gradient of the tangent to the curve C at xy is dy dx is 9x squared minus 4. Okay. Then they're saying the equation of the curve that passes through the point. So they give us a point here that is on the. This point is
On
on.
the curve.
Right. So how would I check to see which one is my correct answer? Which one? How I can check? How am I going to check? If something is on a curve or on a line, it satisfies, right? So x is equal to minus 1, y is equal to 2. I want to plug that into the options and see which option is working out. So pick an option. Let me see how good he is at gambling.
Well, I seen that dy dx is 9x squared, so
Okay, so yeah, so 9x squared. So if I were to integrate that, I would add 1 to the power, and then I would divide by the new power, so that'll be 3x cubed.
Said looking like a B, but I'm not sure as yet.
Okay, so if we integrate it, we know we'll get 3x cubed. You'll get 3x cubed, yeah. And
so let me try B and C.
No, C is wrong for sure. You mean A and B, not B and C.
Yeah, sorry, sir, not C, A and B.
Right.
But I said I said let me try B and C, like as in SEE.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that was right. So let me try B first. So if it's correct, when I plug in x on the right hand side, it's supposed to be equal to 2. So that'll be 3 by minus 1 cube minus 4 by minus 1 minus 1. Let me see. So that'll be 2. Wait. That'll be 3 by minus 1 cube. Yeah, 3 by minus 1 cube. I don't want cube root. I want cube.
So it add up to 0, sir.
Yes, sis. I think it might be wrong.
Well, if it add up to 0, then it's wrong because you're supposed to get 2.
Yeah.
Let me try A then.
Let's try A. So for A, it'll be 3 minus 1 cube minus 4.
Yes, sir. I think. Mm,
Yes, it's 8 add up to 2.
Yes, A. Is A. Right? You understand how to do it?
yes, sir.
Sharp people. Let me know if you understand this trick. And you can do this on a sharp too. So what I'm saying is, if you have a point and it passes through a line or a curve, then it's supposed to satisfy the curve. And so if they give them a point on the curve, then all I have to do is I'm going to plug in y and x and see if it makes the equation valid. See if it satisfies the equation. Imani, do you understand this trick?
Yes, sir.
Right. You get through you get through the sharp?
No, sir. It's okay.
I understand that Ruby Bash and sharp is just that it kind of holding on the back from achieving excellence. Yeah. Right, so here's my answer. Question 40. The region R is enclosed by the x-axis. The curve y is equal to minus x squared plus 2. And the lines x is equal to 0 and x is equal to 1. So those who have a Casio, just plug this in from up and you'll get the answer one time. For those who don't have a Casio and you're working with a sharp, let me proceed. So we're going to integrate. If you integrate, you're going to add 1 to the power and then divide by that new power. If I integrate 2, it's going to become 2x. And so that's going to be 1, 0. And so that's going to be equal to minus 1 cubed all over 3 plus 2 by 1. And I told you all, anytime the lower limit is 0, that whole thing going to be 0 when you plug it, when you try to plug in 0. So somebody with a sharp, I want to hear the correct answer from you all. So that 1 to the power 3 is just going to turn to 1. So that's going to be a third plus 2. So somebody with a sharp, tell me the correct answer. Imani, tell me what you get.
2 and a third.
Right, so that'll be 7 over 3, right? Yeah, 2 and a third is 7 over 3. Casio.
So like I do something wrong?
Probably.
So I get 5. So I get 5 over 3.
Oh yeah, wait. What was I saying, boy? Watch. If I forget the minus sign over here, forget the minus sign. So that'll be 6 over 3. Yeah. 5 over 3. Imani, just verify that because you have minus on the outside. 1 cube is 1 over 3. So that'll be minus a third plus 2. And 2 is the same thing as 6 over 3. So you really have 6 minus 1, which is 5 over 3. So yeah, 5 over 3. Casio users, everybody got 5 over 3? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Sharp users, did you all get 5 over 3? Imani? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Question 41. Item 41 refers to the following probability table, which shows the probability of a biased spinner landing on 3 of the 5 possible prizes. If the odds of winning the car and winning the cruise vacation are equally likely, what is the probability of winning the car? All right, so I'm going to call this X, and where's the total? What is the total probability?
5.
5.
No, sorry, 1.
Or 1, right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add up X and X because I know the probability is the same amount, so 2X. And so 2X plus, you can add up all of this, and if you add up all of that, you should get looking like 0.5, that'll be 0.65, that'll be 0.9.
Yes, sir.
And that should be equal to 1. So 2x would be equal to 1 minus 0.9. And so x could be equal to d. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
2x could be equal to 0.1. And so I would divide both sides by 2. So that's how we're getting 0.05. Because half of 0.1 is 0.05. Right. Everybody understood this question? I take it as a yes. They said that the probability of a car on a cruise ship is the same amount. So I said both of them is x. So we're gonna add up everything and put it equal to 1 to find for the unknown.
Yes, sir. We understand.
Right. 42. Which of the following is an advantage of a stem and leaf diagram over a box and whisker plot? Right. Let's answer the question. So a stem and leaf versus a box and whisker. It easily handles that.
I'd say A.
No,
never mind. Because a box and whisker is too large data.
I wouldn't say A because like.
Will it be B?
Wait, yeah.
No, I wouldn't say B. Because a median and the quarter is more visible on a box and whisker.
Yes, it's D.
Let's see.
Let's see. Why am I saying C, right? And you can have a box. I mean a back-to-back stem and leaf plot.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If you could have a back-to-back stem and leaf plot, that means you could compare
Two
multiple.
different sets of data.
I wouldn't say one. I wouldn't say A because all they ever try to plot a stem and leaf with plenty data. That's be hell.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, that was wrong.
Especially if you have like a bunch of repeated numbers.
Yeah, that's not easy. And part B, that's a lie because we know the box and whisker does do a better job because the box and whisker does tell you what the upper quartile is, the lower quartile, the median, the highest observation, the lowest. D, it immediately shows any gap that might exist in the data. That's true, eh? That's true. A stem and leaf would do that because let me just say you had a bunch of, let me just say you had 60 and then everybody else get 90. When you do the stem and leaf, you'll be able to see the gap. So let me just confirm this answer. I don't want to give away the wrong answer. But C and D making sense. Okay, according to ChatGPT, the answer is D, right? Yes, I tell you, I using ChatGPT. Well, most of the 90% of the questions I don't use ChatGPT for, but anytime I have a doubt, I check ChatGPT, and I would advise you all to. ChatGPT is very smart.
So I have a question, right?
Yeah,
So let's say since both C and D make sense, if you have C, would they give you it correctly or would they just say nah, D is the better answer?
they give it wrong. There's only one answer
Oh.
to be correct. Let me. So I will tell you what ChatGPT tell me. It says so. Option C, it better applies to box plots because comparing similarly diagrams gets messy. I see what it's saying, but at the same time, you could also compare data like a back to back.
Yeah.
But I also get what I mean because if you have, watch this, right? If you have this box and whisker compared to this box and whisker, and we could immediately figure out which one is negatively skewed or positively skewed, and we can compare the data.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I understand why C is wrong because a box and whisker, if you just by glimpsing at this looking like positively skewed or negatively skewed.
So it's on the right side negatively skewed.
Right, most of my data is to the right. So from a box and whisker, you could immediately look at it and you could kind of analyze the data. Oh yeah, and it makes plenty sense because a box and whisker does have the upper quartile, the lower quartile, the median. You can find the SIQR. You have the highest observation, the lowest observation. So yes. Yeah. This would be a lot better to compare data. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Kamaria?
Yes, I understand.
I don't know how I didn't think about that before, but I think about it now. It makes so much
Yeah.
because this is immediately tell you a good bit of the key information. And why am I saying D? If I go to my statistics notes, I will show you what I mean by gap. Okay, so like watch this, right? Just by looking at this stem and leaf diagram, and I can see that it's not missing anything here, but imagine this. If it had people, if it had nobody that gets 7, and this would have just be blank here,
Yeah.
and then I have a gap, and you can easily see the gap. So yeah. Glad I clear up that. So D. The 50th percentile is defined as D. That's the median. Everybody understand that? Think of
Yeah,
it.
because it's the halfway.
Yeah, median is kind of somewhere in the middle. So it's C. 44. If a team loses a match, what is the probability that the team is not Catchers Club? What kind of name is that? Catchers Club? could not think of a better name, and it's a cricket championship. Speaking of which, how much others watch cricket? I myself don't watch cricket. I don't really know much about cricket.
Butterfly.
Somebody talking about a butterfly. Yeah, so here gone.
Sorry, sir. My mic was unmuted. I'm because I was talking to someone.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. So this particular question here. If a team loses a match, what is the probability that the team is not part catcher's club?
It
So,
is D, sir.
is it D?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that explain yourself. Why is it D?
Because the total amount of losses is 17. So since it's not Paracatcher's Club, you have to combine Hibiscus Gold and Skyrocket, and it's 8 and 3 is 11, 11 over 17. D.
That's perfect. So let me just reiterate what Egan said. So they said, what is the probability that the team is not part catcher's club? So if it's not part catcher's club, then we're looking at this row. But why am I looking at that column, right? Or why am I looking at that column? They said if a team loses a match, so we're strictly looking at the losses. So it's going to be everything other than part catcher's club. So 3 and 8, so 11 over 17. Does everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Understand that, right?
Yes, sir.
I really don't like probability questions because it have some what's what I'm looking for? You know, like how in English or like the human sciences, it could be that or it could be that different answer,
What's the easiest question for the Max?
I don't like probability questions. I mean, in pure maths, probability questions are nice, but like, I prefer equations and to solve.
So I feel like probability is the easiest way to get marks.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't like statistical probability. I find it too boring. Right, so a bag contains 15 balls numbered 1 through 15. What is the probability of selecting a ball that has an odd number and is divisible by 5? Right. So it's an odd number. So here what? The sample space here will be 1 to 15. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you'll have 1 to 15. And so here what? Let me figure out the number of odd balls now. So where's the odd balls? From 1 to 15, where's the odd numbers?
3.
Well, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15.
Okay. Kamari, I noticed you left out 1.
Yeah.
How come?
I don't know, so it skipped my mind. I was really thinking about one.
I think you think prime numbers. I think that's what you're thinking about. Prime
exactly, yeah.
Good one. Okay, so this is a set of odd numbers, right? And from
Also, no, our next reason why I feel like I left out, but no, actually, now that would make sense because 3 is not divisible by 5 either.
No, wait. Here what we're doing. So here what? What is the probability of selecting a ball that has an odd number and is divisible by 5? So what are you doing is you are picking from the odd numbers. So you're selecting a ball that has an odd number and is divisible by 5. So what we're looking at is, so these are the possible odd numbers, right?
Yeah.
So from this, where's the probability that you could select a ball that's divisible by 5?
2. We have 2 numbers divisible by 5 here.
So it's A, sir, 2 15s.
Right? So let me just verify that. So 5 is divisible by 5, obviously, and 15. So yeah, it'll be 2 over 15. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. So that was it. That was it for this particular. Yeah. Take 10 minutes and we're gonna come back. We're gonna go
So
straight.
this paper only had like 2 repeats from 2024.
I find that was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we also have this question. No, we do this already. Yeah, we do this already. I don't know why it's showing here. That's absolutely crazy though. Damn. I really hope they don't bring new questions like this for you. And they like to change up the smallest things. The smallest things.
So the chances of them bringing a lot of new questions low, aren't?
I mean, I would say so. Or we just do two papers. We just do two papers. So, like in physics, when I was doing physics, right? You was have any physics?
No, as a business student.
Oh, and you do not maths? Well, I guess that makes sense because
Yeah, of course, ma.
when you're doing things like you see what that thing again? Actuarial sciences or finances, you need to know about differentiation and to figure out the maximum profit and such. So yeah.
Okay.
Basically what I'm saying is for the physics, when we started off, it was looking like a lot of new questions, but as we progress, we realize it was just repeats. So I think it just can't be repeats. Yeah, I think all we just had to deal with repeats.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Now don't worry. It will just be repeats.
So you write the wrong time because it's 9:36 right now.
No, I wrote this 2 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in 10 minutes from 9:34.
Oh, okay.
From put out here. Or I could just put 9:44. But worried about the Jamaicans. I'm not sure if we have any people from Jamaica on this right now. Because I know like everybody focusing on chemistry and bio. Nobody focusing on maths. Like nobody. And that's concerning. Because I think chemistry and bio, real easy. If you add maths, you should probably be focusing on. Anybody here? I don't know the dates, eh? When is the next exam? Paper one. When is chemistry and thing?
So chemistry is tomorrow in the
Finish is
evening.
tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. So
Yeah, in the evening.
so are you prepared for it, right?
Yes, that's it.
Are you prepared for it?
No. I never do any papers
No,
for it as
sir.
yet, but when I finish with this advanced marathon, I'm gonna do some papers between then and tomorrow morning.
What the hell? You never do a single chem paper yet?
Well, so
What?
I was procrastinating.
A real procrastination, boy. But at least you got in the maths.
Yes, sir, and I'm not worried for chemistry, so that I need to put the actual work into advance.
Okay, well, that's good. At maths, you actually had to know how to do the thing. Having a Casio calculator is not enough. All right, guys, you all there? Let me know. Keegan, Kamaria. Any of you other guys? All right, guys, I'm not fully here, no? Let me know. Drop a one in the chat or unmute.
Yes, sir, I hear.
Okay, good. Let's jump straight into 2022 now. Okay. It's like a one second. All right, yeah, let's jump straight into it. So now, the first question. X minus 2 is a factor of. So I repeat or not? It's looking very similar, but it's not repeat. Like all the other questions in the last years have been different. Because the question this year. Okay, yeah, that's not repeat. So let's solve it really fast. So Chanel, if something is a factor, that means we have to do factor theorem. And so we're gonna say x is equal to 2. So we're gonna say x is equal to 2. And you're gonna plug that into the options and see which one is giving you 0. Because if something is a factor, it should have a remainder of 0. So Chanel, pick one. A, B, C, or D. That's how good it is.
B.
B, okay. So let's see if it will work out. So 4 by 2 cubed plus 2 by 2 squared minus 16. Plug that into your calculator and let me know if you're getting 0.
So the answer is A.
Yeah. I'm not getting 0. So I'm gonna try E. Okay. 2 to the power 4. Right. So 2 to the power 4 is 16. 16 by 4. 16 by 4. I believe that is 64. So 64. 2 squared is 4. 4 minus 2 or minus 8. Minus 8 minus 56. Yeah, that'll be 0. Right, so 1e. So you have 1 over x plus 3 over x squared minus 9. I believe that this was a repeat. This is a repeat, right? What's the answer? Does anybody remember what the answer was?
I think the answer was C.
I believe it was B.
Let's see. So the answer was B. Yeah, B. Right? Question 3. Which of the following graphs represents x by 2 plus x? So here what? Now we find the roots for this, right? So it's already factorized. So we have x by 2 plus x. We put it equal to 0. And we solve for the roots. So x will be equal to 0. And you would say 2 plus x is equal to 0. So in this case, x will be equal to minus 2. So we're looking for a graph that cuts the x-axis at 0 and minus 2. Another thing, if I were to expand this out, what would my coefficient for x squared be? It will be positive, So it's a maximum or minimum graph we're looking for. Maximum or minimum?
Minimum.
Right, minimum. So this is the kind of graph we want. So be 0. Wait. This will be 0 here, and this will be -2. So which option corresponds to this? It looking like B. Right, B is the answer for 3. Repeat, yes or no? Is that a repeat?
Yeah, it is.
Right, what's the answer?
A.
A?
Yeah.
Okay, well, first one there, right? All the repeats, we're just going to write it back. We're not going to do it again. The number of visas, Vx, issued by an embassy annually is given by V of x is equal to 7x squared minus 42x plus 72. The least number of visas issued in a particular year x is. So what are they talking about? They are talking about minus hk, or you can think of it as the stationary point. That's what they're talking about. So I'm going to find a stationary point. Why? Let me show you. So this over here is clearly an example of a minimum graph. And so what we need to figure out this value here. So we need to figure out. And so there are two ways you could do it. You could find a stationary point, or you could just simply find for k. I think it'll be easier to find for k, so let me do that fast. So k would be equal to c minus b squared over 4a, right? In this particular question, c is 72, b is minus 42, all over 4 by 7. Somebody plug that in on a calculator, I'm going to know what to get to. 72.
So someone in the chat said 4C.
So again, they said that the answer was C for this one.
For 4.
Yes, it is C.
4. Okay, let's repeat, right? I didn't work it out. C. Let me just verify that. So A should be equal to B over 2A. Right? So B over B in this case is minus 6. Minus 6 over 1 is, wait, that'll be 2 by 1. So my answer for H is minus 3. Wait, how will they say this is the answer? The answer looking like A. How did you all get C?
So that this is I don't think this is a question that repeat. They change the B value from 8 to 6.
Ah, they're real sneaky, boy. They're real sneaky. So
Yeah.
just calculate H fast now. So H is B over 2A. So B in this case is minus 6 and A is 1. Right? So A is 1, B is minus 6, and C is equal to 13. So it'll be minus 6 all over 2 by 1, which is minus 3. So the answer should be E, because H is minus 3. That's the only one with H is minus 3. So
you could check back number 3. I think the curve was wrong, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, so it's be a minimum. Right? So
yeah,
the answer should be D. D is the answer. Right? Yeah, D is the answer. I don't know why I draw it like this for. Right? Because it's a minimum. We said it was a minimum. Right, so you should get K to be 9. Yes or no? Are you all getting K to be 9?
Yes.
The least number. So when they say least number, let me draw the graph. So the graph for this would look like such. It had to be positive. So this would be Vx, and this would be x. So over here, this represents the number of visas, and this over here represents, and that would represent the particular year. And so if I want to figure out the lowest, I would need to figure out K. K corresponds to the lowest in the graph. That's the lowest point the graph goes down to. Or you can find the stationary points. So the answer is 9. the roots of the equation 5x squared plus 6x minus 2 is equal to 0. So to do this, you find the discriminant, and that is going to be b squared minus 4ac. So b is 6, so that'll be 6 squared minus 4 by 5 by minus 2. That's going to be 36. 5 by 4 is 20, and that's going to turn into a positive number. Right. 76, right? So since it's 76, then my answer will be real and distinct. Right. Was this a repeat? It looking like a repeat. Yeah, I swear that's a repeat. That had to be a repeat. Let's see. One of these years, it was definitely a repeat. 3x minus 2 over 2x plus 1. Yeah. So the answer is minus a half, 2/3. Yeah, is the answer. 7C. Question 8. The range of values of x for which 4x minus 3x squared is more than 0 is. So I don't think this one was a repeat. So let's answer it really fast. So we had to figure out the roots, right, for the critical values. So I'm going to factor out x. If I factor out x, it's going to be 4 minus 3x equal to 0. So x will be equal to 0. And 4 minus 3x will be equal to 0. And if I move across the 4, it's going to become minus 4. If I divide both sides by minus 3, my answer is going to be 4 over 3. Now, it's already expanded out. And so look at the coefficient of x squared. Is positive or negative? Positive or negative? It's a negative coefficient, right? So if the coefficient for x squared is negative, then it's a maximum. And this is what a maximum would look like. So you have a maximum graph here. This would be 0. This would be 4 over 3. Hagan, you there? Like Hagan, what's out? Yeah. All right. I'm not sure what happened to the screen. Let me just get the screen done. Okay, are you all seeing the screen? Yes or no? Are you seeing the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right, so in this particular question, we have a function. So the roots for the function will be 0 and 4 over 3. And we know it's a maximum. So we're looking to see where it's more than 0. So if it is more than 0, we should get a positive number. And where we get a positive number is if you take a value in between 0 and 4 over 3, because they're giving us positive read-offs. So my answer would be 0 less than x less than 4 over 3. So my answer is yeah, my answer is C. C is my answer. Are you okay with that? C. Is there anybody who doesn't understand why I'm shading this region? Okay, I didn't hear anybody. Let's continue. Question 9. The expression root 5 minus 1 all over 1 plus root 5, when simplified, is equal to? Okay, so for this question, I want to plug it into a Casio. If you don't have a Casio, let's do the full work in here really fast. So it's root 5 minus 1 all over 1 plus root 5. So I'm going to multiply by the conjugate on the top and bottom. All that means is I'm going to change the sign for the denominator. And that's going to be 1 minus root 5. 1 minus root 5. On top, it's going to work out to be root 5 by 1, which is root 5. And it's going to be root 5 by minus root 5, which is minus 5. Then minus 1. Right? Let me just verify. Right? Minus 1 by 1 is minus 1, and minus 1 by minus root 5 is plus root 5. Now, in the bottom, we have a difference of 2 squares form. So that's going to be 1 squared minus root 5 squared. Okay, let's simplify. So on top, we have root 5 plus root 5, which is 2 root 5. Minus 5 minus 1 is minus 6. And the denominator will turn to 1 minus 5. 1 minus 5. Okay, 1 minus 5, that'll be minus 4. And so let me split this up. Let's split it up. I could factor out 2 on the top though. Let me do that. So that'll be root 5 minus 3 all over minus 4. Okay, if I do that, what's going to happen? I'm going to end up with minus a half, root 5 minus 3. And so if I apply the negative by the terms on the inside, that's going to be a half minus root 5 plus 3. So my answer would be a half 3 minus root 5. So my answer is D. When you all plug this into the Casio, what did you get for this particular question? Somebody who have a Casio, what did you all get?
So 3 minus root 5 over 2.
Okay, and you understand that's the same thing as this?
Yeah.
The same thing as that. Right, so the answer is D. Nice. This is our repeat. What's the answer for this? Anybody remembers the answer for this?
D.
D.
D. D. Question 11. The value of 2 to the power z, where z is equal to 5 plus log base 2, 3 is? All right. So 2 to the power z, 5 plus log base 2, 3. Let me show you a trick, right? So in the calculator, I want a little plug. So if I have a Casio, I like to plug this exact same thing into the calculator. So in the calculator, you're going to put 2 in brackets to the power 5 plus log base 2, 3. So plug that into the Casio and let me know what I get it. So that'll be 2 to the power 5 plus log base 2, 3. Are you all getting 96?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right. Nice. Kamaria, I didn't hear from you in a while. What going on? You're awfully quiet. Kamaria, Hagan? Hagan in class? Let me check. Yeah, Hagan, you're there. Like, are you still on break or? I feel so. Somebody said something in the chat. Oh, shucks, I can't talk right now. What about Hagan? I know Hagan has always been talking. All right. So for those that don't have a Casio, would you all like me to show you the full working without using the Casio? Yeah or no? I'm not hearing anybody. The crowd like real quiet. I will show it anyways. So if I have a situation like this where I'm adding powers, I can write it out like this. So I can say 2 to the power 5 multiplied by 2 to the power log base 2, 3. 2 to the power 5 is 32, right? And this is an instance of anti-logs. Since I have log base 2 and I'm using it as a power and the base is 2, the logs would cancel off. And so I would just remain with 3. So 32 by 3 would give me 96, and that's how you do it. So let me just say I had something like base 8 log base 8, 5. That would just be 5. And that's an example of anti-logs. Question 12. Which of the following mathematical statements are true? So, are you think this true? Yeah or no? Answer is no. For it to be true, this negative, this multiply sign in the middle is supposed to be plus. Right? Part 2. This is correct. This is correct as well. So my answer is 2 and 3. C. 13. The sum of the first n terms of a series is given by sum of R, no, that's Yeah, that's r is equal to 1 to n, 5 minus 3r. The sum of the first 10 terms is right. So in the Casio, I want you to plug this in and let me know if you get through. So you're gonna get the summation function up and running. And for everybody with the ES model, this is what you're gonna do. So it's gonna be 5 minus 3, and to get the x, you're gonna press alpha, close bracket, right? We want to figure out the sum for the first 10 terms. So you're starting off at 1 and you're going up to 10. Right. When you work that out, you're supposed to get minus 115. Somebody who have a Casio, let me know if I get through that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, word. Now, if you don't have a Casio, what I would advise you to do is generate a couple terms. So to generate some terms, you would just plug in this into the general term. So my first term will be 5 minus 3 by 1, and 5 minus 3 is 2. So that's my first term. Generate a second term. That would be minus 1. Generate a third term. That would be 5 minus 9 is minus 4. And I want you to realize, is this an AP or a GP? Now, to get the next term, what you are essentially doing is minusing 3. So this is an example of a AP. And so if you want to find the sum up to the n term for AP, you use n over 2 by 2a plus n minus 1 by d. So I want to go up to the 10th term, so that's going to be 10 over 2, which is 5, by 2, my first term is 2, right? Plus 10 minus 1 is 9, and my common difference is minus 3. When you plug that into your calculator, you'll get a minus 150. All right, let's move on. Question 14, this is a repeat. I know that one is wrong, so the answer is 2 and 3, which is C, yes.
Sir.
Yeah. Joshua?
Yes, sir. I rocking up there. I had to go and see an organized the morning.
All right.
What I'm gonna do tomorrow once I'm gonna reach home. If I reach home like before 4 and things so or around 4, I'm gonna message you and let you know that we're at home. Take it time my average time when you're ready to start doing paper tracer.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks.
No
Take
problem.
care.
Question 15. A sequence of positive integers u of n is defined by u of n is equal to 3 by a half to the power n minus 1. The 10th term of the sequence is given by, right. So u of n would define the general term. So to figure out the 10th term, all I'm going to do is just make a substitution. So that'll be 3 by a half, 10 minus 1. So plug that into the calculator and let me know what are they getting. You should be getting 3 over 512.
Yes, sir.
The answer is B. 16. The lines 7x minus 4y plus 25 is equal to 0 and 3x minus y minus 5 is equal to 0 intersect at the point P. So at the point of intersection, it's supposed to satisfy both equations. So this I repeat, and the answer is C. Just to verify that though, I'm going to try plugging that into one of the expressions. So let me try it here. So that'll be 7 by 9 minus 4 by 22 plus 25. And if it's correct, it should give you 0. So plug that into a calculator and just verify that again, 0. Yeah, we're getting 0, so that's correct. The coordinates of the center of a circle with equation. Okay, this is a repeat. What's the answer, guys? Does anybody remember the answer for this one?
C.
Yes, here's the answer. 18. The point of intersection of the line with the equation y minus x minus 2 is 0, and the circle with the equation x squared plus y squared is equal to 10 are. So I think this is our repeat as well. Let me just verify that. Yeah, look, Is it? So you have x plus y is equal to 1. Now it's not a repeat. So let me just solve it real fast. So anytime we're talking about a point of intersection, that at the point of intersection, it should satisfy both equations. So somebody pick an option and we're going to test it fast. Pick an option.
D, sir.
So D.
Look, Hagan, I thought it was humor by myself. Right? So let me check if D is the correct answer. So x is minus 3, y is minus 1. So I'm going to say minus 1, minus 3, minus 2. And if it's correct, that's supposed to be equal to 0. So minus 1 minus 3 is plus 3. Yeah, that would be equal to 0. But Hagan, how you so sure that D is the correct answer? You try 1 and 3?
Because it's a repeat, sir. And
Okay.
yes, sir.
Let me just try that real quick. 3 minus 1. Yeah. 3 minus 1 is 2, 2 minus 2 is 0, so that's correct. Cool. Let me move on. Question 19. The vectors I and j represents 1 kilometer per hour east and 1 kilometer per hour north, respectively. A man sails a boat on a lake such that the velocity is minus I plus 2j. When there is no current, if a current of 3I is encountered, then the resultant velocity v is right. So 3I represents 1 kilometer per hour east. And so he was moving at a velocity of minus I plus 2j. And if he encounters a current of 3I, what's going to happen is it's going to push him to the east. So you have to add 3I to minus I. What is 3I minus I?
That is
2I.
2I, right? So A. 20. The vector A is given us, let's repeat, what's the answer?
C.
C.
Is the answer. Anytime you should be looking out for something 1 over something. 1 should be on top. 21. Let's repeat, what's the answer?
A, sir.
Is the answer, right? Okay, look how they change it up, eh? Hagan, look how they change it up. Hagan, I sure when you look at this, you're going to say, ah, boy, this is the answer, eh?
No, 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 no.
Y is equal to sine x, right? So what's the answer here? Sine x. Come on, Hagan, tell me fast. What's the answer there? If it's sine, then it needs to go from 0 to 2 pi.
Oh, so this my mic was off.
Okay, yeah, D. The exact, this I repeat, what's the answer?
A, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, A. Finally, we starting to see some repeats. These are repeats as well. Where's the answer? I'm a juggle there, my memory. I believe that the answer is B.
Cos x equal to 10.
Right. So B is the correct answer, right? Yeah, and that was our repeat. Yeah. Question 30 from, that was, I think, 2023. Y is equal to 2. 25. Is that a repeat? What's the answer? No, it's not a repeat. The question in the previous round was, it was 90 minus x or something. It was 90 minus x is equal to cos x. Gotta be careful. Right. So, Hagan, remember the theory. I'm saying that sine x would be equal to cos x if the angles add up to 90. Right? That's what I'm saying. So you would say x plus 20. You would say x plus 20. X plus 20 plus x is equal to 90. So you get 2x. 2x plus 20 is equal to 90. And so I'll move across the 20, and that would become 70. So x is equal to
35.
Yeah, x is equal to 35. I'm not sure what's going on with the Apple Pencil. You know, it sound like skinny over here. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah. The answer is A. And if you wanted to verify it, you could have done that real fast. So that would have been sine 35 plus 20 is 55. And then we say that would be equal to cos 35. So I could check that, and as a matter of fact, it would be equal because the angles are up to 90. 55 plus 35 is 90. Right. Cos A plus B plus cos A minus B is, so cos A plus B, that would be cos A cos B minus sine A sine B, and cos A minus B would be cos A cos B plus sine A sine B. So here again, what would cancel off here?
Cos A, cos B, sir.
No, nah.
No, sine A, sine B will cancel off.
So I'll end up with 2 cos A cos B.
Yeah.
So where's my answer? See, right?
See, sir.
Right, 27. The trigonometrical expression. Okay, let me work this out fast. So my LCM, I think so, yeah. And this was a repeat? I swear to
repeat, so this one 2024.
Yeah, this was a repeat. B. If you find the LCM, it will be sine squared x. And when you work it out on top, you're going to put 2 sine x. Yeah. Right. The figure MON below shows a quarter circle with radius 4 centimeters. So the radius is 4 centimeters. Right? The perimeter of the figure in centimeters is, right, so to figure out the perimeter, you need to figure out the arc length. Now, what the angle looking like here is a quarter circle, right? So it's 90 degrees. And so that will be pi over 2. So my arc length is equal to r theta. So that's going to be 4. And theta is pi over 2. So my arc length would be 2 pi. And so the perimeter of the figure would be 4 plus 4 is 8. So 8 plus 2 pi, which is the same thing as if I pull out 2. If I pull out 2, I could write that as pi plus 4. So my answer is
C.
All right, this I repeat. Where's the answer?
B, sir.
B is the answer, right? Because 180 over 9 is 20 degrees. The smallest positive angle in radians within the range 0 to 2 pi that satisfies the equation is equal to. So the easiest way to check this out, let me show you. You're just going to plug in the options and see if it satisfies the equation. So here on you well got a gambling. Pick an option.
So I pick B, sir.
B, okay. B. So what we're going to do, right? Make sure your calculator in radians mode. Make sure that's the case. And so you're going to put 2 cos, and you're saying 2 pi over 3, okay? Okay, nah, here again, that wouldn't be it. Yeah, you understand why? Because you wouldn't get 0.
So you calculate so the radians first.
Yeah, it's on radians. Watch. You see the rod button over here?
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Watch. This will be degrees, but I had it on radians there. Right? It has to be on radians first. So let's try, we'll probably try pi over 3. Come try pi over 3. Pi over 3 is the answer. Watch. Here you understand why? When I plug in pi over 3 into it, what did I get?
1 cell, I calculated.
Okay, calculate it fast. Somebody with a Casio, just verify, or a sharp, just verify that again, 0 when you plug in pi over 3 into that expression.
Excellent.
Okay, good. Now this is a little hard to solve, you know. You would just say cos theta is equal to a half, and you would say cos theta is equal to 2. But this is invalid, right? Why is this invalid? Why is cos theta is equal to 2 invalid? I'm not hearing it from anybody, but basically the cos graph does only go up to 1. It can't go up to 2, so that's wrong. And here again, if you do it the long way, you would find cos inverse of a half. What is cos inverse of a half? Right? You will get pi over 3 if you plug it into your calculator.
Yeah.
Right? So it really wasn't a hard question at all. Right? This was a repeat. What's the answer?
Is this
D.
D? Yeah. D. Everybody could confirm that, right? Because
Yes, sir.
yeah. Right. Is a repeat? What's the answer?
C, sir.
Is the answer. Right? To the 3, the curve C is given by the equation that the values of x at which stationary points occur are right. So we're going to find the first derivative and put it equal to 0. So that's going to be 6x squared minus 6x minus 12. We're going to put that equal to 0. Right, so I'm going to divide throughout by 6 to simplify the expression. So it's going to become x squared minus x minus 2. Once I factorize that, you should get x is equal to minus 1 and x is equal to 2. Right. So the answer is B. Somebody just verify that. Make sure that math's correct. X by x is x squared, x by minus 2 is minus 2x plus 1x, yeah, minus x minus 2. Yeah, that's looking correct. That's looking correct. Right, to the 4. The curve C has the equation y is equal to f of x. I think this is a repeat. So if you want to figure out if it's a maximum, minimum, whatever it is, you're going to plug in the value for x into the second derivative. And so that's going to be equal to minus 2 to the power 4 minus 15. And you should get 16 minus 15, which is equal to 1. So since it's positive, is that what?
Minimum.
Yeah, it's a minimum. Right? 35. This is a repeat. What's the answer?
D.
D. All right. Right, and you could easily figure that out because if I differentiate sine, I want in the cos, and in the last rounds, if I differentiate cos, I'm gonna get negative. So how to be D? 36. Given an expression for the acceleration of a moving object, the velocity of the object can be found by. So if you're given acceleration is the same thing as dv dt. So if I want to find for the velocity, I would just integrate acceleration. So I would integrate the expression to the 6b, and that would give me v. 37. If x is equal to the integral from a to b, f of x, and so a is the smallest, then c, then b, then x is equal to, all right. So let's see. So that would be, so a is the smallest, so that would be a, c, then that would be b, c. So we're looking for option with this. So that'll be CA, then BC. So the answer is C. Hey, Ganya, I'm going to explain that question back to you.
So what question you want to ask?
You want me to explain it back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Hagan, what is the range I have here? So in that range, what's the smallest value?
A is the smallest value.
Right. So if A is the smallest value, then C will be second, and then, so A is the smallest, so then C is in the middle and B is the biggest. So and when we're doing integration, and the smallest always goes to the bottom.
Yes.
So then I'll put C on top, and to continue, I would start off at C and then go to B. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Yeah, because A is the smallest, so it has to start off as like the smallest lower limit. C is in the middle, and then B is the largest, so you would start off from C and go to B. So the answer has to be C. Right? Is there anybody that doesn't understand that? Eden, you understand that? Because A is the smallest. A is smallest. B is largest. Right, let's continue. If C is a constant, this I repeat, what's the answer?
So I think it's C.
Hey, you okay? You're alive. You're breathing.
Yes, sir.
Right, question 39. Tell me fast. What's the name? I think that's I repeat too. So if I integrate sine, that's going to be minus cos.
So I
So
think it's A.
I think it's A as well. Because you'll get minus cos x, and that will be plus 2 sine x. This I repeat. 40. The region is enclosed by the this
So
I
there's
repeat.
a repeat is B.
B, sir.
Right.
So
Fine.
just again like I repeat 2 is A.
A.
Right. Okay. Which of the following values describes the range of height in the class?
The range.
A.
So here what, right? You gotta be careful. When we're talking about range for the entire class, we're talking about the very lowest, regardless of gender, and the high.
Versus the highest. Yeah.
So like the lowest, very lowest is 155, and the very highest is,
Like 173.
yeah, that's 173. So 173 minus 155, that's like 18. Is it?
Yes, sir.
This copy can have bad. Right. Item 43 refers to the following table, which shows the performance of final year university students majoring in social work or psychology or a research project. The probability expressed to two decimal places of selecting a student who failed is let me just
Oh, yeah, you had to add up.
515, 40, so 540. All right, so
So
total 540. Okay. And what is the probability?
So I get 0.07.
Okay, let me check. So the probability expressed to two decimal places of selecting a student who failed is, so how much students fail? 40 students fail. So that'll be 40 out of 540. I'm getting 0.07 as well. Right. Right. This I repeat, what's the answer?
A.
What's the answer for this? It was 0.7.
Yeah.
Nice. Again.
So if they bring a bunch of repeats like this Tuesday, that'd be great.
Well, here what? Let's move on to 2021 one time. Right, they should have
Yeah.
So let me just send this paper folder real quick.
There's a repeat already.
Yeah, we're seeing plenty of repeats. We love that. So yeah, we'll be building up momentum now. You know, P is equal to MV. So here you're going to mash up that physics exam. Mash up that. Blow it out of the park. And Tigon, you tell me I get 60 out of 60 for physics.
I feel like I probably get like 55.
That's real good. We're going to get an odd maths, right?
Yeah, so hopefully the lowest I need to I supposed to get is a 40 out of 45, so and that's still low.
That's not bad. 40 out of 45, that's not bad. Right? So let me This I repeat immediately. The answer is A, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. The answer for this is minus 9x. We did this one. And like when we did the polynomial long division, we had to stop. We didn't have to continue.
Yeah, because we were saying, oh, it can't be the 5 because it's supposed to have the 9.
Yes. Right. Given that f of x is equal to ax squared plus bx plus c, then f of x can be expressed in the form. This is a fancy way of writing completely squared.
So C.
The answer is C. Yeah, it is C. This is H and this is K. Now, are you accustomed seeing C minus B squared over 4A? Now, this is the same thing, eh? Watch.
Now, sir, I know it has 4AC.
Watch. If I split that up into the individual parts, wouldn't the 4A and the 4A cancel off and I'll get C minus B squared over 4A?
Yeah.
Mind blown. Yeah. Right, so it's C. Right. X by 1 minus x, we just did this question. If you work it out, actually, no. This one will be, yeah, it's slightly different from the
There
one.
was 2 before, sir.
Yeah, and there was a plus sign in the middle. So this one, when you work it out, you get minus x squared. And if since again minus x squared will be a maximum, number 1. And so you would say x could be equal to 0 and x could be equal to 1. I'm going to do the full working. Right, so x could be equal to 0 and 1 minus x is equal to 0. So when you move across the 1, it'll become minus 1 minus x is equal to minus 1, x is equal to 1. So we're looking for a graph that looks like this, 0, 1. Which one is that?
So it's looking like B.
Looking like B,
Oh,
right?
no, it might be. Oh, yeah, it's B, yeah.
Yeah, watch. Passing through 0, going up. Yeah, it's B. The quadratic equation is such that the sum is a repeat. What's the answer?
A.
A. I'll let you verify that.
Yes, sir, 'cause we had yeah, I'd say it had a specific formula for it where I had the product of the roots and the sum, and it was supposed to equal to 0, something like that.
Yeah, and watch this, right? In that formula, so it's x squared minus the sum of the roots. So the sum of the roots here is negative. So minus minus will leave you with plus. And so since that's the case, you're going to end up with positive 2 over 3 and positive 3 over 4. So any option with a negative sign in it is wrong. You understand what I mean? Because it's minus
Yeah.
roots. And if the sum of the roots is negative 2 thirds, yeah, well, negative by negative is plus. So how to be A. All right. So which answers are wrong immediately? Well, this is wrong for sure. Let's calculate H and K. H would be equal to B over 2A, right? B is equal to minus 4. A is equal to minus 2. And C is equal to 1. If you're not seeing that, let me know. Are they seeing that? Are they able to see it, even though they...
It mixed up, but yeah, you're seeing it.
Right. So B is minus 4 all over 2 by minus 2. A negative divided by a negative is a plus, and you get positive 1. K is equal to C minus B squared over 4A. And so that'll be equal to C. C is 1 minus minus 4 squared. I don't even need to do that. Do I? Yeah, I don't even need to do that. Oh my God, this is so stupid. Watch this. They're going to write the E inside. The answer is C. I don't even need to find for key. I don't know where I was finding for key. I don't understand. I don't know. Because
Then I think I need to explain it.
watch this, right? And to understand that completely square is this form, ax plus h squared plus k. Guess.
Yeah.
And if I wanted, I can write k in front.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why did I say that this one was wrong? What did 2 do on the inside? Watch. It's supposed to be ax plus h squared. See what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I seen it.
So it's supposed to be minus 2 x plus 1 squared. And well, k is 3, right? And so I could write, I don't even need to find for k because notice, and k is the same for all.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't even need to do that. And so I could take this and I could rewrite it in this manner. So I could take the 3, and instead of writing it to the right, I could write it to the left. The 3 minus 2, yeah or no? Good?
Yeah.
Right. the set of values of x for which 3x plus 2 is more than x minus 2 is, right? So we're going to solve this like normal algebra. Move across the x's to one side, move across all the numbers to the other side. So I move across the 2, and I move across the x. So 3x minus x is 2x, minus 2 is minus 4, divide both sides by 2, minus 2. Where's my answer?
C.
That's my answer. Question 8. The range of values for which x squared minus 7x plus 10 is less than 0. Is that repeat, yes or no?
I think it's a repeat. I think it's
B.
I think it's B, yeah. That'd be B. I have trust this, so I'm gonna work it back like in 1 minute. It's so easy to do these things like real fast. It's a good thing I draw it back, because it's not B. Watch. Look at the behavior of this graph. So I think I do everything correct. X squared minus 5x minus 2x plus 10, right? And this graph is our minimum. So we're trying to figure out, oh no, correct. Where's less than 0? They wanted less than 0. So yeah, that would be in between 2 and 5. So yeah, you remembered it correctly. Right? Cool, let's move on. Let's repeat. What's the answer? Well, I think it was something similar, not exactly this. It wasn't exactly this. But it's not hard. 2 to the power minus 1 is a half. And that would be the cube root of 8. So that will be equal to a half. The cube root of 8 is 2. So that's going to be a half divided by 2, which is just a half by a half. And
A
so
quarter.
by a half is a quarter. That's size 3. Is I repeat, the answer is 2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be log px minus log py. And we know that log px
It's
is,
a 6 minus 4.
yeah. Is I repeat, the answer is 96.
Yeah.
Right? This I repeat as well. What was the answer, Hagan? I think you had do this question.
I think it was. So you saw it's
So
a
the answer
repeat?
is 3.
I think
Yes, so this is our
Oh, yeah, because they were saying it was equal to 2, yeah.
you're going to put 5x plus 1 over 3x minus 5 equal to 4.
Yes, sir. I remember this question.
That'll be 12x minus 20.
I think it was from 2023.
Yeah, and x could
The
be,
answer is 3, sir.
yeah, x is equal to 3. If you had to solve these questions and you're real good at it, it wouldn't take you long at all, It wouldn't take you long. Most of these questions you could do in less than a minute. So the common ratio of the geometric sequence, that looking like, well, any number that isn't an improper fraction is wrong.
C.
Yeah, it is C. I don't understand what I'm saying though, because if it's not improper fraction, then the answer is wrong because are any values increasing? And any
Yeah.
values is only increase when R is more than 1.
Yeah.
So it had to be C. 14. The sum of these are repeats. I think the answer was minus 115.
Yeah.
Was it?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It would. This was a repeat as well. I think it was 11 over 6. Are they correct now?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
it.
sir.
Right. The 0.23 is at one end of a diameter. Now, this wasn't a repeat. The 0.23 is at one end of a diameter of the circle whose equation is that the coordinates of the point on the other end of the diameter is, okay, let me ask you a question. If we're dealing with a circle, right? So we have a circle, and if we have a point on the diameter, does that lie on the circle? Yes or no?
Yes.
So if it's correct answer, it should do what to the equation since it lies on the curve. Since it lies on the circle. What it should do?
Got it.
That's what S.
Satisfy.
Right. So it should work out. So when we plug it in, we're supposed to get equal to what?
0.
Choose our point. Let me see your luck. Let me try 8 minus 5. And so I'm gonna plug that in real quick. So x is 8, y is minus 5. So I'm going to plug that into the equation. That's going to be 8 squared plus minus 5 squared minus 10 by 8 plus 2 by minus 5 plus 1. Boy. Come on, yeah.
Time to.
Best I just got. Best I just got. Move, boy.
Huh?
I just, way. Seems like the second time I get the answer, and the first time. So the answer is B. You understand how the shortcut does work, right? Because they're asking us to figure out the coordinates of the point on the other end of the diameter. If you're on the diameter and you're on the circle, any point lies on the circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is 2, 3. This is 2, 3. And this is the other point they want me to figure out. Since it lies on the curve, since it lies on the circle, should satisfy equation of circle. So does everybody understand the trick? Because why you gonna solve this whole thing? I mean, to solve it, it wouldn't be hard. You just use the midpoint formula. But still, it's easier. Minus 5 squared. Aidan, you understand this? You understand the hack?
Yes, I understand.
I said Aidan, but it's kind of sound like Hagan. Aidan, Hagan. Yeah. But Hagan, you understand, right? If in any point in time, if they give you a curve or a line and they tell you have a point, the correct answer should satisfy the equation. Right. Kamaria.
Is that C?
C. I was gonna ask Kamaria, so she remembered. All right. I think this is a repeat, you know. Yeah or no? It looking very.
Yes, sir. We had to do this already. I think it was supposed to be.
Well, we could do it fast, right? We could do it real fast. Minus 3 minus 4 is wrong. Because if I add minus 3 and minus 4, I'm going to get minus 7. The only answer that makes sense here is D. Because watch. You understand why I say that? Because I had to add to
Yeah.
7. So 3 plus 4 is 7. And 4 plus 3 is 7. Let me just write that down. $19. This I repeat. What's the answer? So if he was going at minus I plus 2j and he encountered a current of 3i, you just add 3i to it. So 3i minus I plus 2j is equal to 2i plus 2j. So Kamaria, just remember this is A, 19a. The triangle OAB. Yeah, this is an invalid question. I'll remember why. Actually, no, this one wouldn't be invalid. No, this one wouldn't be invalid. We could solve this. So they're saying that the angle between it is 90. So if it's 90, that means they're what?
The perpendicular.
Perpendicular.
So this is a repeat.
I don't. So I think they changed it up slightly because by looking at this, I could see it working out. The question that they gave us previously, we could not work it out. Watch. I know exactly what you're talking about. Talking about this.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Let me just make sure we can solve it. Right. So remember, to find the dot product, so anytime it's perpendicular, the dot product is equal to 0. And so what does that mean? That means I'm going to take minus 3 multiplied by 6. And I'm going to add it to a by 2. And I'm going to put that equal to 0. So that is minus 18 plus 2a equals to 0. And so a would be what?
A is 9.
Right. 21. This is a repeat. The answer is A. Yeah or no? I'll remember.
Yes, sir. I remember.
Right. This is a repeat. The answer is A. Yeah or no?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If sine theta is 5 over
So
theta,
this is not repeat as well too?
No, it's not.
It is.
it looked very similar. Actually, no, it isn't because
So
it
it
is.
is.
It is.
It is repeating all I use.
No, the last time it was reflex. The last time it was reflex. Watch, I can show you proof. And I'm pretty sure that the last instance was reflex.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. If you look at it, trying to show. The question what I was over here. I was 23, so I'm gonna be around. I'm not finding it, but it was reflex. 100% sure it was reflex. If it's obtuse now, it will be in okay, all school teachers. Okay, if it's obtuse, it wouldn't be in the third quadrant because obtuse means 90 to 180. And so it would be over here. And so that would be theta. This is O over H. This is hypotenuse. This is adjacent. This is opposite. And so O is equal to 5. H is equal to 13. And so this side will be equal to 12. Okay, if that is the case, tan theta will be equal to O over A. And O is 5. And A is 12. But since it's in the second quadrant, tan will be what?
Negative.
Negative, right? So it'll be negative 5 over 12. Right? So the answer is B. Negative 5 over 12. 24. This I repeat. What's the answer? D, right?
Certain. Yeah.
Because when you work it out, the denominator would have been 1 minus cos squared x, which was sine squared x. And on top would have been 2 sine x. Yeah. This I repeat. What's the answer? Actually, no. I don't think this I repeat. Is it? So sine pi over 2 minus x is the same thing as cos. Yeah, this I repeat. Yeah, and this could be minus sine x. Yeah, it's C. Come on, I don't know about doing this question.
I remember it.
I think it was like, where was it?
Okay, it was telling me about the whole this was like when we was talking about the whole complementary angle thing.
Yeah. Yeah, watch.
Yeah.
Sine pi over 2 minus x is the same thing as cos x. Right? So the answer is C. This I repeat. What's the answer?
Yeah. A.
A?
No, it was D or it was either. I think it was
It's B.
Is B?
I think it's D.
I think
This one is not a repeat.
B and 3, you know.
Okay.
It looking similar, but I think the angle is different.
The angle different. Before it was 13, now it's 45.
Yeah.
They really like that change up thing, but that would be pi over 4, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Because pi is 180, so 180 divided by 2 is 90, so you gotta divide again, pi over 4,
So
right?
it's A.
Right? Wait, take your time. And so if you want to find, it's going to be r theta, and so it's going to be 1.5 multiplied by pi over 4, because the way to find x is the arc length. And so 1.5 over 4 is 1.5 over 4 is
3.
3 over 8.
right. Yeah, so this wasn't a repeat. Be real careful, guys. Like add maths is something else. Right, so 3 over 8 pi. Everybody understand?
Yes, sir.
This I repeat. The answer is, I think it was 35. So watch. If it's equal, come on, I remember I was showing you. If it is equal, then they would have to add up to 90. So I would say 20 plus x is equal to 90. So 2x would be equal to, if I move across to 20, it would be minus from the 90, so it'll be 70. So x is,
70 divided by 2.
right? I believe this is a repeat, guys. And so this would be That'll be 144, and that'll be 26. And
Answer is
Keegan, what's telling me about it? Keegan, you remember telling me?
Wait, no, but it wasn't supposed to be 36.
Yeah, it's 36.
My bad.
Yeah, yes, I remember this 180 divided by 36, 5.
Yeah. Right, because 36 by 34, 336, 67. Wait. Yeah, I need 110, 80. Nice. Okay, then we have sin x again. So answer D, right, Keegan? D.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. What's the answer? Let's repeat.
So I think it's
Sin
C.
x 130.
cos answer.
Cos x is cos x.
Why? Okay, and for those of you that don't know why, watch. You have sine squared x and you have cos x. Now we cannot change cos x, but we could change sine squared x. We could change sine squared x to 1 minus cos squared x. So I will end up with a quadratic trigonometric equation with only in terms of what? Where's the only thing you will have in it? Sine or cos? I'm gonna convert the sine squared x to cos squared x. So where's the only thing you're gonna have in it? Come on, right? You get what I'm saying?
No, sir. I think they wouldn't kind of trim off a little bit.
I was speedrunning. In that entire equation, where's the only thing I have?
Cos?
Yeah. So my answer has to be cos x equal to. That's what I say,
Oh, yes, I remember I had explained this.
right? Yeah. So we did do this question. It was B. I believe this is a repeat. If you differentiate, if you differentiate that, you're gonna get minus sine x. And so you're gonna plug pi over 6 into that.
I
Yeah,
think you had get like a decimal, and you had tell me if I was getting a decimal to just use the answer and see if I was getting back the same answer or something like that.
we will see. Again, minus a half though. Nice answer. Just verify. Anytime you see this, just make sure you calculate as in radians. Anytime you see pi, make sure.
Correct.
Well, again, minus half, right? You done, you get. Come on, you get minus half.
That's not sure I'm gonna check and see. Minus sine pi over 2. Yes, sir.
Cool. Gonna move on. Use this graph to answer the following question. So x meters, this is displacement. So we have our displacement time graph. So from our displacement time graph, you could get velocity, right?
Yes, sir.
So which of the following is true? There's a lie because the object moving with respect to time, so it's nothing. The object increases its velocity, no. The object's velocity stays unchanged. Why am I saying that? Because this is a straight line, and the gradient at any point will be the same.
Yeah.
And where's the gradient for displacement time graph? You're gonna end up with displacement over time, which is velocity, right? So if the gradient is constant, the velocity is constant. Cool. 33. Let me just do this thing fast. I don't think this was a repeat. So, Kamaria, I have to use what here?
Say that over, sir.
So, Kamaria, what I have to use here? What am I going to use here to differentiate?
The quotient too.
Right. So this is U. This is V. So it'll be V du dx, right? Minus U dv dx all over V squared. So let me jump straight into the answer, right? So V is 5 minus x and du dx. If I differentiate U, what am I going to get?
Yeah, okay. 2.
Right? U is 2x minus 1. And if I differentiate V, what am I going to get?
You get 1.
No, minus 1.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Minus x all over V squared. And so that's going to be 5 minus x all squared. And so if I expand out, that's going to be 10 minus 2x, right? And We have minus by minus 1, so that's just gone to the positive 1. And so it's just gonna be, that's just gonna work out to be 2x minus 1. And so on top is gonna simplify. 10 minus 1 is 9 all over 5 minus x squared. So my answer is
C.
C, no, D. All right, see that? E. It's E.
Oh, so I didn't see the minus in front of the thing on C here.
Oh,
It just looked like a straight line.
you see, you gotta be careful of red flags, eh? You see how you could just ignore the negative sign there? You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
You gotta watch them negative signs. Fellas are talking to it too. Right. So at the 0.74, this I repeat, what's the answer? Minus
I
5.
think it was
It was minimum, so.
It's
yeah.
minimum.
Everybody's saying minimum. No. If you're negative, you would be sad. So it's a max.
As a maximum.
Yeah. It's a maximum. If the second derivative is minus 5, that means it's a maximum because it's negative. You're sad. Right. You know who I'm gonna call for this? Kamaria. I'm gonna call you for this. What would I have to use?
So the chain rule.
So that's gonna be 7x squared plus 4, all to what power? What does the square root mean?
Chef, what was the what?
What is the square root as a power? What is the square root as a power?
Minus a half.
No. A half.
Oh,
And so, do you remember the shorthand version of the chain rule?
yeah, you put the power in front. And then it would be 7.
Differentiate this. So we have 7x squared on the inside. So to differentiate, take the power,
7 by 2 is 40.
right? And you'd minus 1 from the power. So just be 14 what?
X.
Right?
And then you put back where you had before.
And a minus 1 from the power. What is a half minus 1?
Minus a half.
Right. Before we move on, let me simplify. I can tell you immediately that B is the answer. Why? Where's a half of 14x?
7x.
Right? And we have the 7x squared here plus 4 to the power minus a half. And so you'd send that to the denominator. And when I do that, it will become positive. And power half is just square roots. So you see why I say C was the answer?
Yeah.
Right. Right, let's move on to the 6. This I repeat, what's the answer? I'll wait in. Come on, yeah. If I
So I
integrate,
think it was either A or B.
It's D, sir.
Keegan, you're saying D for dog?
I
Or
think it was either A or B.
It is B.
yeah, it's B. Keegan, it's not D, yeah? Watch. If I integrated, remember, I would add 1 to the power, and then I would divide by the new power. So that'll be 3x cubed to the power 3. And if I integrate cos going to into plus sign. And so, yeah, my answer is B.
Alright. Yes, sir.
Or I could work this on the calculator.
Yeah.
Or they work it on the calculator or do the full working, right? So that would just be, so it's in the form ax plus b to the power n dx, which is just equal to ax plus b for n plus 1 all over a by n plus 1. And so when I integrate that, it's going to be ax.
So I get 812.
Yes, sir.
All right, good. So all over, and that'll be 3 by 4 is 12, 2, 0. So I just plug in 2 into that. That'll be 3 by 2 all over 12. And so that'll be 3 by 2 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10. and 10 to the power 4. 10 to the power 4 is 10,000, right? And I'll divide that by 12. Again, 833. Something wrong.
What?
Something wrong there. So we 3 by 2 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10, right? What went wrong? Oh, I know what went wrong. I know what went wrong. If you look, normally, when you plug in 0, it is turned to 0, right? But over here, that's not going to be the case because only 3 has an x. So, yeah, this will give you 833 and a third. And this will give you 4 over 12, which is a third. Wait, is it? And this was to the power 4, right? So that'll be 4 to the power 4. It's 256, so that'll be minus 256 over 12. And 256 over 12. How do that correct? That'll be 64 over 3. What do you get for the answer?
So I get 812.
812, right? Because 64 over 3 is much. That'll be 0.33, and that'll be 21.33. So yeah, when you subtract that, you're supposed to get 812. A car and a delivery truck both start from rest and accelerate at the same rate. However, the car decelerates with twice the amount of time as the truck. What is the travel distance of the car compared to the truck? Right.
What?
I'm not on the screen. Let me just fix the screen. I'm gonna want to see the screen again. Oh,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll. Right. So let me answer this question, right? So both sides from rest and accelerate at the same rate. However, the car accelerates. Okay. So if the car accelerates with twice the amount of time as the truck, then it would be, I would say, probably 4 times as much. Yeah, it would be 4 times as much. How would it be 4
How
times?
come, sir?
Have a solution. I did this question like really nice at time. Let me see if I can find it. Wait, I have like a really nice solution for that. Where is it? I think it's here. It's not here. Okay, I will just explain it from scratch then. That's no issue. All right. So, do you know this formula? Have you ever seen this formula? S is equal to UT plus a half AT.
Yeah.
And do you know this formula? S is equal to a half AT squared.
Nah, I don't know that one.
Any other ever see this formula before?
Yes, I see them as soon as
I see it, but I don't know what it is.
Okay. So, still with me, right? So S is displacement, U is initial velocity, and A is acceleration. Right. So stay with me, right? If I feel like I'll get lost, just tell me. So the formula in particular that I'm going to use is S is equal to a half AT squared. So they're saying that the car accelerates for twice the amount of time as the truck. So the truck, let me give a quick example, right? So let me just say the car accelerated for 8 seconds. If the car accelerated for 8 seconds, what would be the how much time would the truck accelerate?
See the screen not showing.
I'll go back off the place. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you're saying the car accelerate for twice, oh my god, I'm gonna crash out. Yeah. Here what I'm saying, right? So we're going to use s is equal to a half at squared. So if the car accelerates at twice the amount of time as the truck, then we could say, I'll give you another example. Let me just say the time the car accelerated for was 8 seconds. What would be the time for the truck?
So
It'll be 4.
4, right? Why? Because
the car accelerates twice amount of time as the truck.
right. So, and they say that they accelerate at the same rates. Or you can give me acceleration. Give me acceleration.
Let me say 16.
16, okay. It don't matter, you know. And by the way, the formula used in here is s is equal to ut plus a half at squared. I will explain everything. I will put everything together just now. Don't worry. I'll go understand. So they're saying that they're accelerating at the same rate, so the acceleration is the same. Okay. So then the only variable that changing is time. So watch. Stay with me, right? So this would have been the car. That would have been a half by 16, and the time there is 8, and we're squaring it. So that would be a half of 16. A half of 16 is 8. 8 squared is 64. So what is 8 by 64?
sorry. About it is 32, 6, 5, 6.
512.
512. Keep that in mind, right? So that'll be meters. Let me look at the truck now. The truck would have been a half by 16, and the time was 4. 4 squared. So a half of 16 is 8. And 8 by 4 squared is 16. What is 8 by 16?
128.
I want to ask you something.
Oh, okay, I see it.
How distance did the car travel in a truck? Can you all see it now?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It has 4 times as much.
And why is that? That's because we are squaring time. The relationship is that you're squaring time. Another way you could think about it that's more intuitive is you could think of a velocity time graph. A velocity time graph. If you want to find the area, if you want to find the distance traveled from a velocity time graph, what you could do?
So if you want to find the distance traveled,
Yeah, for a velocity time graph.
What's the area under the graph?
Is the area under the graph, right? So you'd have to find area. Now, when you are finding area, what happens is that the dimensions get squared. And if it gets squared, that's where the t squared comes from. And so the more time, okay, so if you accelerate for a longer period of time, you're gonna cover 4 times as distance, 4 times as much distance. Because it's area. And when you find an area, the dimensions get squared. And you guys saw it with the formula. So let me just run through the formula one more time. So this is one of the standard formulas for motion. So S is displacement, U is initial velocity, T is time, and A is acceleration. So they're saying both of them start from rest. If both of them start from rest, what's the initial velocity? U is what?
0.
So all you understand when I get rid of UT, right? Because when I plug that in, U will be 0. 0 by T is what? What is 0 by T?
0.
Right, so that's how I end up with this over here. All you understand?
Yes, sir.
And so
Yes, sir.
I said they had both of them had the same acceleration, and I let the car accelerate for 2 times as much time as truck, and you saw that it traveled 4 times as much distance. So you see it. It works. To the 9, the region R is enclosed by the x-axis, the curve, and the lines x is equal. I think this is a repeat, you know, guys. I think it's a repeat.
Yes, and then the answer is B.
The answer is B, 5/3. Yeah. All good, right? 5/3. Just make sure. So in the calculator, just put 0, 1 minus x squared plus 2 dx. Just plug that into the Casio.
Yes, sir. It's 5/3.
Right. The region bounded by the curve y is equal to x squared. The x-axis and the lines x is equal to 0 and x is equal to 1 is rotated 360 about the x-axis, the volume of the solid generator can be found from. All right. I could be the next M&M, you know. I could be the next M&M. I could be the next rap code.
Yes, sir. Reading real fast.
And that's not as fast as I can read. I naturally talk very fast.
So read your maximum speed.
The original mathematical voice will analyze x was 0 and x was about the x-axis, the volume of the solid generator can be found from.
No, what the hell?
Yeah. And there's not so much things in my head now, so I just talk very fast. I feel like sometimes like my mind moving at a speed that my mouth and just can't keep up. Just can't keep up. I just feel like that's the case.
So that's same for me.
Like you have so much thing you want to say, but physical limitations. Physical limitations. That's what it is. Right. So in this particular question, the volume would be equal to pi. Anytime I want to find volume, it's always equal to pi, and the lower limit by the upper limit, and is y squared. So whatever the function is, you're going to square it. So I could tell you the answer is immediately D. Oh, you know why?
Yes, sir.
What about the others? Keegan, you seen it?
Yes, sir. I've seen it.
All right. And Kamaria, you seen it?
Say that over, sir.
You seen it? You see why I say the answer is D?
Hold on, sir, 1 second.
So I'm saying to find volume is pi AB y squared. So y in this case is x squared, so we have to square that. So if we square that, what's the square of x squared? First,
2.
x to the power of 4.
Oh, sorry. I think in the roots, sir.
So if I square in that, right? So that'll be
Yeah.
so the only answer that makes sense is D. Right. Let's repeat, the answer is 0.05. In a regular deck of 52 cards, where there are 26 red and 26 black cards, if a single card is selected at random, what is the probability of getting a red card? Wait, I don't comprehend this. Oh, for some reason, I see it as green. What the hell? I don't take a rest after this, yes? I be in that us. I see green. I don't know. I read this as green. What the hell? The answer is C, right? Come on, you understand? Because, it's half black, half red, so,
Yes, sir.
right. I don't know how I see green. What the hell? I was so confused. But if it was green, if they said getting a green card, the probability would be what? Hagan, I don't know if they do that, the probability of getting a green card would be what?
Say cano green card 0.
0, right? Yeah. I was writing a CXC paper how to do that. If a six-sided die is rolled, given that an odd number has turned up, what is the probability that it is a prime number? Okay. So we have a six-sided die. And so a six-sided die would have the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So an odd number has turned up. So what are the odd numbers from this? So what are the odd numbers between 1 and 6?
1, 3, 5.
Now, you have to be careful here, right? Because in this question, it said given that. So given that an odd number has turned up, that means we're selecting from that sample space. So our answer is going to be over 3. Oliver, I get caught in that? I feel like Oliver put over 6.
No, sir.
But it said given that an odd number has turned up. If an odd number has turned up, so imagine you're rolling this die on that cup, and we know that an odd number is going to turn up. So how much odd numbers we have? Well, we have 1, 3, and 5. So out of those 1, 3, and 5, what are the prime numbers? What are the prime numbers?
3 and 5, sir.
3 and 5. So my answer is going to be probability of odd, and well, the proper notation would be, so probability of getting a prime granted that we got an odd. And so that will be equal to, that will just be equal to 2 over 3. Right? Kamaria, if you're confused, let me know.
No, sir, I'm not confused.
So out of the six, I had three odd, and out of the three odd, you could only get two prime, two over three. Cool. Right. Which of the following statements is true regarding the shape of the distribution of the weights of the girls compared to the boys? All right. Okay, if you ask me, I feel like, okay, let me read the options. The weights of the boys and girls are positively skewed. The weights of the boys and girls are relatively symmetrical. That's a lie. B is wrong for sure. The weights of the girls are negatively skewed and the weights of the boys are positively skewed. I would say that. I'm looking like maybe somewhat correct. The weights of the girls are positively skewed and the weights of the boys are relatively symmetrical. I would say D. No. The girls are positively skewed. Watch. For something to be positively skewed, most of the data has to be past the median. But most of the data, most of the value over there, most of the values looking like it's in the lower end. But this looking kind of symmetrical. So,
So I think it positively skewed because like the I think like the 8 and the 9 the positively skewed on the stem leaf is more like when it leaning more to the right.
So all positively skewed is, it just basically means that most of your data is above the average. That's what it means. That's what it means. Above the median. That's what it means. So like you see for the boys,
Yeah.
looking relatively symmetrical, you know.
Yeah, I find so.
And so, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna look at this. So three. I hear these kind of questions. Honestly, they're so ambiguous. Uh, but I would definitely say the boys looking symmetrical. Look at it. Look at the spread of the data. Look at the spread of the data. That's like this. That's clearly symmetrical. So the safest bet I don't say is, so like any option where they talk about the boys is symmetrical is correct. But then the girls, I wouldn't say is positively skewed. Can't be positively skewed.
So why the draw box and what's not see?
That would take real long.
True.
So I think the only valid option is D.
You think it's D?
Yeah, I feel like it is positively skewed. I find it looking like it's to me.
Nah.
I think it's C.
Wait, eh? Oh, I see why you're gonna say that, you know. I'll come back to this. I will check it back right and I will send the correct answer. I will do the box and whisker. Actually, I could do it now. We'd have a little test. Let me show you the test. I come up with a little test, and I was bored. Have a test you could do to figure out immediately. Yeah, so if it's positively skewed, negatively skewed, symmetrical, this will happen. So we can apply this trick real fast. So let me do that. So let me just do the thing. So for the boys, let me figure out Q3. We need to figure out the hack again. Let me check something. I'm tweaking right now. So we just need, actually, we gotta find Q1, Q2, and Q3. Let me see how long that will take me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Same up, this will be, so this will be 16, and this will be 17. Right? Okay. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 10, 11, 2. 9 plus 4, 13, 14. Right? So if we want to figure out Q1 for the boys, what are we going to do that? Q1 is a half n plus 1, right? So that'll be a half of 17 plus 1 is 18. So Q1 will be the ninth term. So the ninth term would be this term over here. Come on, I sound like you're confused.
No.
No? Okay. So the 9 term is what, Kamaria? What's the 9 term
That's no.
for boys?
They said what is the ninth term?
What's the 9 term?
Three. So is it 40?
40. 40 is the 9 term. Right? Let me figure out Q2. Q2 would be, wait, what's saying, boy? We just want to find for Q2. We just want to find for Q2.
So your screen one there.
I'm not sure what going on there. I think the iPad getting fed up. Right, so Q2 is a half, and Q1 will be a quarter, n plus 1. A quarter of 18. A quarter of 18 would be, what quarter of 18 be? I think that is, correct me if I'm wrong, like 9 over 2, probably like 4.5. Maybe 4.5. And so that'll be in between the fourth and the fifth term. So Q1 will be, my fourth term is 38, and my fifth term is 38. So that will be 38. Right, let me just find Q3. Q3 will be a 3/4 of 18. And so 3/4 of 18. That will be 13.5. So I'm looking between the 13th and the 14th. Right, so the 13th term is 42, and the 14th term is 43. So that'll be 41.5. No, 42.5. Yes or no? If I add 42 and 43 divided by 2. Yeah, that's correct. 42.5. Okay, let me do the gills real fast. So help me with the gills real quick. So I'll be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, so the number is 14. So Q2 will be equal to half of 15. Half of 15 is what?
38.
38?
Yeah.
Right, because half of 15 is 7.5, so that'll be in between 7 and 8, right? So 38. Again for Q1. Q1 is our quarter, 15.
Quarter 15 is, that is 3 3/4. So that'll be in between 3 and 4. That'll be
3 and 4, that'll be 36.5.
Yeah.
Right, and Q3 will be 3/4 of 15. Right?
That'll be, is that in there?
Like 28. No. I don't know. Probably like 11 point something.
11.25.
So that'll be in between.
That'll be 11 and 12 too.
So the 11th and 12th term is?
That'll be 41, sir.
41, right. So remember what I say, if it's symmetrically skewed, Q3 minus Q2 will be equal to Q2 minus Q1. And if it's positively skewed, that will be the case. That's how the badnesses go. So that's the formula way to get it. It's guaranteed. So we don't do no guessing game. So let me check this out. So let me find Q3 minus Q2 for the boys. Q3 minus Q2, that'll be 42 minus 5, right? Minus 40. So that is 2.5. Okay. And let me find the other side, which is Q2 minus Q1. So Q2 is 40 minus Q1, which is 38. So that is equal to 2. So we have 2.5 and we have 2. They're like real close, but 2.5 is still more than 2. Right, let me do the gills now. So I'm going to find for Q3 minus Q2, that'll be 41 minus 38. 41 minus 38 is 3. Let me find for Q2 minus Q1 now. So that'll be 38 minus 36.5. That will be 1.5, right? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what's it? 3 is more than 1.5. So for both of them is slightly positively skewed. Both of them are positively slightly skewed. Yeah, so the answer will be A. Because Q3 minus Q2 is more than Q2 minus Q1 for both cases. So that's the answer. Okay, very interesting. But that had to be the correct answer. Because like mathematically, we see it. 45. Joseph collects data on the color of cars passing his yard. This data can be described as, okay, so if you're talking about color, we're talking about qualitative, right? Qualitative and discrete. So the answer is E. Anybody know why?
Okay, so you can explain that?
Okay. Qualitative. Qualitative is a quality of something. So if you're looking at colors of cars, wouldn't that be a quality?
Yes, sir.
Quantity refers to a quantity, something you can actually count. So it's not like you can count the color, right? So if he's collecting data on the colors, then that's qualitative, and it will be discrete because discrete data is data that's fixed. Continuous data is data that will be growing. So like for instance, continuous data would be like somebody's height, somebody's weight, right? Or for instance, the amount of M&Ms in a pack if you don't open it. Discrete will be fixed data. So the color of the car isn't going to change. So qualitative and discrete, 45E. Yeah.
Well, I mean, so then I get a specific amount of time for cars to pass now, so you could just continue.
I hear what you're saying, but we're talking about the property of the car. Wait. Let me verify. Right? I feel like it's qualitative and discrete. Okay. Yeah, the answer is qualitative and discrete. Because like, you know, hear what I'm saying, right? Why how do you distinguish between discrete and continuous data? Continuous data would be like somebody's height and always changing, that kind of fluctuating, and it would change over time. Would the color of the car, like in that instance where he measures it, would that change?
No, sir.
Nah, so it's discrete. Discrete.
All right, so thanks.
Right? So that's that. Right. Okay. So we have one more paper to do. Let me see how fast we can do that. Light speed. I don't think this is a repeat. Have you ever seen this question before?
No, sir.
No, sir.
I never see that. So that'll be AB minus 3B plus 3C minus AC. And so I'm going to factor out the B. That'll be A minus 3. I would factor out the C. That's going to be 3 minus A. But there's a catch. You actually need to factor out negative C. If you factor out negative C, you're going to end up with minus 3 plus A. And so that's B by A minus 3 minus C by A minus 3. So I'm going to factor out A minus 3. And that's going to be B minus C. So my answer is, what is my answer, guys? It's
So
B.
it's D.
B.
Is I repeat? What's the answer? B, right?
B.
Right.
Yeah, B.
Is I
This
repeat?
is repeat too.
So it's C.
C.
C. I trust him earlier. Like I trust him.
Yeah, C, sir.
I think this is a repeat as well.
Yes, there's repeat. It's coming last paper.
B, sir. B.
It's B is the answer.
Easy answer. This I repeat as well. Yeah.
That's A.
Right?
I double positive.
I like what we see and I like what we see. Now we hope this trend continues.
That's B.
No,
Wait, is it B? No, it's D.
because watch. Actually, I think it will be, let's just work it fast. I'll be 3x minus x is 2x. Move across that, I'll be minus 4. x is more than minus 2. So it's D. D. Understand? I don't know how to work out. Move across the x, move across the constants. Just work it out. Yeah or no? You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
This is a repeat. What's the answer?
Negative a half.
I think this was the answer.
Good.
Because it would be, because the reason why I'm saying that, x would have been equal to 2 over 3, and x would have be equal to minus a half, and the graph, this would have be a minimum, would have be a minimum, and you're trying to see where it's minus a half, that's 2/3. You're trying to see where it's less than or equal to 0, so it's less than or equal to 0 in this range over here, and so that would be negative a half, x 2/3, but I cannot say less than or equal to there, because if x is equal to minus a half, it'll make the function invalid, but I'll include it over here. So my answer is C. So fast, I can do these questions, like it wouldn't even take 1 minute. If you forget it, it wouldn't take 1 minute. So that's it. Question 8. If f of x is equal to minus 2 over 9x cubed, is x cubed or x squared? I can't even tell. Looking like x cubed though. Then what would the range be? Let me show you how to handle a question like this, right? All you're going to do, you're going to take the smallest value for x, plug it in, and you're going to take the biggest value for x and plug it in, and that would be your range. So f of x, I'll just plug in minus 3 into that. That's going to be minus 2 nines. And that's going to be minus 3 to the power 3. What would that be equal to, guys? That would be equal to 6. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
And this one will be negative 6. So where's my range?
So it's D.
It's D, right? Between, no? No. When I'm writing a range, it's always a smaller value and then the bigger value. So correct yourself. So we always write the smaller value first. What is the smaller value between 6 and minus 6?
Minus 6.
So we gotta start off with minus 6. So where's the answer?
Oh, C.
D.
Right? 9. A function is defined by f of x is equal to 1 over x plus 1, and the value of f inverse 1. This is regular maths, man. 1 over x plus 1, y would be equal to 1 over x plus 1. You swap. So x could be equal to 1 over y plus 1. You cross multiply because you want to make y the subject of the formula. So that'll be x by y plus 1 equal to 1. Divide both sides by x. Y plus 1 is equal to 1 over x. Move across that 1. So y is equal to 1 over x minus 1. And so that is the inverse function right there. 1 over x minus 1. Right? And so f inverse 1 would be equal to 1 over 1 minus 1. So the answer is 0. I'll go my shoulder. A quicker way to do that. That whole
Yes, please. Please.
Yes, sir.
anytime they give you a value for f inverse, all you have to do is just, okay, let me just give a quick recap, right? So the f of x is good carry you from x to y. And the inverse function does carry you from y to x. So when they give you f inverse 1, that's really y. So you could say 1 is equal to 1 over x plus 1 to find the value of x. So you just cross multiply, and you end up with x plus 1 is equal to 1, and move across that 1 minus 1 is 0, x is equal to 0. Yeah, so let me say that one more time. F of x, x to y. F inverse x, y to x. So when they give you f inverse 1, this is really y. And so f of x is y, so you're going to say 1 is equal to the function and just find the x. Are you understand? Any f inverse question, let me just say we had a function, f of x is equal to 3x plus 2. If I ask you to find f inverse of 7, all you're going to do, you're going to say 7 is equal to 3x plus 2. and they're going to solve for x. That's all. Are you understand? Yes, no, maybe.
So I understand a little bit.
Okay, so come on, Maria. What I'm saying is, whatever you have inside the f inverse, you're going to put it equal
Mm-hmm.
function and find for x. That's what I'm saying. So if you have f of x is equal to 3x plus 2, and they ask you to find f inverse of 7, all you're going to do, you're going to take 7, put it equal to 3x plus 2, which is a function, and find for x. That's all. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Ethan, you understand that method? And he,
Yes, I understand.
I say Ethan.
For sure.
So you can explain one more time, please.
All right, so Ethan, you understand that f of x is carried from x to y, right?
Yes, sir.
F inverse x. So when you're finding the inverse function, the domain is swapped. So the domain is now y. And so it carries you from y to x. So if I want to find for f inverse 1, I really want to figure out if y is 1, what would x be? And so 1 is y. And so I would say 1 is equal to 1 over x plus 1, because, and you understand that f of x is equal to y.
Yes, sir.
So I say y is equal to 1 over x plus 1, and I solve for x. Y, one more
Wait
time.
now.
You catch it?
I wish I knew this before. Why?
So you understand it, right? Because
Yeah.
the inverse function carries you from y to x. So we're trying to figure out what value, we're trying to figure out when y is 1, what would x be? And so y is equal to 1. And we have f of x is equal to 1 over x plus 1, and f of x is y. So you just say 1 is equal to 1 over x plus 1 and solve for x. I trust I understand
That
it.
makes so much sense.
And some of I wish all was my students, you know. I feel like I'd bring all the beasts and all there. Like for maths. Too bad I find out like
Yes, sir. If you was my teacher, I'm not so sure I would get 100 others.
I sure. Because all is smart, you know. All this seem very smart. All right, so a composite function. We want to find g f of x. So they're giving us f of x. It's like a math test. So f of x is 2x minus 5. G of x is equal to 4 plus 3 over x. And we want to find for gf of x. So all they want me to do is they want me to plug f of x into g of x. That's all they want me to do. So anywhere we see x in g of x, we're just gonna replace that with 2x minus 5. That's all we're gonna do. You have to find LCM. To find LCM, 1 into 2x minus 5 is 2x minus 5. Right? 2x minus 5 and 2x minus 5 is 3. You're gonna end up with 8x minus 20 plus 3 all over 2x minus 5. And so you're gonna end up with 8x minus 17 all over 2x minus 5. So where's my answer? 8x minus 17 over 2x minus 5.
Answer is C.
Answer is C. Just soak it in. Just absorb it in. All right? Just absorb it, guys. All right. Which of the following graphs depicts a function? Right. So you do the vertical line test if you want to prove something is a function. So the vertical line test is you're just going to draw a vertical line and you want to make sure you cut any graph at 1 point. Hagan, that's a function, yes or no?
No, sir, that is not a function.
Yes, that's a function.
Does it cut in the
graph at 1 point at the line at 1 point.
Oh, do I have to intersect any point?
Wait, here I was saying, right? In the vertical line test, you're gonna draw a vertical line and you're looking to see how much time to cut the graph. How much time is the vertical line cut the graph here?
Oh, it's twice.
No, twice and once. Watch the graph here. This is the graph. Oh, for those of you who are going to do pure maths, this is an absolute graph. But yeah, here you go. Probably use a different color and you will see better.
So people would probably choose the D because they can see a curve and everything else is like a thing now. MED C.
C, no, C is wrong.
Yeah.
So how the time to explain the concept earlier, but it's like 11:44.
Oh yes, sir. Sit.
Watch, no matter where I put this line, it's gonna cut that graph at one point.
Yeah, it will.
Right, so this is our function. So the answer is actually E. Is E. But why? But we continue. If I do the vertical line test over here, take on. How much times I cut on the graph? How
It ain't
much?
cutting it.
Yeah, it is. Watch.
But it cutting it, but not like how it was before.
How much points it cutting it at?
It's 2 points.
So that's not a function. If it cuts it at 2
Oh,
points,
it had the cut only once.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Watch. How much times I cut over here?
Twice.
Right. And over here, you're gonna cut that infinite amount of time. You watch. Because it's aligned with it. So this is wrong. Because all
So I understand it.
and the reason why it seems like all you like maths, I will explain it real fast. Enter function supposed to give you like okay, if you have f of x is equal to 3x, if I plug 1 into the function, could I get any value other than 3? Yeah or no? If I have f of 1 is power function and I plug 1 into it, could I get anything other than 3? Yes or no? Like if I put 1 into the function, and if I could only get 3.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is for a given value of x, you should have one unique answer. Now, when you do the vertical line test, look what it's showing you. So you understand that this is a line here, x is equal to something, right? So for this value of x, it cuts in the graph 2 points. So that would be saying that okay, when x is 1, you'll get another answer than 3. But you can't get any other answer than 3. So that's why this is not a function. Because if something is a function, it's taking a value and you get one output. This is telling us that you get 2 outputs, but that don't make sense. How would x is equal to 1 give me anything other than 3? It can't. And it's the same concept for the others. Yeah. Right, this is a repeat, I think. What's the answer?
So I don't recognize this question.
Yeah, me too.
It's a repeat though. I swear to God. It's a repeat. But I'll work it out real fast. Say multiply by the conjugate on the top and bottom, which is just like the denominator when you change the sign in the middle. So I'm going to expand that out. On top, it's going to be root 5 by 1 is root 5. Root 5 by minus root 5 is minus 5. Minus 1 by 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 by minus root 5 is plus root 5. In the denominator, that's an example of difference of two squares. So that's going to be 1 squared minus root 5 squared. On top, that's going to be 2 root 5 minus 6 all over 1 minus 5, that's minus 4. And so that's going to be equal 2 root 5. Wait, let me just factor out the 2. If I factor out the 2, that's going to be root 5 minus 3 all over minus 4. And so that's going to be minus a half root 5 minus 3. I'm going to apply the negative to the terms on the inside. That's going to be minus root 5 plus 3. Long question, boy. Good. It'll be 3 minus root 5. Yeah, this is a repeat. What's the answer? So it's a half 3 minus root 5. What's the answer, guys?
Yeah, it is this.
Yeah, come on, yeah. You remember the hacker show?
So you sure it's a repeat?
Yeah, I sure.
Yes, sir, I remember the hack, but I don't remember this question being a repeat.
Yes, sir.
I was sure. Yeah.
It's a repeat.
I swear to God, there's a repeat. Unless I can lose my mind. Like, okay, we're gonna make our bet, right? We're gonna make our bet. I'm looking for the question. And I realize you didn't answer this question here. What's the answer for this? I repeat.
11 over 16.
Yeah, over 6.
Why we didn't put any answer? Okay. I swear to God, there's a repeat, guys. Yeah, watch as I repeat. I know that. That's from what year, boy? Like 2022. Yeah. Come on, yeah. Remember the hack I did show you? Like you could have just plug this into the calculator, store the value, and see which one will give you the same value.
Yes, I remember.
You know how to do all of this, you know. You know how to do all of it.
Yeah.
You just use that hack. You're fine. Does I repeat the answer? Is 96, right? Yeah, 96. Given that, so that's log base 2x cubed is equal to 6. Okay. So I could write that in the C form. And so if I write it in the C form, that'll be 2 to the power 6 is equal to x to the power 3. And so 2 to the power 6 is by 64. So x to the power 3 is equal to 64. So if I find the cube root of 64, you'll get 4. Yeah. Yeah, the answer is 4. If I don't believe me, watch. Like calculator, I want to put in log base 2, 4 to the power 3, and tell me if I again 6. So, Kamaria, this is an instance where you can plug in the options into your calculator and see which one will give you 6. So try that. So, log base 2, 4 to the power 3, watch, again 6.
Yes, sir. Me too.
So, like, if you didn't notice, all hope is not lost. You can plug in the options into the equation and see which one giving you 6. Right. This I repeat, what's the answer?
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. This I repeat, what's the answer?
Oh, I had to do this one for you. I think it was a quarter.
I think it was a quarter,
It
right?
was negative a quarter.
Well, let me check, right? We know how to check it. So if a quarter is the correct answer, then when we plug it in, the left-hand side is supposed to be equal to the right-hand side. So let me see. That'll be 3 by 27 to the power 2 by a quarter. Okay, and that is 9 root 3. Let's try the other one. So that'll be 9 to the power a quarter. Okay, it's not a quarter because I didn't get 9 root 3 on both sides. Let me try minus a quarter. 3 by 27 to the power 2 multiplied by minus 1 over 4. Again, root 3 over 3. And on the other side, I'm going to get 9 to the power. So minus 1 over 4. Yeah, minus a quarter is the correct answer. So, come on, you're seeing that, right? You're seeing that? So, like, again, the same answer on both sides, root 3 and 3.
Yes, sir.
Minus a quarter is the answer. After this paper, I'm going to call it an item. Right? My head out to me bad, but good. Oh, I'm going to attempt like a Guinness World Record. I'm going to try to do.
Sorry, repeat, sir.
Yeah, the answer is 2 and 3.
Wait, so what record you talk about just now?
I go and try to do maths for 48 hours straight on a YouTube live. Either 40 or 24 hours. I think I'll go to 24 hours first.
Wait, so what's the current record?
Let this question again. So the answer is D.
Yeah. I don't know what's the current record, but like, I sure nobody in Trinidad ever do it. I don't think so, at least.
The D.
D, sir, is the improper.
Once the values increase in R had to be more than 1. The sum of the odd integers between 10 and 50 is so these are nice.
B.
So where you say the answer is?
B.
How you know the answer is B?
Because I'm doing before.
Do it before. Do you know the proof?
I just remember the answer.
So how it was like you can calculate this, so you have to just write out, or what's on it.
You can figure it out. Watch. I will share, right? It's not hard. So odd integers between 10 and 50. So between 10 and 50. Generate a couple. Generate a couple for me.
33 and 45.
No, like what I mean, like it's like 11, 13. right?
Oh,
15. So the common difference is what?
2.
2. First term is
11.
right. And now I need to figure out what term I want to go up to. I'm not sure how we're going to do this. So what is the last, what do you all think is the last odd number in 50?
49.
49.
49. So what we're going to do, right? If we want to go up to 49, we got to figure out what term we're going up to. So to figure out that, it's a kind of tricky question. But watch this, right? I would use the A of n formula to figure out what term I have to go up to. So I want to go up to a term with a value of 49. And my first term is 11. I'm trying to figure out n. My common difference is 2. So let me work this out like real fast. Right, 49 is equal to 11. And that will be 2n minus 2. 11 minus 2 is 9. So if I move it across, it'll be 49 minus 9. And so 2n is equal to 40. So we have to go up to the what term? If 2n is equal to 40, we have to go up to what term? N is equal to?
20.
Right. So I will show you what I mean by that. So we know what the first term is. We know what the common difference is, and we know what we're going up to. So which formula am I going to use now? S of what? Am I going to use S of n?
So then,
Right, I'm going to use S of n. So S of n is equal to n over 2 by 2a plus n minus 1d. Right? N over 2 by 2a plus n minus 1 by d. We want to go up to the 20th term. So that's going to be 10. 10 by, so I'll work it out one time. 22 plus 20 minus 1 is 19. And difference is 2. So work that out. And let me see if I can work it out without a calculator. That'll be 22. That'll be 50. Wait. 19 by 2 is 38.
minus 600.
Yeah. 38 plus 22 is 60. 600 is the answer. That's how you solve it. Yeah, not bad. So we have to generate a couple terms, find a common difference, right? Then we use A of n formula to figure out what term we had to go up to. We want to go up to the 20th term. So yeah. Well, I understand this like real fast. Like, so the girl that said B was the answer. This is how it's working. This is how it's working out. What the hell? Why am I not seeing the screen again? Oh, it's so upsetting. Are you seeing the screen now?
Yes, sir.
So I repeat, the answer is C. 22. This I repeat. What's the answer?
It's a D.
D was the answer. Let me just double check that fast. So that is X, that is Y. So we have Y minus X minus 2 is equal to 0. And so that'll be minus 1 minus 3 minus 2 is equal to 0. Minus 1 plus 3 minus 2 is equal to 0. 0 is equal to 0. Yes. And 1 and 3. 1 and 3 would make sense because that would be on X, Y, 3 minus 1 minus 2. Right, cool. 23. The line, okay, if the, actually we could solve this one like real easy. That'll be X by 3 by 2x minus 7 equal to 7. That will be 6x minus 21 is equal to 7. That'll be 7x. 7x is equal to 28. X would be equal to 4. If x is equal to 4, y would be equal to 8, 1. So my answer is 4, 1. Yeah. And so if you didn't want to solve it, can I just plug x and y? Can I just plug x and y into the equations as well? So watch. 1 would be equal to 2 by 4 minus 7. Yeah, that would work out. Simple. So Kamari, I understand.
So how you get that?
Eh?
How you get x plus 3 and that?
What do you mean? Okay, watch. Watch, right? So how I solve it here fast, like I just use substitution. We know that y is equal to 2x minus 7. And so wherever I see y in the other equation, I could replace that with 2x minus 7. Understand?
Oh,
Yeah,
that
so
makes sense.
I'm doing that, so I will end up with x alone because I can't solve for two unknowns at a time. I could just only find for one. So I just replace in y for 2x minus 7. Yes or no? Good?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't even have to do that, you know. You could have just plug x and y into the equations and see if it satisfies it. Because at the point of intersection, the point supposed to satisfy both. And so watch. It's going to be 1. 2 by 4 is 8. 8 minus 7 is 1. That satisfies it. So the answer had to be 4, 1. This I repeat. What's the answer? Here, right?
Answer is
A.
Yes, sir. I start taking it for tonight.
Right, no problem. Yeah, later. Right, two vectors are equal if they have the same magnitude and same direction b. 26. The modulus of AB and the angle AB. All right, so I'm gonna work this out like real fast. So AB would be equal to minus 3, 0 plus 8, 5. And so that would be equal to 5, 5. And so the modulus for that would be 5 squared plus 5 squared. And so that would be equal to the square root of 50. Okay. And to find the angle, now I feel something up with this question. I feel something up.
So where's modulus? I never heard of before.
Never. Modulus is just the length of something.
Okay.
And they derive it from Pythagoras theorem. So imagine if I have a graph like this, and I could figure out the x value and the y value, so I could figure out the horizontal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we just square root of x squared plus y squared. And so to figure out the angle, that would be equal to the dot product. So that would be the dot product of a and b. So 3 by 8 is 24. So that would be 24. And that would be 0. 0 by 5 is 0. So just be 24. And that would be 24 all over. That would be 3 squared is 9. And that would be 8 squared, 64. 64 plus 25, that's 89. So theta would be equal to cos inverse 24 all over root 9 root 89. We're going for that. I feel like this question is an invalid one. I feel so. Let me know what are they getting for that. So cos inverse of 24 all over root 9 root 89. Yeah. You're not getting any of the options 32. And I showed 32 first. So this is an invalid question. Invalid. And so suppose, well, I'm going to put E, root 50, angle 30. Yeah, they make a mistake for that question. I don't know.
So I get 32.
Yeah, wait, huh? Yeah, I get 32. I get 32.005. I don't know why I write 30.
I get that too.
Yeah, so they make a mistake. CXC make a mistake here.
So if it was, I would have to put the correct answer.
They make a mistake. There no correct answers. I would have put E and say.
So they would not count it.
Yeah, would not count it. They make a mistake here.
All right.
This I repeat. The answer is 2 sin x. This I repeat. The answer is.
I think it was D. Yes, it was D.
D. Yeah, it was D. Because I get 4 plus 4 is 8. And well, it was L theta. So be pi over 2 by 4, which is 2 pi. Yeah. Sine 2x. Sine 2x would be 2 revolutions between 0 and 2 pi. So that's my answer there. Just think of it like this. Whatever angle you're multiplying by on the inside, you're going to have that much more revolutions between 0 and 2 pi. So if it's sine 2x, that means I'm going to have 2 revolutions from 0 to 2 pi.
Yeah.
This one over here, this would be an example of, this would be sine. Because we have 4 revolutions between 0 and 2 pi. The smallest positive angle,
I repeat.
the exact values I repeat, the answer was, I think it was a quarter, root 6 minus root 2. And
I think it's the positive one.
nah, it's the negative one. How I know that? Because you would have to, wait, actually, yeah, I think so. Let me just verify it real fast. To verify that, I would just plug in cos 5 pi over 12. That is, that would give me 0.258. So if I plug that into the
Yes,
top,
it's a negative one.
you get it back.
B is B.
Is B?
Yeah. It can be.
Yeah, it is B. B is the correct answer. Because when I plug this into the calculator, again, 0.26. And when I plug this into the calculator, again, back to 0.26. Yeah. Okay, as I repeat, this could be 20 degrees, and so that will be pi over 9. Yeah. One. Yeah, B. Pi over 9. To the 3. This I repeat. The answer was?
I can't remember.
Actually, no, this is not.
I even see itself.
So sine x is equal to s. Then cos 2x could be equal to. So remember, cos 2x is equal to cos squared x minus sine squared x. And so I can write cos squared x as 1 minus sine squared x. And so I will end up with 1 minus 2 sine squared x. And I know that sine x is equal to s. So that's going to be 1 minus 2s squared. So the answer is C. 1 minus 2s.
I can barely see the questions that are very.
Yeah, that's the copy. That's the copy. Yeah. But the answer is C. Right? 34. Sine alpha minus 45 is equal to. Right. So that'll be sine alpha cos 45 minus cos alpha sine 45. Right. So that's going to be sine alpha root 2 over, right, by 1 over root 2 minus cos alpha 1 over root 2. To pull out the 1 over root 2, that's going to be sine alpha minus cos alpha. So where's my answer?
Yeah.
Answer. Right. You know what? I might have a session tomorrow night, before the advance. Just to like review everything, make sure they like have everything locked in. And if I know anybody are doing paper.
What time is it?
Any night. I wouldn't go too late because we basically do everything here. But I'm going to do a paper 3 session. I'm going to do a paper 3 session. And after that, I will do this. I will review. I'll be like at 3 hours. And I say 3 hours strictly, it will be 3 hours because I will be tired. 3 hours. This I repeat. I believe. What's the answer? So is sine 3x minus cos 4x. And they're asking you what the second derivative would be. The only option here is D. Because if I differentiate sine, I go on into cos, and if I differentiate cos, I go on into minus. So it had to be D. Had to be D. As I repeat. The curve C has the equation y is equal to f of x. The second derivative here is, I really can't make that out, but that looks like x to the power of 4 minus 15.
Yes, it's a repeat. That's all.
And that will be minus 2 to the power of 4 is 16 minus 15. Let's repeat. Yeah, 1, a minimum, because it's positive. Let's repeat as well. What's the answer?
I think it was A. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, let's try, was it? I don't know. I think. All right.
Yes,
Okay, good. This was a repeat. You can do this in the calculator. So in the calculator, you're just gonna watch. You're gonna go on the dx. Bam. Put in the fraction. That'll be 3x minus 2 all over, right? And x is equal to 1, so the answer is 1. Everybody, we cast you together. 1. And when they plug that in. All I want to know what these sessions will be like. These sessions is like Hunger Games. I mean, not Hunger Games, it'd be like Squid Game. Like it starts off with like, like a bunch of candidates, and then like after it's just like, it's like 3 people. Crash out sessions.
I supposed to go by like an hour go past thing just to finish this out.
Yeah, just as people and we there, watch. We there. All right.
I came at me, I started right that.
What? Are they real cutting corners real close boy? Wait. Nah.
Now my logic is that for physics, it take me 4 papers and 12 hours. If I start now and go to 12 o'clock, I should be able to do enough papers with enough memory to get full marks in multiple choice.
Okay.
I don't know if that math's making sense to you, but it making sense to me.
That's a math song and very interesting. Very interesting. But the answer for 39 is D. D, right? Because if I differentiate sign, I get positive. And the only option with positive and with 4x is D. All right, this I'll repeat. What's the answer? C, right?
C.
Because this whole thing would have 2 into 4 by 6 is 24. 24 plus 5, 29. The region R is enclosed. I'll repeat. 5 over 3. If you don't believe me, minus x squared plus 2, 0, 1. Plug that in. Just confirm. Zero, 1 minus x squared plus 2. 5 over 3, yeah? 5 over 3. Gonna move on. What's the answer for this one? Let's repeat.
D.
D, right? Because I think this is to the power 3. I think the question is 2x minus 4 to the power 3 dx. And so if you integrate that,
There's 3
minus 4 to the power 4
D.
all over 2 by 4. So it had to be D, right? 43. The region bounded by the curve y is equal to 2 sine x. Okay, the way to find for volume here, anytime you find out for volume is pi, and the lower limit, upper limit, so that'll be 0 pi, and you had to square wherever y is. So if y is 2 sine x, you had to square that. So 2 sine x plus square that, that's going to be equal to 4 sine squared x. So where's my answer? Where's my answer, guys? A, B, C, or D?
E.
E is my answer, yeah. Right.
So you can explain now one more time, please.
Okay, so to find the volume is equal to pi, the lower limit, upper limit, right, y squared. So what's right? In this question, the function we're given is 2 sine x. If you square 2 sine x, 2 squared is 4, sine x is sine squared x. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Because watch, if you multiply 2 sine x by itself, which is squared, 2 by 2 is 4 sine x by sine x is sine squared x. So you're looking for an option that has 4 sine squared x in it. And additionally, they said that x is equal to 0 and x is equal to pi. So 0 is the lower limit and pi is the upper limit. So yeah.
Okay.
44. This is a repeat. The answer is B. Yes or no, guys? B.
Let's see.
Right?
Yes.
45. That will work out to be sine x minus 2 cos x. No. That'll be sine x plus 2 cos x. Why am I?
Wait, no, I realize it. Statistics question.
Say that again?
Probability. Not. No stats questions.
I happy. I hope it come like that this year. I hate them questions. Like they're so ambiguous. I hate it. I just like the pure maths. So if I integrate cos, that's going to be sine. If I integrate 2 sine x, that's going to become 2 minus cos x. And so that's going to be sine x minus plus 2 cos x plus c. Bam. That's it. We finish all what we wanted to do. And it only took me like 12 hours. No, like that's 8 hours. And that's 8 hours because we start off
More than that, actually. You start at 4 o'clock.
Right, and then 4 to 12 is 8, no?
Oh, wow, yeah. Jeez.
Right, and we finish 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 papers.
Time fly.
Right, so yeah, guys, I'm gonna send all the solutions. I'll just check back the solutions before I send it. I want to make sure I'm giving all the correct answers. But yeah, are they find it was beneficial? Like, are they understand a little better now?
Yes, sir. I went from a 0 to 40.
Kind of.
Always like the survivors. I'm gonna take a picture. Always like the survivors. After the school games. Yeah. So guys, thanks for coming. See you later tomorrow. Later, everybody.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Soon, I'm feeling.
Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. Later, everybody.
Later, sir.